live here at the station of decapitation without your head. I'm Nasty Neal.
That would make me Terrible Troy.
Mm-hmm. And now that's going to make him Diablo Joe.
Yeah, and Todd Quality Jaeger and my cheesecake man.
Hell yeah, of course.
Cheesecake. I'm Alok Mishra. I don't want to step on that cheesecake thunder over there, but it's
chocolate. Chocolate.
It looks delicious as always.
It is, damn it.
I'm Justin Beheading.
And you look delicious too, Justin.
With or
Always
without.
good to hear.
So we're going to be doing our annual 13 of 2024. Seems like it just was 2024. I guess so.
Indeed.
But anyway, 2020, we're in 2025 is crazy. So we're all going to have our top 13. I actually had a really hard time this year, not because I didn't have enough movies like some years. There was a lot of movies this year that I liked. So that which is a good thing. So I had to.
There were also a lot of good reissues that were put in deluxe editions. So I'm kind of counting that as well.
All right, you're cheating, but no, that's fine. We will allow it. It's not like a movie from like the 1920s or something. It's like
no, these are more recent, but you'll see.
All right.
I was gonna say I thought it was a banner year for horror.
Yeah, 100%.
I thought it was kind of a dog shit year for regular studio films. Like I usually have a top 20 for my studio films. I'm just scraping to get 15 this year. Scraping. It's been just a lackluster year on that end, but horror, it's been just like, an amazing amount of treasures that sort of came out this year. I think we have a couple of classics, at least, that are coming out of 2024. Usually you don't get any.
I also think, though, that some of the ones that were the darlings, I mean, Neon is really getting up there with some of the weird stuff. But A24 has been slipping because they put out The Front Room, and then they recently put out Y2K, and I'm thinking, what? Those were A24s? So
I don't know. I think they're getting a lot of acclaim for horror, so they're just trying to see what sticks to the wall sometimes.
They're just grabbing stuff.
And they're very filmmaker forward, so it's like, oh, I totally believe in, whatever the guy's name from Saturday Night Live who did
Kyle Mooney.
Yeah, like I totally believe in him, and Jonah, whoever it was, Hill is involved as well. Well, we can't say no to that, and so it turns out to be crap. And you're going to say, as far as Neon was concerned, I'm assuming you're talking about Longlegs. I thought, much like Smile, of the first Smile movie, that had one of the most amazing marketing campaigns of all time. And to the same point, like I think Daddy Longlegs did too.
Oh,
but Longlegs, excuse me. But I thought the marketing campaign was better than the movie, much like 100%. I did for Smile.
For me, Smile, the first Smile was nothing but jump scares. I know people liked it.
Oh, it's not good.
I really liked it, actually.
And Smile 2, I haven't seen. So
Smile 2 is actually very good. Surprisingly good.
It's very
high
on my
that hits
list.
Blu-ray, I might pick it up.
Yeah, I would
I had kind of an odd year in that I probably saw fewer films than I have in any given year, just because 2024 was such a cluster that I really didn't have a chance to view anywhere near as much as I would like.
2024 for me, as far as real life, was the most horrific year.
Yeah.
So, all kinds of things happened this year that just basically shut me down in every way. So
I'm there with you, Todd.
Crossing my fingers. Annabelle.
There she is.
Yeah. So we have not started the 13. We were waiting for you to come here, but we're just talking about the year itself. All of us kind of agree that it was an amazing year for horror movies.
Oh, I thought you just meant for the year.
I see.
When I was hanging out here for a little bit, I could hear some people talking about the year itself.
Mhm.
Well, I mean, the year's already started off fucked for us over here in LA.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
we got. I literally just looked over my shoulder to see if that plume of smoke coming over the hill right there is actually serious or not, because it's been coming up all day, and then we just got a fake alert, like a fake evacuation alert. That like, I mean, who is the guy over at whatever department it is who's like, I'm going to send this to everyone in LA. I'm only supposed to send it to these 5 people, but I'm sending it to everyone. And he just did. And then they had to send another one right after that said like, oh, sorry, we made a mistake. We can fuck up a glass of milk. And like, so,
I
anyway.
saw that earlier. I was telling someone I was with, I was looking at here's the updates because I was seeing where my friends are at and exactly what you just said. It was like, it's happening, but wait.
It's not. Like,
I
I was like, am I gonna have to like leave this? Am I have to do this podcast from the road? Like, maybe.
That was something you got, like,
I was
around you.
wondering why
That
Palm
would be a hell
Springs
of a
was.
show. Oh, I can see.
I was wondering why Palm Springs was so much busier. I think everybody from LA is coming down here.
Oh, you can't get a hotel now here in LA.
Yeah.
You can't get a hotel. Like yesterday when they evacuated Hollywood, they had a Hollywood fire. Like everyone from the Pacific Palisades had taken all the hotels like in town. So when these guys came back, they're like, "Oh, where can we go?" They're like, "We're fucking going to Palm Springs or Vegas." That's what like 4 of my friends did. They're like, "If it's there, it's there. If it's not, it's not." There's nothing in that apartment that's that precious to me.
Yeah.
So that's what they did. Anyway.
So far, I've only had one friend that I'm aware of that had to bug out and leave her place.
We only had one friend whose house is completely destroyed.
Yeah.
Oh, wow,
Like it's
that's
just not there. It's like completely gone. Like if you look up before and after, you're just like, wow, there really is like nothing there but 2 like iron frames. Like that's it.
They still don't know what the cause of these was. Whether it was.
Well, the Palisades one started off. Someone lit something on fire in their backyard, and that created the whole fucking thing. Like it was just
I hope they get sued.
I mean, how much can you sue them for? You know what I mean? There's $1 billion worth of damage here. Oh, but you can have my 35 grand for the year. Just take it. Like
I would just have to assume that there are warnings like, hey, now it's not the time to start a fire because it's super dry out.
People.
I mean, Southern California, it's every time. But we did have some rain the last couple of weeks, so maybe people felt like, it's okay. But anyway, sorry. Let's talk about happier things like horror movies. Where people get dismembered and their dreams are destroyed.
Hey, Alok,
Yay.
I've got something horrific for you that I think, and probably Troy would know this as well. This is a collector's item. It's going for billions of dollars on eBay. But do you remember Pink Lady and Jeff?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's horrific. I love it.
Todd, I'm just going to throw it out to Todd in the moment. Your mic is a little bumpy.
It might be just too far away from you.
Oh, okay.
Well, I could do this.
That's
Yeah.
all. Yes.
That sounds like the cheesecake voice.
It's heavy,
Right?
man.
Golden
It's too
tone.
heavy.
I'll have to.
All right, how's that?
Well, you can just do it when
Bring
it's when you're on your number. So
Oh, okay. Yeah. Do I sound okay at the moment, though?
Yeah.
Can you bring it
Yeah,
part way
decent.
closer? Can you bring it slightly?
Well,
Really?
I would have to. I'd have to put up a.
There we go.
That's
That
what
works.
I mean.
That looks a little
Yeah.
suggestive, though.
But it looks suggestive and it sounds better. So I think go with it.
I'd say win-win. So,
Yeah.
Amen to that.
There are no losers there.
yeah.
All right,
All right,
if I'm playing with it, that looks worse.
Whoa.
Okay.
Except
God.
There's
Hey, I'm
no
wearing
losers.
clothes.
Todd. This is what we love about you, Todd.
So we're currently streaming on Facebook and Twitch and wherever else. So wherever you are, I appreciate you watching and listening. But
Mhm.
come on over to the YouTube. It's going to be easier for us to follow your comments, and you can also interact with more people. So go over and do that and hit the like button. Don't be a fool. Hit the like button, subscribe, share this out to your friends and your enemies. And if you would if you can also help support the channel by becoming a member. So it starts only $3 a month, helps pay for everything here. It's not you don't have to, but if you would like to, we would appreciate it. All right, so we got Bubba saying hello. Stephen Bravo's got his eyes here. Pepe Petite. A lot of people on the Facebook. All right, so I'll start with my number 13.
Do it.
All right, we got Michael. By the way, I know Michael and Sophia are doing well. They're safe, so that's good to hear.
Nice.
Glad to see you. All of us attractive people. We learned it by watching you.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I was gonna tell Michael something. I finished your script. Give me a call tomorrow. Let's talk about it. You sent me something 3 weeks ago. We went to go see that werewolf movie with Frank Grillo.
Yeah,
and it was all right. But
Probably didn't
we
make
were,
your list then.
I mean, that's a safe bet.
Yeah,
I mean, Frank Grillo showed up, like he was there, like he looked like he had just come from the gym. He was wearing like a cutoff and stuff. You could see it. He's a short man. You could see his little muscles. Like it was really cute. But he kind of smelled a little bit. Like he had come from the gym. Like he didn't give a shit about this premiere. That's what I noticed. But we went and watched that movie together, and he gave me a script, and I said, "Look, I'm gonna try to read it in a week." And then like a month later, I'm like, "I finished it." That's good for me. I did it. So I read it, Mike, and let's talk tomorrow. I'll call you.
yeah. If Michael, if you have a 13, we could fit you in here. So just let me know. I'll send you a link if you would like to, Michael.
I mean, he doesn't have to have 13, right? He could just.
No.
Yeah.
he could wing it. He's a bright guy.
Yeah.
Curry Flavor gifted a membership. Well, thank you as well,
nice.
Stephen Bravo.
Thanks,
Hey,
everybody.
Yeah, very nice, you guys. Lexi is here as well. Okay, cool.
Whenever
Right,
I
so
hear the name Frank Grillo, though, I always think of Nick Principe calling him the C word. That's all that sticks in my head.
Yeah, I hope Nick's doing well. I think he's completely gone from social media, but Nick
Oh.
Principe's a cool guy. He's been on the show many times. I used to chat with him a lot. All right,
Preacher boys go crazy sometimes. We believe
Chrome
that.
Skull movie. If you
Yep.
don't know who Nick Principe is. All right, my number 13 was a movie that premiered at Amazing Fantasy Fest. I believe that's what it's called. I don't know if it's where it is right now. It might still be playing festivals, but that is They Call Her Death. Really cool combination of like an old spaghetti western, but horror at the same. Also horror movie, very stylized. And when I saw the poster, I was like, the poster's really cool. Then I saw the trailer. I was like, oh, the trailer's awesome. But then I had a feeling it's just a cool trailer. But the movie lived up to the trailer and the poster. It all worked. Visually, it's great. And it's just a wild movie. So I'd recommend when it gets out there into the world, They Call Her Death.
All right.
That's up my alley. I got to see that for sure.
I kept thinking there's another movie called Her Name is Krista. So that's what kind of popped up when you said that. But I'll have to check that one out. I have not heard of that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just premiered at a festival, so technically it's probably going to be a 2025 movie, but I saw it in 2024, so it's on my list.
Oh.
All right, Diablo Joe.
Yes, well, like I said, this is kind of an odd year for me. So mine's probably the most mainstream list that I've ever
I have
had.
a lot of mainstream movies too, because like Alok said, this was a really good year for horror movies, and I think more mainstream movies that were released were a lot weirder and darker than they used to be.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah.
And more graphic.
Yeah, for me, my number 13 is Cuckoo,
Nice.
which I really enjoyed. I thought the performances, Dan Stevens and especially Hunter Schafer, were just excellent in it. I thought it was good and suspenseful and creepy when it needed to be. A lot of that was driven by those performances. and it was flawed, and somebody just recently pointed out a major plot hole in it, but otherwise I thought it was really worthwhile. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, Troy and I saw it at the theater. We both really dug it.
Yeah, liked it a lot.
I enjoyed it, but the girl, I know she had a rough life. Can you guys hear me okay now?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so because every time I move, you're going to hear it.
Yeah.
You know. So I just thought that the girl was so grating. She was so loathsome, in many ways. And later when there was a reveal that kind of explained why she was the way she was, I just think they notched it up a little too high on her unlikability. And that was my problem with it.
That's fine.
It made honorable mention for me. So
me too, Alok. It's not quite
thing.
on my 13, but it was one that I try to keep track now of movies I like. Because when we used to do these, I'd have to go back and I'd start writing a list and be like, oh, this movie came out 3 or 4 years ago. That doesn't quite work. So now when I see a movie I like, I keep a notepad, and it was like really filled with stuff this year. And and that was definitely one of them. Todd, you're number 13.
Well, first of all, I'd like everybody to see my Purina ballerina challenge.
Nice.
Silk screen. My late stepsister Judith designed it. She was a silk screen artist. And, I wish I had it, but our favorite of hers is.
You might want when you're on your number, you should probably hold your microphone.
There we go.
I'll
sound all sultry.
I was just going to say that.
But yeah, she my favorite of hers that I don't have a copy of is this wonderful woman with beautiful hair, topless, and she's holding a Butterfinger bar with the label. But this one I'm so proud that I have this of. That's very rare. So Purina Ballerina Chow. Now mine are not in any specific order.
That's fine.
I've got a stack here.
We expect that from you, Todd.
Yeah, I know. Expect the unexpected. That's Todd
the same from me this year too. So
this one I had so much fun with, and I really love the ending as well. The Sacrifice Game. This edition, well, here's the really cool slipcover. This edition was through Shudder via Vinegar Syndrome. So, but it was, to me, it was, sure, it's a story you've kind of seen before, but I loved it. It was such a surprise.
Jen Wexler movie. It's really cool to see her do so well. Kind of like the Larry Fessenden, group of filmmakers.
And Heather Buckley.
Yeah,
as well, producing.
And even though you may have guessed a little bit about possibly what was coming, I didn't care. And the ending just made me smile. It was just.
I think it's actually one of the best opening scenes in.
It's
really
just very satisfying. The whole thing was satisfying.
It was actually. This was on my list actually last year because I want to say it came out at the end of last year, but it's really nice.
Yeah, everyone.
But no, look, it's great that it's on anyone's list, of course. But I was going to say that box set just came out this Christmas. So that special edition Vinegar Syndrome Blu-ray DVD came out. That looks really cool that you just held up. That's very interesting.
Oh yeah, it's funny too because I try to keep track of Shudder releases that come out on disc. Unfortunately, some are on Blu-ray, some are only on DVD. But either way, Walmart only carries the DVDs, and but some Shudder releases are only through Vinegar Syndrome. So it's like you have to keep track and hunt down everything.
I think it's cool that because it used to be like Vinegar Syndrome really just put out older movies, and I think it's cool they're starting to put out a lot of newer stuff with
they came up with
giving the same treatment with all the extra features.
They came up with 2 or 3 partner labels at first, and if you wanted to collect everything, it was no problem. But now they've got like 20 partner labels. Every month there's like 17 new partner label releases, and it's like, no, I can't do it. So you have to be very, very picky. But this one, Sacrifice Game, I made sure I jumped on it immediately because some of the Shudder releases, like Brooklyn 45, the slipcover edition sold out like that. And then you had to wait for Diabolic DVD to get a few copies at the end of the month. So anyway, that's my thing.
All right, Justin, you're number 13. You can put your microphone down now.
My number 13 is one I actually saw as sort of a birthday movie, early birthday movie. It was one that I was surprised that I liked it as much as I did, that it actually turned out as good as it did, because the trailers did not sell me on the movie, though I do still have some issues. First Omen.
I was all in. I thought I was also very surprised how much I
haven't seen it. I just
it's honestly one thing I almost didn't put on the list just because of without spoiling much, let's just say the way that it connects back to the first movie, it retcons a lot, which really bugged the crap out of me when I went back and watched. Well, not only I was going off of memory when watching the movie, and I'm like, I don't think that's how it. And then I watched the first movie once I got home, and I was like, yeah, that doesn't track. But otherwise, the movie, everything else about the movie was great. Like, especially, I loved the visuals in it. Like, there's one scene alone where it starts on a close-up of one of the actresses, and the camera zooms out, and you find out it's actually a reflection in a mirror, and she's talking to the main character. And so that's a shot that's stuck in my mind long after I saw the movie. So it's worth putting on the list.
I honestly like it a lot better than you, Justin. It's higher on my list, and it's a lot darker than I expected.
Oh yeah,
there's definitely some really weird scenes in the movie, and more graphic scenes than I expected. Theatrical release, which I should stop saying now, because like a lot of movies now that come to the theater are way more.
Yeah,
graphic
they're proving you're wrong
than
now.
they used to be. Yeah.
And wasn't there a Possession homage in it? I thought
there was. In fact, there's another movie on my list that also. I'm sorry. There's two other movies on my list that also have Possession homages. So. It was the year for Possession homages for some weird reason.
Yeah,
right.
I'm not complaining though. I love that.
No. As long as a little wink, like the beginning of the last exorcism. I'm sorry, the exorcism of God. The whole opening of the guy getting out of a truck in front of the house was directly for The Exorcist, the original. But my question for you, Justin, is please tell me before I see the First Omen that it was not as Jesus-y as Exorcist Believer. That's one reason I hated Exorcist Believer. It got all preachy.
Oh no, it's definitely not that at all. And I mean, well,
because Omen 3, I enjoyed Omen 3 with Sam Neill, but the ending with the whole big thing of Jesus in the sky and all that kind of made me go, oh God, pure flex. But I was just worried that this First Omen might pull an Exorcist Believer, just fucking pissed me off.
I will say, though, in their defense, if you're making a movie about the Antichrist, you do have to have Jesus, like he has to exist.
Yeah, but not all. Okay, the whole answer is Jesus. I mean, it reminded me so much.
Not, what is the power of the Antichrist then?
Yeah, but it was so overblown. Like I said,
and I'm not a religious guy. So.
No, me neither. But any Pureflix or Angel Studio movie, it reminded me like that. And
it's not subtle, right, Todd?
It's not subtle. Yeah, it's like if you don't believe, you will die, or blah blah blah, and it's all and choruses and no. But if you say that it's not like that, I will definitely pick it up.
So it might not be for you because Michael says I didn't like the First Omen because of how it ultimately connects to Omen 3.
Oh, well, I might as well give it a chance just so I can say
I really like it.
Instead of complaining about it, actually see it.
I saw the First Omen, which made my sort of honorable mention list, and Immaculate the same day. And while First Omen is a better film, I will say, I did enjoy Julia Sweeney's bodacious tatas, and that is why I thought it was even okay. But the First Omen is a much better movie. It's just we have two dueling asteroid movies. We have two dueling oh, I'm an American nun going to Italy and something bad's gonna happen to me with Jesus and the devil.
They're a very similar story.
Exactly. So, I mean, they were literally battling to see who would come out first, and Immaculate made it out first, and that it's always the inferior product Deep Impact that beats what's it called to market. You know what I mean? The Michael Bay film, and it's an inferior product, but somehow it gets a little bit more acclaim because it beat it to market or whatever. But
so, Alok, did you see
the Coolidge, Neil?
We saw it at the Coolidge in the
Immaculate
small
one?
Yeah, Immaculate. Yeah. And the director did it through Zoom.
He did the Q&A, and he's like, basically, I don't even really like horror movies. I just thought I'd try it out.
Oh, I loved it though.
Winging it.
Now, Alok, speaking of the whole similarity, did you see Deliver Us?
No.
About the nun that was going to give birth to twins. One would be the Antichrist. One would be.
I'm going to stand up though for Immaculate. I like Immaculate.
I loved
but
it.
It's much more of a. I agree with Alok saying I do think it's not necessarily a greatly made movie, but it's a very entertaining movie.
That's
But
right.
at the same time, there are still some themes in it I liked. So I don't know. I
where they go
it
into
didn't
the
make
tunnel at the
my
end?
list though. What?
That's
When
Sydney
they go
Sweeney
to the
then.
tunnel at the end. They're like in the catacombs.
Yeah.
You didn't like it at the time.
That's not true. I liked it.
He thought
I liked
back
it more
fondly
than
on Sydney Sweeney and her being a national treasure. I mean, goddamn, I even went and saw Anyone But You. All right, that's how much I love those women's tatas. So anyway, it's worth your time, but it's still.
And I'm sure she likes. I'm sure she
She-
likes yours too.
She likes cheesecakes. What she likes. Anyways, listen. Point is that it's a good movie, but it's better than Immaculate is the First Omen for me. That's what I'm trying to say.
I got you.
Anyway.
Immaculate is in my honorable mention, but didn't make my top 13. Troy, what is your number 13?
It started out, it was going to be the Borderlack, because I just got around to watching it this year. But then I looked it up, and it was actually from last year. So then I had to change that.
That is a really cool movie. I got to see it.
I loved it. After you told me about it, that's when I watched it. But I came late to the party, so it is not my 13. I decided.
I think I had it on my list last year.
I think you did. To go with my mind meld with Justin, continuing our multi-year mind meld. And my number 13 is The First Omen. So
Hell yeah.
there we go.
Real quick,
And
Michael,
I
I thought
don't really have any other things to add to it. I just I enjoyed it a lot.
I did too. I thought Immaculate ruled, and that really hurt The First Omen.
I will say I guess it depends on your opinion, but First Omen, as far as lists go, works great either in the number 13 spot or thematically the number 6.
Oh.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good point. Alok, you're number 13.
All right, I get accused of not putting enough mainstream horror movies on the list, and this year I thought it was a better year for that. So I'm actually going to add one, and we talked about it just earlier. Mine is Smile 2. I said before I thought Smile 1 had the best marketing campaign of many years, but the movie was kind of a piece of shit. Smile 2 actually did a much better job of actually delivering on the promise of Smile. I thought that it had a really interesting commentary on sort of trauma and mental health and so forth, but keeping the sort of lore very connected to this one. I felt in some ways it was almost a Final Destination 2, where we get sort of more of the universe and understand this is more of still a serious kind of movie. It's not just this gimmicky kind of thing, which it could have turned out to be, and which really the first movie was. So I thought that it did a fantastic job of kind of recovering. Young lady starring in it, Naomi something.
Naomi Scott.
Yeah, she did a fantastic job
really
as
good
well.
at it.
She's come a long way from playing what is it called? She was in the Aladdin movie as Jasmine. She went from that to shitty stint on Charlie's Angels, that thing, and then she finally is, I think, kind of coming to her own with this movie, so that's good news for her. I think for her star is on the rise.
Oh,
That's my number 13.
Yeah, I really like the first Smile too, though. I think some people overlook it has a lot of those same elements. It's like there's PTSD in it. There's like shame. There's a lot of stuff going on. I think people overlook. This is a bigger version of that. It does expand a lot. And the end, which I don't want to give away,
everything out. Yeah.
Yeah, the end is super dark. The more you think about it too, so I really like the end. And I'm excited to see what they do next because you could really expand from that.
Sure.
Number 13 for Annabelle.
I have a bunch of them are kind of in the same place. So this kind of area is going to be a lot of stuff that's about the same for me. I'd say for number 13, probably Odyssey.
Nice.
Which I enjoyed it. I watched it again. I did not like it too much.
Oh.
I just watched it again. I thought, all right, this is creepy. The thing is, this is not like a rocket science kind of film. The thing is creepy. I like the serial killer guy. It was just kind of like it was just an all right movie.
I was gonna put it in my stack here, but I'm glad you mentioned it. So Odyssey, yeah, I really.
Yeah, it made it on my banner graphic. It didn't make my, but I liked it too.
It made my list. Actually, it's number 7 on my list. But I thought it was great. Sorry. Well, I mean,
up away now.
Hold on. Should we just say if it's on our list when someone else mentions it, so we don't sit and have to mention each one because we're going to talk about it again and again?
And then when we get to it, you can just say, I had.
I said it already. But I liked it more the second time I saw it. Actually.
Yeah, definitely.
I liked it more the second time I saw it. It actually went up higher on my list because it was kind of around the same place as yours. But then I was like, you know what? This is a really solid movie, and it kind of the way it unravels. And it's just this kind of quiet dread, and the sister is great, and I don't know, I was in the right mood when I saw it in the theater the first time, and I was in better mood, I guess, when I saw it again, on I think Shudder or something, whatever it was.
Yeah, it's a minor mention. I only saw it once, so I should watch it again, maybe. Yeah, I really liked it the first time, but I wasn't in love with it, so I should check it out again. I think.
Yeah, the disc release has Shudder on the title.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's definitely good though.
Yeah, my number
oddities. Any other oddities in the room?
Oh,
yeah, I bet it's on a lot of people's list, probably.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
My number 12 is a giant spider movie, which I think there's a couple spider movies this year.
Yes, I got a couple on my list.
Sting.
Yes, Sting. Yes.
Sting.
Yeah.
It's just.
All right, I'll just say right now that's also my number 12.
Really? All right. I'm sorry to spoil all Troy's numbers here as we go through, but 12 is Sting. I just thought it was a fun. Giant spider movie,
and it was a puppet.
Yeah, it's not CG. It's an actual big spider, not an actual big spider, but it's a man-made spider, and it grows throughout the movie.
It was a a sneak peek movie. We didn't know what.
We didn't know what it was going to be,
and it was kind of a cool surprise.
Mystery Monday movie.
It was.
And I kept saying, I hope it's Sting, because
we were very happy
because I went to see another one later in the year, and it was one of those movies Todd was talking about. It was an Angel Studios movie,
and I Kevin Sorbo in it or something.
I actually laughed. I was like, "Fuck this," I laughed, but not Sting. I was happy.
I lose calories every time you say Angel Studios.
But no, and another thing about Sting, like another movie I have higher on my list. Very likable characters. Everyone in the movie is like their own character, even small characters, which really makes it. It's fun.
At first I thought the girl was a brat, but then I liked it.
Yeah, but that's fine. Little kids are brats, so that's fine by me.
They are.
And there's a weird neighbor who's probably my favorite character in the movie. He's not in it a lot.
Oh, that guy, yeah.
Yeah, the autistic guy. He's great. Yeah, and then
did he survive? Because I know he was up on the ceiling and he was talking, but then
I don't remember.
I
do know he's on my Facebook. But okay. Because I talked to him for a little bit. I should get him on the show. He's cool.
Oh yeah.
All right, so 12 is Sting. Diablo Joe, what is your number 12?
My number 12 is Azrael,
Nice.
which was, it's once again, we've got Samara Weaving, who I think is becoming like her own little Aussie scream queen. But unlike Ready or Not, she doesn't get to do any of the real screaming in this thing. And it's kind of a theme for a lot of the films on here where you've got people who can't talk. But I love the fact that film with almost no dialogue whatsoever kept me engaged. The action, was interesting enough and tense enough that it just kept going. It kept sucking me in, and I thought that it was really well done.
I don't think I've seen it.
It is.
It's cool.
Not what I expected at all.
It's in theaters here, and I don't have streaming. So
yeah, it played in theaters like kind of a week kind of thing, like just like a week, and then the next week it's at 10:30 at night, one showtime kind of bullshit that they pull off that I hate so much. But it was in my my honorable mention list, and I thought she did a really great job. And it ends
she's really amazing.
Oh, she's so sweet, and it ends very strong. I'll say that.
Yeah.
I thought it was a strong ending.
Yeah. By the way, I see Adam here in the chat, and coming up if you're in the Coolidge area in Burlington, Around the Decay is having 2 midnight screenings coming up.
Yes, awesome.
Nice.
That's fantastic.
Yes.
I'm so glad.
Todd, you're number 12.
Okay, well, little bonus for all those who do want to be horrified. Go back to the 70s and watch the new Zoo review.
All right, you.
Yeah, I know. I had to do it. Okay, so this one
Henrietta
I mentioned.
Hippo. She had to go.
Well, go on YouTube and look up the outtakes because there's a scene between the frog and the owl that's rather obscene. It's pretty. So now I mentioned this one last year because I saw the screener, and but then it turns out it wasn't officially released until January, and it didn't hit theaters in my area, and I think it deserved a lot more. Was Founders Day. This one, people inevitably, and they say it on the commentary, compare it to Scream, but that's bullshit. And honestly, I enjoyed it more than Thanksgiving because Thanksgiving to me was it was star-studded. This one only has the recognizable father from Boy Meets World, but with everybody being actors who you don't really know that well, and also because half the cast is mature. So you got a lot of people who are over 40 in this movie that are focused on instead of just these young, pretty kids.
Yeah.
But Founders Day keeps pulling the rug out from under you. Almost an hour in, you're like, oh, wait, what? No, it's not over yet. And then they just keep screwing with you. And I just think this thing deserved a big theatrical release. And it's kind of gone under the radar, and I want people to know about it.
Yeah, we had the director on the show, and it was weird because I saw posters for it and trailers all the time at my AMC in Boston, but I don't think it ever played there.
And actually, Alok, your film won BR, which I would mention every year because it's that. I'm sorry, I don't have it. Founders Day was released by Dark Sky. Dude, did I hit there? I thought I hit the mute button.
No, we heard.
Yeah. But yeah, this was a Dark Sky release. So.
Oh, cool. Dark Sky puts out a lot of good stuff.
It's so funny. I just thought it was such a rip. I thought it was such a ripoff of Thanksgiving that I never bothered with it. And now that you have spoken so highly of it, I will have to.
It's more of a political kind of thing.
Oh, okay.
Right. It's more political. And commentary on that.
I think part of it is because I didn't know what Founders Day is.
Yeah,
I didn't even really know what the holiday is. You know what I mean?
When people
I thought it was kind of a Thanksgiving thing too. I remember when it was coming out.
When people came to see Thanksgiving at my theater, I would tell them it's not out yet, but you've got to see Founders Day. So I was telling people about it, and I would say it is not Thanksgiving and it is not Scream. I will say one thing: the one policewoman in the show and they mentioned it in the commentary, but I already caught on to it when I did the review for Neil, is that at times she's always sucking on a lollipop. That was her homage to Kojak.
Hell
And
yeah.
then
Yeah.
and then there are times
Shout
when she'll
out to
like,
Sally.
and then she'll come running out of the building after two people and go, one more thing, Columbo.
Ah,
So there's a lot of little nods in there, but it's just it just keeps pulling the rug out from under you, and I loved it.
Yeah, I would say that's it. That would be one that would be in my runner-up.
Cool.
Number 12, Mr. Beheading.
so my number 12 is VHS Beyond, which I will say, I think VHS 1985 was better. I think it's just because VHS 1985, for some reason, when I watched it, it hit me at that right time where it was after I watched it on Thanksgiving. It was after Thanksgiving dinner, and just it hit that right sweet spot of watching it later at night, kind of ending the day with that. And VHS Beyond, I guess, it's also, there was much more memorable stories in 85 that I actually had to go back and look on Wikipedia to remember what exactly happened in VHS Beyond. But I did think it was
Just think
good.
of aliens. You know, just a lot of aliens running around.
That's true, and that's what I found out when I went back and looked at it on Wikipedia. And yeah, there's but I did enjoy the movie, and I was able to pick out some of my favorites from Wikipedia. Namely, I think probably the best one of the bunch was the one about the dog people. For anyone that saw it, there's
I haven't seen it yet, and I actually really like the last few VHS movies, which is weird because usually when you get like this far into sequels, like wow, these aren't too good. But I think they've been pretty good lately.
Oh yeah, and Beyond is still good. It's just
and they're cool because they do get like some interesting directors to make in these later VHS movies, which I think really helps them.
Yeah, the one I just mentioned was directed by Justin Long, actually. So it's,
really?
Yeah, and I mean, there's other good stories in there. Like there's one that opens the film that's comes right after they introduce the framing segment that has to do with a demonic stork. But the other stories are also pretty good. But those are the two that stick out to me the most as the best ones. So no, it's a good one.
Cool.
Very good. I will check that out because I have liked the last few. All right, number 12 for Troy. I think he said it was one someone else.
That one Sting, and all right, I'll give the spoiler. My number 11 was VHS Beyond.
All right, well eventually Troy will get.
I could go get a cup of coffee now, and
I come prepared when we do the show. I have coffee and I have tea. I bring two to drink. All right. So number 12 for Alok.
So, okay, continuing my trend of having some mainstream fare. And there's only a couple in here, so just bear with me. But before we get to the good stuff. But I always kind of put one psychological thriller that I think has a lot of horror elements to it. And I definitely think that Blink Twice was this year's sort of interesting psychological thriller with nice elements of the violence that's actually happening to some of these characters in the background, which is why it made this list. I just think it's so horrific. And actually very well crafted, very well directed. I mean, look, it stars a lot of, like, you know, somewhat A-list people or people you very much know and like or whatever. Yeah, I mean, even like, you know, and people maybe who, you know, are kind of like building a good career now. Simon Rex, I think, has been in a couple of things now where he's been really interesting. I'd like to see him in some more sort of stuff like this. But no, I mean, everyone's good. Channing Tatum is great in the movie, the main lead lady. And also, like I was saying, Zoe Kravitz directed this. And I thought she did a fantastic job as far as it being her first movie. I mean, granted, she was getting her boyfriend at the time to be in it, and you know, half the stuff is casting people, and so she was very easily able to cast the movie with a lot of big name people. But like, really, really well done. It's kind of a mystery that unfolds in a very interesting way. But even watching it multiple times, you can see the little crumbs that they left behind for you to see things later on are really quite skilled. like really quite skillful rather. They do a very good job of actually putting it together in a very believable fashion, and it works. And I think it's on Amazon now. So if you have an Amazon subscription, you can watch it.
I wanted to buy it on Blu-ray, but again, Walmart only carried the DVD.
Wow.
I have to put it on my list to order.
Yeah, I have to admit I've not seen it. So I didn't get the last few months. I didn't get to the movies a lot during the weekend because I was staying home purposely to write Arbor Day, and so I did not see. That was one that I missed, and it was one I wanted to watch before the show, but I forgot. So
it's a great first directorial effort.
Yeah.
It's a really shows some confidence.
Well, I agree.
All right. Well, that's one that I will definitely be checking out. And then I'll go back and I'll say I'm getting rid of some movie and putting this one in. Number 12, Annabelle.
I'll put in A Violent Nature, which I know a lot of people did not enjoy. And that's
you really did not like it.
Very fun. In my opinion, I didn't know what to expect going into it. I sat there and I laughed. Like, if there's gore that makes me laugh, I'm having a good time. And it did. And this wasn't a genius movie. But I
liked it, but it's not on my list. But I did get to see it at the theater.
This is one that
it's got a great weapon too.
Oh yeah.
The new sweet weapon, like a hook and a chain. You know what? It's a simple pleasure.
It's one that I like a lot more. I've seen it 3 times. The first time I saw it, I didn't like it at all. I was like, oh my God, he does this fucking walk. I hate this movie. And then it was either, I don't know if I saw it with you first or with Troy first. Either one, I was like, oh. And then I knew, however it worked, the other person also wanted to see it. It was like, oh God, I gotta go see this friggin' movie again. And so I went to see it, and then I'm sitting there and I'm like, I know that he walks a lot, so I know that's all coming up. And then so I just was watching it, and I actually enjoyed it a lot more because I knew it was happening. I was like, I also kind of see it is funny, not even just the gore, but I think it's kind of funny because it's through the eyes of the killer. So when all the teenagers or young adults are doing whatever, what does the killer do? Oh, he's just walking around in the woods, which is that necessarily exciting? Maybe not, but it kind of made me laugh the second time I watched it. Then I watched it again recently because a friend of mine, a Vagina Wrinkle out there, she's really a big fan of it. That's her given name. And so I watched it again, and I was like, you know what? Every time I watch this, I enjoy it more. So it actually is number 10 on my list.
Very nice.
I got to see it alone in a theater. I wanted to make sure nobody was there to kind of ruin it. And,
I ruined it.
But
I'm
who I heard laughing.
There's people up there like, ugh. Like,
I just wanted a serious. I wanted to experience it seriously, and I mean, even if I was going to laugh or something, I wanted it to be without distraction. So, yeah, I think that's probably why I enjoyed it more because I could focus on it.
Well, the last time I watched it was by myself, so.
I think you watch it by yourself out of shame because this is like the worst. This is literally the worst movie of the year. This is like this year's Skinamarink, and I'm not being kind when I say that. Like Skinamarink's a piece of shit. I'm sorry. Like I love Peter Kowalski, and I'm sorry. I'm never gonna get to Toronto now. But I hated that movie, and I saw it twice. I gave you money twice. You know, so you can't say that I can't say something bad about it now because I saw it the first time and I was like, what did I fucking just watch? The second time I watched it, I'm like. I drank some beers, so I thought I'd be nicer to it. And I was like, this movie about a bunch of guy walking, and there's one good kill when he ties a bird, whatever. Like, that's it. That's the only one. And I was just like, and I don't care about any of these kids. And I was just so upset. Like the second time I saw this movie, I couldn't believe I had seen it twice. But I was like, you know what? I can say anything I want about it now because I've given them money twice in my Regal pass.
If only Skinamarink had just a little bit less A's in it.
I really just, I'm actually with Alok on Skinamarink. I'm 100% with him on Skinamarink. But And I feel bad because one of our regular chatters
Jamie?
is in Skinamarink.
Yeah.
Jamie's the
Oh, yeah.
I'm
He's
sorry.
cool.
I'm sorry.
loved
Your movie was the best sleep aid in the world. I literally started it 4 times, and it put me to sleep. Whatever drugs you want to take, you don't need the drugs. You just need Skinamarink.
That or a Rod Stewart
Need
music.
my hit of Skinamarink.
I can't see these two. I guess if they're on the level of dislike, but they're definitely dissimilar.
Oh,
Skinamarink-
gosh.
No, they're definitely dissimilar, and I could watch this other one more than I could watch Skinamarink ever. But that being said, I don't want to watch either of them ever again. So there's that.
I like
There's
that
also
there's a
stuff I
ranking
like-
here, and Skinamarink is like,
Yeah, I mean, there's a 9th level of hell compared to the 8th level of hell. At least Dante taught us that, and so I would say Skinamarink is 9, and this one is 8.
I
Strong
confess, I
Joe-
bought the steel book of Skinamarink. Oh,
Joe loves it.
I love
I
it.
didn't know
It
it
was
was
great.
number
I mean, it
one
was
that
in my
year.
top 5. I think it was
This is
number
a nightmare.
2.
It's a nightmare in my head.
Last
This is
year-
what. How do I make movies when Skinamarink is like the measure of success of all success, and then like I should
I
just
like the
quit.
movies
I should
a
just
lot.
quit like while I'm ahead. Like let's all go to the World's Fair. Why don't we put that one in too? It's like I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, some Gen Z shit. Like, I don't get. Like tell me what.
Probably didn't like I Saw the TV Glow then, the next one.
I couldn't get through it. You know.
Oh, I see. I was not a big fan of her first movie, but I liked I saw TV Glow a lot. It's actually higher on my list here. But in A Violent Nature, I also like that they go back and forth with like you get a little bit of backstory here and there. That like there's characters that would have been in like a previous like sequel of this movie. So it's almost like you're watching part 5 or 6 of this franchise, but it's the first movie because he's been killed like multiple times by this point. And I don't know, watching it a couple times, I like that. And then when they do follow-ups, they could either do a direct sequel to this, or they could go back and it could be like the part 2 of the story or whatever. So
Well, I'm just
they're 100% doing a sequel to this movie.
oh yeah,
And there's gonna be some point when he comes in the kitchen and makes a sandwich, and then he kills somebody. It's like you got to know what's going on.
I
He's
wanna
hungry.
see
He wants something to
daily
eat.
life.
Like
well,
you know, some
in the-
chips, some. Go ahead. Sorry.
That's a
They-
good way though. In the sequel, if it's a prequel, it's before he's undead. It's kind of like where Jason's a zombie
Jason.
after part 6 on, and people argue with me that Jason's always a zombie, but I say he's not.
I mean,
So-
look,
Maybe
maybe
that.
Where Johnny's
maybe it could-
alive.
maybe it could be like Smile 1 and Smile 2. I hated Smile 1, but I love Smile 2. Maybe this
There
could be
you go.
just the way. Let's
Yeah.
see.
and the
I'm
ranger
prepared to-
did point out, just giving the thing back to him won't make him
Yeah,
go
yeah.
away. So I'm wondering if that doesn't work. There's nothing that can stop him. So we're gonna get Jason versus whatever killer from that
Ronnie.
versus Freddy and going to space and
Johnny.
yeah, Johnny. He'll go to New York. He'll go to space. He'll conquer
Nice.
Leprechaun. I don't know, but
Ready
they'll
for it.
keep it going.
All right, so now we're to 11. By the way, I can see over on this who were given the gifted memberships, and that is let me find them real quick. So when you gift a membership, it randomly goes to someone who listens to the show. So it went to Jimmy the Lip,
Nice.
who I'm not familiar with, and Mint Diggity, who I am friends with. So
Nice. These are some
Say
names.
limp or
I
lip.
like it.
Mint Diggity
No,
and
for the other guy.
Jimmy the Lip.
Lip. Okay.
Yeah, it's like a
Like
it's like a
Jimmy.
mob name, I think. So
Yeah. Although the lisp would work too, or Jimmy the Lisp, anything
Yeah.
like that would work.
So my number 11
Well, that's
is
true.
The Wait by Javier Gutierrez. A lot of great horror movies the last few years are coming from Spanish directors,
Hell yeah.
and a lot of them are very bleak, which I like. I'm a bleak man, so
That's
very
one of my
bleak,
next ones, yeah.
super depressing, but very good, and it looks amazing. Everything about it's a great movie, but it's definitely not a feel-good movie. The Wait, and I think this is a director for people to keep an eye on. I think a lot of stuff's going to come from him. A lot of good stuff.
He got the script into the Academy library, so that's a pretty big deal.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I would
Cool.
definitely check. I don't know where it is at the moment, but seek it out. The Wait.
And a lovely
No.
man.
Yeah, great guy who had him on the show, and that does not influence me, but he was on the show.
So check that interview out.
Yeah, and by the way, earlier Mr. Whedon here, he said, "Sorry, I hated Blink."
Bill.
Ah.
Nice to see you.
Bill.
Cool. Hi,
We
Bill.
love you, Bill.
Yeah, we love Blink.
Yep. All
And by the way, I also I will not put my own anything that I'm involved in on my top 13. I figure that's not very.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right.
One of
I
my
won't put anything you're involved in on my top.
It goes across the board, probably. Number 11 for Diablo.
I for my number 11 is Terrifier 3, a film that I enjoyed. I think it is exactly what you want from a Terrifier film. It is ooey gooey and oh so grotesque, and you could just more. But it wasn't quite as I didn't think as clever or as interesting as 2, which I really of the 3 enjoyed the most. But it really was, it was exactly what I wanted it to be, though. Otherwise,
Yeah. I'm the opposite by most people. I actually think 2 for me is the weakest of the 3 movies. I
Really?
think I thought the third one was actually the best of the 3 movies. I kind of enjoy the first movie the most, but I think 3 is probably the best of the 3. It's much higher on my list, but 3 I thought like it had the best story. There was more of the mythology.
Yeah.
I thought it worked the best as a movie of the 3. I really did, and it still had the wild kills in it.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I just love the little girl.
Yeah.
I just thought she what a great creation for that series.
Yeah. And she's wonderful too. Also
yeah.
for-
Yeah.
no, she's great. What's her name? It's not Smiling Girl, is it?
The little pale girl.
Little
Little
Pale
Pale
Girl.
Girl,
Oh, she's wonderful in 2,
Yep.
without a question.
Yeah.
One and two had just the shock value. Some of those kills were just like so good to the point that like I never like covered my eyes, but I felt myself kind of doing this a little bit the first time I saw 2, and also feeling like if your mother was watching and watched this film, what would she say about you? And I thought about that the first time, and then the second time I was like, this doesn't bother me at all. I don't care.
Well, Troy and I are different.
Each time I watch it.
Yeah, our mom went to see both of them in the theater, so
Yeah.
She wouldn't go for that.
Well, your mom is really special, so
Yeah, she was a nurse in India. She saw a lot of shit. So this like probably would be nothing, but probably would be take her back in some way to some shit she saw in the jungle or whatever. So I'm not making fun. I'm saying she lives in the jungle. She literally she practiced medicine in the jungle. So
I'm hoping in the 4th one they actually
that's
do.
Nothing
story I
scares
would
that
hear.
woman, I bet.
Not on air.
I'd
Wow.
like to see all the characters back for the 4th one because I did like the addition of the woman gets her face ripped off and she's like,
Vicky.
she's back. Yeah.
she's
Well,
great in
David Howard Thornton. I met him at a Halloween party this last year. What a sweet guy. Like so humble, so nice, and just like it's hard to get to him now. Though he's got an agent at WME, so it might be tougher. He's like it's not gonna sign with everybody. That kind of shit going on. But he's actually doing a movie. I don't know if I should talk about it. He's doing something without being the clown. I'll say that. So
Good.
that should be interesting to see.
Good.
Yeah, and I
It'll
saw
be nice to
Lavera.
see him expand because he is so talented.
Sure.
So
I mean, people want to he has a following for sure, and like I'm sure people would love to see him do something besides like not talk and do the
Yeah.
Hong Kong thing.
I've had talked to someone, a mutual friend of ours. I really think, he should, go all out now and try to get like some.
No, I think that's what he's doing.
It's
actually,
insane how it was wild. So we had the when the first one came out, even before it had a big buzz, I really was into it. And so I got Damien, him, and Jenna Cannell on the show. And then, the movie really started to blow up after that. And then the second movie comes out, and, no one thought it would keep playing.
Yeah,
No one even really
ready
thought it would
for
get a
that.
theatrical release, and it was cool it did. and then it kept playing and playing. And this third one's made over $100 million. I mean, it's
God,
like,
it was
Well, they
blockbuster.
didn't make the mistake they did with the second one, where they're like, oh, the Halloween night, it's going to be on Screenbox, and then it's out of the theaters. They could have run that to the theaters another month. Everyone hated that piece of shit. What was it? Halloween Kills so much. They were looking for anything to satisfy them, and like this movie, like was the movie, and it scratched that itch. And if they had just, I mean, look, I think it made like 15 or 20 or whatever, but it could have made another 20 easy if they just hadn't put it on Screenbox. It was just very short-sighted.
This third one, they were smart. They played, and then they re-released it for Christmas. You know.
Yeah. That was smart.
And it's wild to see, like, you know, you go to Walmart and they have like Terrifier stuff at Walmart and Five Below.
Oh yeah, their own section of Terrifier.
Yeah, and it sells out like,
wow.
Don't go into Hot Topic if you don't want to go to the corner of the store that's dedicated to him. You know.
That's not the corner of the Hot Topic. Oh no, I'm thinking of Spencer's. The corner of Spencer's used to have a very.
Oh yeah, Spencer's.
I know. Both of those places are the same place to me.
Hot Topic's got louder music and more piercings on the people who work there.
Probably.
I was lucky though, because it goes for a lot on eBay, but I did find in the wild, as they say, the Art the Clown ornament at Five Below, so I didn't have to pay like $35 for it.
Nice.
I was happy.
In the wild, is that what the cool
That's
kids
what they
call
yeah,
it?
yeah, I found that. I also found the limited edition VHS tape at Walmart in the wild. So
Oh,
Wow.
got that for Christmas actually.
Nice.
Oh,
yeah,
Very
it's a
good.
double
That's
disc
That's
limited.
gorgeous.
it's trying to one up you there, like bam.
Yeah, it was we're probably lucky because I shouldn't say this maybe because people will go check it out,
Yeah.
but there's only one Walmart on the Cape and it's kind of out in the middle of nowhere, and they had all the Terrifier stuff because I guess no one in that area cared at all about weird, crazy horror movies.
Yeah, it's like people that like pictures of lighthouses and so yeah.
All right, Todd, you're number 11.
Yeah, you notice I was very quiet during your.
Pick up the mic, I think.
Oh,
I know.
I'm sorry.
Well, you'll be mad because it's way higher on my list.
I wanted you guys to have your little kiss fest over that. I was going to call it a circle jerk, but
Well,
okay. Anyway,
as someone who's involved in independent horror movies, Terrifier is something that we should be proud of because it. Now, I don't think everyone should try to like make this insane. Like, let's make something even gorier than Terrifier.
It's good that
But
you
it
guys
does
have a
help other
hobby.
movies get released into theaters because they're like, maybe this did really well, maybe this well as well.
I have a question, Alok. As you know, you've been a producer. I know Neil too, but this is like your career. Do you think Substance would have developed the way it has without Terrifier films?
Yes, it's a very different film. Like, I mean, look, it's kind of apples and oranges, if you're being fair. Like, you have sort of something that is like making commentary on an actress's lifespan, let's say, and how the industry is shitty and how we objectify people and everything else. And in 2/3 of that is a great film. And in the last act, either you're with or you're not with. And I feel like I've heard the director just like, I'm going to do what the fuck I want and fuck you. And it was kind of stupid in a way because Universal's like, oh, you do? Well, then go fuck yourself. You know, that was it.
And another person and
no, look. Movie did a good job of like, look, there's sex involved. There's this, that, the other. Who doesn't want to see hot ass Demi Moore, who I saw in person a couple weeks ago at the Landman premiere? She's like so small, like she's like not even there.
Like
so
Frank
you're just
Grillo.
like, what's that? Yeah, I mean, she's hotter than Frank Grillo.
Female friend.
No, but she's gorgeous. I mean, I think her and Jennifer Connelly are vampires. Because like they never really age, and like they come out every couple of years or something to stay relevant. But they might be vampires. No, look. I think that there was two different choices there. Like one, they are going for this thing where like we're going for this like 70s fucked up like this like slaughterhouse, I mean sleepaway camp or whatever kind of shit going on with this movie. We're creating a horror icon who's just going to push the limits, right? That was that. The Substance movie was like, we're making this kind of piece of art, and now I'm going to do where the fuck I want the last act, and it's not even believable. It's not whatever. Either you go with it or you don't, and you
Like
care
half
you
of
don't.
Half
right?
of it was her imagination, though.
Is it though? Because I saw it twice and I didn't feel that way. I was just like
when she showed up at the door and the guy goes, "Oh, we've been waiting for you." Come in."
Yeah.
She was on. To me, I think she was seeing things in her head, all the worship, all the.
I feel like it's kind of like a Black Mirror sci-fi, honestly.
Oh yeah.
In some ways, a lot more than a horror movie.
The final act is actually my favorite part of the movie. It's definitely
very
more
trauma.
But I really,
I like you either go with it or you don't. Like that's the thing.
I heard
because
someone recently have a different take on that final act than I ever heard anyone else, and they said because they were a recovering addict, and they said the end of the movie is the actual monster of addiction taking over you, and I was like, that's an interesting take on the movie.
I thought it was just some sort of like cathartic release or whatever, vengeance upon this industry that's so focused on the looks and blah blah blah. But like, look, your question was, has Terrifier affected that movie? I don't think so. I think they're like, it takes years and years to write movies. Terrifier movies, maybe not so much. They wrote it, pretty much quickly after the second one and got it out there. But I think this woman was probably working on stuff for a long time, wanted to make commentary. Her first film or other film, Revenge, is one of the best movies I've seen since it's like an updated I Spit on Your Grave but smarter. Do you
think people like Demi Moore and all the people that are involved would have been invested in it?
I think that
feels like the horror elements are less risky than they would have been in the past.
I think that there is horror in the movie, despite the subject. But I mean, like in addition to the subject matter. Right, like I think
Anna, but maybe not so much as Terrifier, but the fact that horror movies do better today, I do think has helped.
There's more respect.
I think it was also a very measured decision from Demi to do the thing, because she's like, I'm this sort of bigger actress. I work when I want to work, and then and she's probably saw there's this kind of edgy. It could be a comeback for me, and sure enough, it kind of was. I mean, she won a Golden Globe off of it last weekend.
Besides, like the big MCU movies, which aren't doing as well as they used to, but the horror movies are what people go see.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you this. I'm not trying to put politics into this or anything like that, but I think that a lot of people look at horror as an escape from their normal life, and I think with the sort of political spectrum switching in this country, I think horror movies are going to do quite well. I think we're going to be turning to them more than ever.
Yeah, and you can also talk about political stuff without being overt about it. In sci-fi and horror.
Well,
sometimes you can go overboard, but
Emmy said she saw the script. Her agent handed her the script. She said she thought it was so twisted she had to do it.
Nice.
Yeah.
And would she have taken that risk if Terrifier 3 didn't make millions of dollars?
Oh, yeah.
It's not like they're the same. They're clearly not. The Substance is an artistic vision. It's.
Well, I think if you're a big star like that, you take a look at who's the director. Oh, she did that Revenge movie? Holy fuck, yeah, I want to work with that girl. She's fucking cool already with me. So I think there's a lot of things that go into it. I think this was just completely different kind of thing, compared to Terrifier, which I think is more sort of, sadly, run-of-the-mill. This is more artistic, and this is a whole different thing. So I think that it operated in its own vacuum, I want to say.
I do think, though, I'm not saying they just say, oh, Terrifier, but I do think Terrifiers help more graphic movies come out. But I think Terrifiers help more of independent horror movies get a chance theatrically, very low budget horror movies. But I do think the rise of horror movies themselves. Yeah, but I do think the rise of horror movies themselves is why a lot of those people got involved in the Substance.
I think more than anything else, Terrifier is bringing back the R-rated or the unrated.
Or unrated, yeah.
Rather than the PG.
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah, and honestly, the It movies did so well. I think they were at the time the most profitable R-rated movie or whatever. So
Yeah.
it just, if an R-rated movie starts to do, or anything does well, people are like, oh well, that does well. Let's do that too.
Well,
Trying
let's
to read
just give.
Todd's the spine of whatever Todd has there.
Yeah. Now, I apologize. Every time I touch the mic, you hear a little noise. I apologize, but I'll just say, let's give Terrifier a big cookie and it can calm down. So, no, I'll say my 2 cents on that. For me, I only got the first Terrifier because I collect the Dread Central Blu-ray series, and that was number 2 in their series. And I just thought, like the others, it's wash, rinse, repeat. I know some people don't care about a story or, excuse the pun, substance to it. But for me, I got bored. I don't care how graphic they tried to push it. I got bored. And the second one at 2.5 hours was too much for me. I got bored. And honestly, I have not bothered with part 3 because I did not like either of the other 2 films that much. So that's
First
me.
one is so different.
I'm the black sheep of the group on this one. I know. But
you definitely can't look at Terrifier 3. Terrifier 1 is like a totally different
I know,
movie.
but it's more of him going, oh, who, me? And then I'm
Jamie Hill.
I'm tired of it.
Jamie Hill of Skinamarink in the house.
Jamie!
I don't want to be mean, but I think it's a really silly take. Is Terrifier franchise really horror or camp? I mean, why is it
doesn't
really
matter.
one or the other? Like,
Yeah.
To me, it's
you
more
can
for
have a
gore's sake.
campy horror movie.
I mean, I like a movie with gore. I love the original Dawn of the Dead and stuff like that. But I kind of want a little more story and substance instead of just sitting back and giggling.
Well, for me, that's what I kind of like about horror, though. It's like depends what kind of mood I'm in. I do like just something graphic and crazy or something more thought provoking. All depends.
Yep.
I mean, thought provoking like Psycho 8 2.
There you go.
Oh, yes.
I had to
Very
throw that in there because
thought-provoking.
Bill. Okay, so before
I thought that was your number 11.
no, I love it, but I only allowed myself one movie that I am actually a part of to be on my list because I had to. But for Terrible Troy, we were discussing this last time, and I wish that special effects guy was on tonight because remember I talked about Dusty's Trail.
Oh yeah, yes indeed.
Bob Denver and Forrest Tucker. Apparently, this set it says the almost complete first season. There's only 17, but on a I Love Classic Movies or something website, they offer a DVD-R of all 21 episodes. I'm going to have to order that. But this is basically Gilligan's Island and F Troop meets Miracle Workers. If you ever anyone
That's
is
tremendous.
curious.
Is this your number? Is this your number 11?
No, because it's not new. I
What
just
is
have
that?
to slip
What
in
is that?
shit.
Now,
Alok,
if you pull out the
me.
gophers on that one, I'll be
You know me.
even
I'm going to
happier.
throw in as much crap as I can within it. So this one is from 2022, but officially did not get any exposure until this year, 2024. And Neil was talking about Spanish films that are grim and yet you're so rewarded. The Coffee Table.
Yeah.
Super cool movie.
I tell people when I recommend it to people where customers, I go, you want a great Spanish language film? I tell them just sit there for 20 minutes. Do not watch the trailer. Do not read about this movie. Just go in, and after some 20 minutes of banter, something will happen that will hold you hostage for the rest of this movie. And because you want to turn away, but you can't because you want to know what happens. And in a way, it's kind of a farce, the whole movie.
I think Joe reviewed this on our website, didn't you, Joe?
No, I didn't. I didn't get the screener on that, and I tried to watch it on streaming, and every time I bring it up, it just comes up as a black screen.
Oh.
And sometimes.
All right, someone reviewed it on our site.
Well,
I forget who it was.
Can I say it was higher up for me? Like, it really was much higher for me as far as things are concerned. Sorry.
This is Vinegar Syndrome's slipcover, which I'm sorry, Vinegar kind of like okay on this one. Big deal. It's not as
Yeah, that's not one of their better ones.
No, it's not. It's like for instance, I'll throw in their cinematography label of Little Darlings, the artwork, apparently they didn't get the rights for the likeness of Tatum O'Neal and Christy McNichol. So on their images on the cover, there's like mustard or ketchup splattered across their face. It looks very lurid and suggestive, and it's terrible. But yeah, I love Vinegar Syndrome, but this was just not. Would not want me to be excited.
No, they kind of mailed it in on that one.
Who are we even on right now? I don't even know what's going on anymore.
Not the coffee table.
Coffee table number 11.
And I wanted to slip in there just see. I wanted to note Jamie's little comment down there about Skinamarink in Japan. I can't believe Japan usually gets things first. I was really surprised.
Yeah, very cool. In February, that's my birthday month, as the kids say.
No, but yeah, that's my number. Whatever. Like
Number 11.
Minor in no particular number.
All right. And Puppy Sloot is here, who she was on the show a couple weeks ago with me.
Yeah.
Love Puppy Sloot here, Tara from New Village Video.
Wish I was there.
I didn't realize it was Puppy's Loot. I thought, what's a
I know. I'm
I like
stupid.
saying flute though.
Yeah.
I like to be stupid.
What?
Good thing, because I am. All right. Number 11 for Justin.
So number 11 has been mentioned already, and I'm kind of with Annabelle on this. Oddity. I did like the movie, but I wouldn't say that I mean, that's why it's number 11. That's why it's so low on the list, because I did like it quite a bit, but I feel like there's something holding me back from absolutely loving it.
Yeah.
But I do overall like most of the concept, the idea of this blind person going after the people that killed her sister. That's a pretty cool concept.
Mm-hmm.
But otherwise, I don't know. There's just something about it. And it was probably the hype. I feel like there was a lot of early hype with this one that I was hearing.
Yeah, you're right.
That kind of got me expecting a much better movie than what I got. But I still got a pretty solid, good movie, though.
Yeah, we saw it at was it Alamo Draft House? Showed it?
I don't know.
I think that might have been stop motion. Stop
And
motion.
then it got expensive.
I always forget to check there because they were showing a lot of stuff that they weren't showing at AMC there for a while.
Like the fact that they have a full menu and stuff too.
Oh yeah,
That's
it's
pretty wild.
Yeah, it is a great. If you ever can go to a festival at one, it is really nice. Like if you go to a festival, it's like several days. Because a lot of times you're in the theater for like all day long, so you could, you can get. So, for example, when we went to Genre Blast, I'd get a coffee, and it's never ending. So I'd get a coffee early in the morning, and I could drink coffee all day. And then
That is the way.
yeah, and real butter on the popcorn.
Oh, that's a bonus too.
Yeah, and much cheaper.
I like
actually,
the
in
yellow
Virginia.
goo that passes for butter, but when you can get real butter, get real butter.
Nowadays, theaters are switching from butter to some kind of oil.
Yeah, it's what Troy just said. Yeah.
Yeah, when they get that big ooey gooey yellow stuff, and it's not even like a yellow found in nature.
Yeah,
Not good. I mean, I'll still eat it by the pound.
So what's your 11, Troy?
Oh, I'm
Is
going to share this. I have seen people walk up to the condiment counter butter machine, put whatever that crap is in a cup. Drink.
Oh,
What?
Yes. There you go. Worse than scarier than terrifying.
yeah.
I'm going to share this. I have to. I saw a guy nicely dressed. He looked like he had a fabulous career. He walked up to the condiments counter with a hot dog and put the hot dog under the butter machine.
Probably a big fan of the Greasy Strangler.
Yeah, that's probably true. That was Michael St. Michael's that did that.
Exactly.
If
He was
did
very
that,
mad
I
at
would
me
be
today for some reason. I can't get an answer. I don't know.
What did you ask him?
I posted. I'm going to be on a podcast, and he was all mad about it. I don't know if he does not like the host or what. He's not a fan of Reverend
He
Bob
thinks
Levy.
you're abandoning
Oh.
your head.
No.
I saw that post. It was controversial.
Yeah. Do you know Bob Levy?
No.
He used to be on Howard Stern's show.
Oh, well, then I'm not. I'm sorry. Howard Stern.
after what
Yeah,
he
he's-
did
he's-
with what he did with Fran Drescher.
Oh, I mean, he wasn't like part of the show. He just used to be on.
I
He was
know,
like a
but
recurring guy on the
There's
show.
like, I guess, a 6 degrees of separation.
But I'll be on there promoting Arbor Day and Our Man
Nice.
Fun.
Well, that's
All
Very
okay.
good.
Yes. Terrible Troy.
I was number 11.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, my number 11 is VHS Beyond, and I agree with Justin. I think the best one is the dog one, the one with the dog sitters or whatever they called it. But a lot of alien stuff in that one. Like they probably, although some of the stuff was kind of cool. If you ever wanted to see what would happen if you were skydiving during an alien invasion, there's a great part
Right.
for that. Nothing really to add to it. Just I really liked it.
No, I need to check that out. I'm sorry, I've not seen it. You're number 11, Alok.
All right, my last of my mainstream like films, but it didn't start out mainstream. This trilogy. Maxine is my number 11. Good friend Peter Polk, who has produced all of Ty West's movies, is also a producer on that. Also, he's a exec producer on 1BR. But outside of those connections, I still like the movie very much. I would say in the order now, I'd put Pearl first, Maxine second, and then X third. As far as the films that I've enjoyed from that trilogy, it's pretty much what's in the trailer, and then some twists and turns that you would expect from this kind of movie. It really gets sort of the grimy '80s right,
Yeah.
and sort of the adult sort of scene as I would imagine it to have been. I was a child in that time, but I grew up in the '80s, and I stuck my share of porn wherever we could, and it's what it reminded me of. It's just such a thing. So yeah, really well done. And look, I mean, it was so good that I Universal picked it up and gave it a much sort of wider release. I think it helped. And it came out during the summer. They had like high hopes, and it made some money.
Yeah.
Like I think July 4th weekend, so they put their cards on the table for horror. And
Yeah, I remember
I think
seeing
horror,
they were really decked out the theaters. I think they even had it on the escalator, like I don't know what you call
they
that.
had a premiere at the Chinese for it and stuff, big premiere, and so it did well. I think it did well like worldwide, and I think that they're talking about a fourth one. So I'm curious to see where it goes. I like this sort of new franchise.
I personally actually was my favorite of the trilogy, and I do think some people, and I hate it when people say this, like, "Oh, you didn't get it," or whatever. But I do think some people didn't get a lot of the movie because, for instance, there's a real life serial killer involvement in the movie, but it's really nothing to do with that. It's more of the idea of being famous for doing something, terrible. It's not supposed to be about that serial killer. And I didn't think
I'm a star.
Yeah, some people were
Yeah.
mad like that's the serial killer wasn't a bigger part of the movie or something, but it really wasn't like the plot of the movie.
And he
But
also
yeah,
has
I thought it was, and as you said, gritty. I always like gritty movies in the '80s, and when they do nostalgic '80s movies and they're all like big hair and all whatever. But I like Vice Squad, just like this
Yeah.
gritty. That's what I think of an '80s movie.
I was
Well,
happy
and it
about
didn't
Maxine.
feel like that.
I will say, I mean, I thought it was okay. Any movie that uses a Frankie Goes to Hollywood song, I'm going to
Nice.
like a little more. But I was really surprised, but kind of pleased that it had some restraint. It wasn't tits every 5 minutes.
Right.
There was I don't think there was any nudity as far as I remember. And I was really surprised. But see, that's why I thought it was cool that they could make a movie like that without having to resort to distracting you with, as Alok would say, tatas every every few minutes.
Bodacious. Sydney Sweeney
bodacious
esque
tatas.
tatas. No, but it's a thing where you're right. There is some restraint as far as like the nudity and what you could have, and it's also like a little giallo thrown in for good measure, and So I thought it was a good mainstream horror movie. So that's my thoughts.
I have to revisit those movies at some time because
Yeah, Troy tried to watch it, couldn't watch the movie, but he watched them out of order. It's like he was trying to watch them in the chronological order of the story, But I was like, that really doesn't work, honestly.
So I
You'd have to
started
watch
with
it
the
real quick.
second one,
Yeah.
and I absolutely hated it. I turned it off about an hour in. Like, could not stand it.
Once you see if you see the first one and then watch Pearl, it works because you've got
It justifies a lot of
of
things.
what this
Yeah.
character is about, and then you can watch. You know, you really have to have had your teeth into that character. You know, in their mental state in the first film to really get what you're watching there. You know, it's
I'll
an
give it a
origin
shot.
story.
I'll give him a shot. It might end up being. This might be like Todd's Terrifier. I might just hate him. In
Yeah,
general.
no,
I don't know.
that's totally fine. Yeah, Michael actually says that was his number one is Maxine. And Neil Martin, not Neil Jones, says Mia Goth is superb. Number
But I hear
11
she's
for
difficult.
Annabelle. Yes, I've heard that. Number 11 for Annabelle.
Let's see. What have I got over here? Let's go with Smile 2. Smile 2, we've already talked about it. Great, fun, different than the first one. Packed a punch.
Yeah, and cool effects, and the people who make the effects are really cool folks who come on the show a lot.
Huge step up from Smile 1.
I'm definitely going to have to check that out because I really dislike the first film.
I
That's
stand
me.
by the first
Yeah.
movie.
I like them both.
My number 10 is one that was mentioned, and Alok, turn your mic headphones off for a second. In a Violent Nature.
Oh, burning ears. How could you? How could you?
Number 10 for Diablo Joe.
This was one that surprised me. I really was prepared to dislike it because I liked the original version so much, and that is Speak No Evil, and it's all down to James McAvoy's performance. He is terrifying. He's built on that aggressive madness that he showed in Atomic Blonde. Where as the spy in there, he's scary when he wants to be.
He can still be sexy when he's scared.
I was very surprised and very pleased with the way that they made it their own film. In a lot of ways, and I just thought it still worked.
No. I've not seen it. I have to admit, I saw the trailer probably 8,000 times. I think.
Oh God, yeah.
But I think it came out during that period that I wasn't going to movies. But I know it's streaming now. That's one I should have checked out before doing the show.
And Mackenzie Davis is great in it.
All right. Number 10 for Todd.
Okay.
A good pick. I'm glad that it made the list.
You were speaking of Gialli earlier, and mine is a reissue, but it's one of my favorite Gialli because it's just got the kitchen sink, everything in the kitchen sink. The original Italian title is Why Are Those Strange Drops of Blood on Jennifer's Body? But here it's Case of the Bloody Iris. Celluloid Dreams, an up-and-coming company. Their next release is Short Night of Glass Dolls. That's up for pre-order. There's the slipcover. And here is the mouse pad. Yeah. And it came with, instead of tiny lobby cards inserted in the case, you got 6 giant lobby cards.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
This was it's an amazing release. It's on some lists for best releases of the year. But if you want a giallo that's just everybody's a suspect, there's some luridness to it. Yes, there's nudity, female nudity, basically. And but Case of the Bloody Iris, or Why Are Those Strange Drops of Blood on Jennifer's Body? which I like that title better.
Great Edward Fenwick flick.
But it's definitely, if you love Gialli and you have not seen this one, you have to. I still say that Don't Torture a Duckling is the best one. My second favorite is Spasmo, and but this one is definitely in there, and I'm so happy that they gave this one the respect it deserves.
All right, excellent choice.
That's me, and
you're sticking to it. Puppy Salute. I got to put it out there before I forget. My favorite horror film of 2024 was Odyssey. All right, that's been mentioned a couple times. Puppy Salute,
and it might be again.
Yes, and you can see Puppy Salute in the upcoming Arbor Day. Justin.
So my number 10 has been mentioned, but it hasn't made anyone's list. I saw it the weekend before Easter. I saw it on a Sunday because what better time to watch a movie like this than the Lord's Day, Immaculate. And I really enjoyed it.
Too.
Yeah, I love exploitation movies. This is basically a modern exploitation film with some nods to Gialli. There's even, of all things, a reference to a German horror film, Mark the Devil, which got threw me off for a second there. But no, I loved it. And the thing I loved even more about the movie was the ad campaign and just like all the different ads that you would see all throughout social media, and Sydney Sweeney taking like the film to priests to watch and stuff like that. Which I gotta say, Sydney Sweeney in this movie, she knocked it out of the park. I think it was my first time seeing anything she's done acting wise, and she fucking went for it. Like I've seen clips of her on Euphoria where she's just screaming at the top of her lungs, and this was that and more. I felt like, especially that fucking ending. Like it's a final moment that I'm not going to forget for a while. So Immaculate. I love that movie. It was great.
You know, recently a reporter asked Sydney Sweeney, would she continue to do nudity? To which she replied, yes, of course, if the role calls for it. And this is why. This is why she's a goddamn national treasure.
Amen to that.
I always say the same thing.
And why Alok has the restraining order against him.
That could be. Hey, I went and saw what is it? The romantic comedy she was in. I went and saw it. She got me. That Regal pass. It's gonna be my undoing. But
Alok's future ex-wife.
Alok so easy.
Oh, there's always room for a third future ex-Miss Mishra. Why can't there be three?
Michael, tomorrow is Svanetch Friday in Giallo January, so perfect to watch.
Oh, I won't show all of it, but speaking of that woman. There she is.
Oh, I have that same magazine, actually.
Yeah, actually, I have two of them. The person who sent me the covers, the extra stuff for Case of the Bloody Iris included this with it. So
I got that with my Blu-ray of Strange Vice of Mrs. Ward.
That's what this is. This is the photo book of that movie. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Troy, you're number 10.
My number 10 has been mentioned, and another time for Alok to not listen, because it is in a violent nature.
How so many smart people can enjoy a guy walking around the forest and some unmemorable fucking kids, like none of which have any, like, oh, they're so good, I want that guy to die. There's not even that. Like, it's just like,
that was one of the things that I loved, was the fact that you didn't have to listen to any inane conversation.
Why do we need any of the elements of the films that we love and enjoy to be in them? Like, I don't want that kid to die. I don't care about that. I don't give a shit. This guy's walking around in overalls in a fucking forest for fucking 40 fucking minutes, and I can't even, like, I mean, I would have got a beer hoping it would be open, but he's still walking in the fucking forest. Like, this is what I paid money twice? Okay, I'm not going to get that anymore.
Okay, here's what we need to
Home
do.
Alone. Did you
We
What's
need to make a 90-minute film of Sydney Sweeney walking around in the woods topless, and I think a lot
Sure, blockbuster, biggest movie of the year. Like,
A local will produce.
I will produce it. I will be on set. I will be on the closed set to make sure everything's on the up and up. Really, like,
So she's out
I'm
there listening to the show.
oh my God, she's
Hey,
already in
producer,
love.
get
Like,
it
this is
going.
this is like a Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce kind of thing going on with that. Don't put us in the same room.
This is your
It'll
love
be
letter.
electric.
I know.
Alok's passionate hatred for this movie is making me want to join the club and watch it.
Go watch it. Just go watch it. You'll see what I'm talking about. The Emperor has no clothes. The Emperor has no clothes. Like, come on now.
Look, I will. Spoiler alert for my list. In a Violent Nature is nowhere to be found on it.
Oh, bless you.
So in New York,
Bless you. So there's one person amongst the rest of you who are just mad and just
I
hasn't seen it all.
have the 2-disc Blu-ray, I'll admit, but it's
But
not
you buy
one of my-
you buy everything though, so I'm not really taking that as that you loved it.
Yeah,
You know.
you're right. You're
All right,
right.
good.
Black hole.
I mean, you don't like Terrifier 3 and you love this piece, and okay, whatever.
Oh, I don't
All right.
love it,
Good
but
question.
I have it. You know.
All right,
Just
you
think-
have that. You have everything. So again, it's not saying much. It's like,
I know,
Yeah.
that's true.
So what's your
I'm not-
number 10, Alok?
my number 10 is "You'll Never Find Me," Australian film
That's
on
good.
Shudder. I always like to include at least one. This year I have a couple of. They're in a closed sort of environment. They basically, these guys were straight out of film school. It's a writing duo. I think it's a girl and a guy, Indiana or something. I think was a girl's name, but she wrote the thing. And basically and this is a great example for young filmmakers. They basically said, look, we're going to try to design something around whatever we have, right? And they had access to like a trailer. So they were like, okay, we're going to start it off here. Then they discovered they needed to actually make, they actually decided to recreate the thing with a set because they kind of realized they could get away with more camera shots. And so that was the most expensive thing they did was actually recreate a trailer. But it's a fantastic movie, very limited sort of locations. It's a real, it's a creeping dread that occurs in this movie. I think it's better to go in knowing as little as possible and just going to see it like even without seeing a trailer. And I think you'll find it's very effective. It's a first time sort of like narrative feature for these two. So there's there's a couple different endings that could be, and that may be the only sort of like weakness of it is that maybe there's multiple endings, but and it's a little longer than it maybe should be, but it's on Shudder. It is 100% worth your time, especially I run into some people who are filmmakers that want to make like their first movie. Watch this film. This is a great how-to. Like spend I'm sure they got some money. It's Australian, so they got some money from the government. So it's like they're spending 300. No, they spend like 150 maybe. Australia.
It works like a play too, and
Kinda.
It reminds me of other 2-person movies. Like there was one, I wish I could remember it right now, but it was a guy in a cabin in the woods, and a girl shows up. So it was similar, and then also Malcolm McDowell's the film he was in called The Caller. And when they can take a 2-person movie basically and work it out to a feature length, and you're still interested, that's an accomplishment.
Oh, and this like first time like they did shorts obviously, but this is the first thing these kids did out of film school. And actually, I want to say I think they're represented by 360, and they just got something really big, like a famous book that they're redoing and going to direct in this and that. And it looks like it could be $30 million, kind of like big. So these guys have definitely taken a leap from doing that very small movie that's probably like 300,000 Australian, if it's that, to doing something much larger. And hopefully, I'm curious to see if they can pull that off. But this was great. This is great for what it is. And again, on Shudder. How many of these movies are you going to see on Shudder tonight? I promise to God. You should, you're doing a fucking commercial for them over here. They should fucking sponsor this fucking thing. So anyway, that's my number 10.
Annabelle, number 10.
Oh, geez, what do I got over here? Well, I'll just go slap Terrifier 3 in this spot. It's in there. It was fun. We kind of already been through it. The reformation of the little pale girl, the idea of that being some kind of
like a demonic
whatever demon that kind of is flowing between what it has the opportunity to hit in. It was gross.
Yeah.
Different. It was very different. The having art is almost like equal. It was very, very different. So I'm curious to see where that's going to go with this. Demon,
Yeah, I am too. It's
female.
I assume
presenting.
we're actually going to see some art in actual hell, maybe even his demonic form. I don't know. I'm interested.
I do not want to go to hell.
I didn't mean let's go to hell. I meant in the movie.
Let's go to hell.
No, I
Come
mean
on,
like
kid.
I would be afraid of how that would be depicted.
Oh yeah, I
could
agree.
be-
But there's a really cool scene though, and it's real brief of when they're showing the weapon being made.
Yeah.
Oh
And
yeah.
I was like that. It was just enough to make me really want to see more of that. So, maybe if you go into like something like that, I don't know. I'm interested though.
Could happen.
I feel they could make a movie of Art brushing his teeth for an hour and a half, and people are gonna go rush. I know. I had
You
to throw
need to
that
see
in.
it. You can't honestly. You
No,
can't
I saw 1 and 2, and that was.
They're not the same. It's evolved. The first
It's
one is so
wash, rinse, repeat, as I said.
That's
all I'll
Yeah,
say.
but honestly, aren't all slasher movies that though? I mean, it's a guy going around.
I mean,
killing
I'm
people.
talking
Do they
about-
really have like? Most of the slasher movies have like they're not like Citizen Kane level.
No, but like I said, I want a little bit more than just to me what they did in all these movies is okay, we got this amount of money, so let's do all these wonderful kills. Oh,
very
we got to
low
write a
budget
You just have to
story.
ignore Todd because he flat out refuses to watch a movie that he's saying so much about. Or someone in the chat is saying 3.
He wants a Crispin Glover level of performance from some of his like actors in these particular kinds of films.
Have you heard him sing "These Boots Are Made for Walking"?
I can imagine it's
That is
amazing.
amazing.
But I'm saying, like
How-
I think that's what I feel like Todd is trying to communicate, that he wants some sort of higher level of performance from like these things that maybe very formulaic on the surface, but yet they have certain little bits of charm baked into them. I feel like that's maybe what he's saying.
Honestly, what I loved about the first Terrifier movie was just like, all right, let's not pretend that anyone's watching these movies because there's some great story or nothing. Maybe you want to see some fun kills. That's what we're going to give you. There's not going to be any backstory. He's just going to he's a killer. There's going to be cool kills because that's what you want to see. And I appreciated that from the first Terrifier. And there is something about Art the Clown that resonates with people, because you can have all these cool kills and that'll attract a certain amount of people. But there has to be something about Art that has got people so into these movies outside of just the gore. Now, obviously, the gore.
I think people are ready for a new boogeyman.
Yeah,
like, you know what I mean? Like they're tired of the old ones. They're not bringing the old ones back hardly at all. And when they do, it's like dog shit, like Halloween Kills, right? Like so why not?
Yeah.
Why not go with something new?
This really
and I
is
think
like
that's
the
what it
first.
is.
This is the first, new like horror
icon.
Yeah, in a long time. Since maybe you could put like Jigsaw in there or something, but
sure.
And
Even
Ghostface,
that's
but even
been a
that's
while,
20 years
yeah.
ago. Yeah, over 20 years ago.
I'll tell you what. I'll let you all have Art if you still love me.
No,
We
we
always
still
love
love
you, you know that.
I just love the cheesecake. I just love the cheesecake.
Oh, let's get here, Alok. Here's some cheesecake.
All right.
No.
Sweet.
And then after the next movie too, maybe Johnny from In a Violent Nature will join Art in these horror icons.
The throwdown.
Please.
Oh
All right, so number 9 on my list. I know a lot of people will not be happy that it's on my list, and Michael in the chat will not be appreciative. But I loved it. I don't care what anyone says. Alien Romulus. I thought it was great.
That was on my list for a little while, actually.
Yeah, I thought it's probably my favorite Alien movie since Alien 2, probably Aliens.
But didn't you think
I
the
like
aliens
Alien
kind of?
No, I
about
love
too
the
quickly?
ending. Some people
No,
attack
not
the ending.
Not
The
the
big-
ending. I'm talking
wanna-
about how quickly they developed. You know,
I
like
mean, but that is part of That's always been an Alien. I mean,
I've never seen it happen
Aliens,
that
the original
fast.
movie pops out of the guy's chest, and then he
Yeah,
grows.
it's not even
big.
24 hours later, and it's
Yeah.
a full-size alien.
Giant sized.
Yeah, but that's in the original Alien movie too. He just grows up. He just boom.
Well, yeah.
That's the whole point, though. They're trying to make a perfect species, so they're taking stuff from the alien and humans, and so part of that was it's going to grow really fast and have and plus the blood actually comes into play in this movie. A lot of the Alien movies they kind of forget
they
that
forget that.
acid blood.
Did you guys hear the
just
story
make it
that
work.
did you hear the story that Fede Alvarez hadn't seen like Alien Resurrection when he wrote and shot the ending to this movie?
Oh, really?
And then his like son or somebody came up to him like, hey, this ending's a lot like Alien Resurrection when they make the human hybrid, what a hybrid or whatever. And he was like, fuck. And that's what it was. And that's what it was. And you're like, all right, how would you not watch any of the films? All of the films, at least. Like that's your job. Like,
Yeah, you
you
would
know what I
think.
mean? But I guess that's what I heard. And it kind of makes sense because I was like, how did we get here? Like, there are a lot of good things about Alien Romulus. I mean, it's like, we want to see that fucking gun from Aliens used again. We can see it used in sort of arty fashion where it's, shooting all over the place. And the floating scene's kind of interesting. And, it has some decent characters. Everyone just seems to get killed off real fast is my thing for that one. But
yeah. All right. Now, I actually am someone who does like Alien 3. But I could never in my life say it's way better than Alien or Aliens.
Nothing's better than Alien.
That's going a little too
Nothing's better than the
far.
first one.
no.
I'm so curious about the justification. Not to be rude, but the justification. Like, what is the reasoning behind that opinion? I just don't. I hated it though when I was a kid. I've grown to feel
Alien 3.
When you learn everything that was like the problem with Alien 3, like first off, like they were gonna make it on a wood planet or something. Like that was the original idea. And then like the director got upset and he left, and then David Fincher got brought on with like a month and a half or 2 months like of just that's all he got to get it ready and for his like first feature. And you're just lucky it turns out even half as good as it is. It's not a great film by any stretch of the imagination.
No, I like it. I think.
Red
look, you might. Yeah, he's great. But you might like the dog alien. You might not like the dog alien. But there's a dog alien in it, right?
I
So
like your director's cut with the yak instead.
Yeah, the assembly cut is better.
Yes.
well, my point is that he didn't have a lot of time, and so we're actually
I'm
like.
sorry. He was saying Terrifier 3 is better. I agree.
Oh, okay.
I think Alien. I think Terrifier 3 is the best of the.
It's
of
by
them.
far.
Yeah.
In my opinion. Interesting about the insights.
Thank you. I apologize for thinking you
Yeah.
thought it was better.
He did write Alien 3. It was just a mistake.
Oh, I see.
Accidents happen to us
All
all.
right. Oh no, he was saying that he was he did mean Terrifier 3, I see that. And then he was saying that Alien 3 is the best since the original. So he does think that Alien 3 is better than Aliens. Which I'm
Well, you're out of. You're taking crazy pills. Like, Aliens is like one of the best movies like ever made. Period. And it's also probably like tied with Alien for the best in the
Really?
franchise. Like if
I
not better.
I think Alien's so far above
I
everything
like
else.
Aliens a lot.
It's a different movie. I mean, let's put it that way. It's a different movie.
It's really an action movie, and Alien is really a horror movie.
Yeah.
And I'm not someone who likes to argue over what genre is, but Aliens is definitely more action-packed, and Alien is much more of a traditional
like
horror
I'm on
movie.
it.
And again, the
Yeah.
director's cut
Yeah.
on Aliens, the director's cut.
I think maybe what is meant here is that, maybe I do like 3 over Aliens. Okay, I'm just done. I was trying to be like, psychotronic cinema actually means 3 out of all of the total movies after 1 and 2. But yeah.
Hey,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
what makes the world go
We
round.
all
Everyone-
have different
Yeah.
things, indeed.
I
So-
think because I think Alien vs Predator Redux is the best of the whole franchise.
Well, that's
No,
a
no, I'm just
given.
kidding.
That's a
But
given.
Diablo Joe, your number. Where were we? Number
Number
9.
we're at number 9. Number 9. I was surprised that I liked this film as much as I did, and a lot of it has to do with, even though the performances are what everybody talks about, is the intelligence of the script and some of the thoughts in it. And that's Heretic.
Mhm.
I loved it too. It's
I
actually-
I absolutely love the philosophy that he
I
you know, his,
agree.
what he
100%.
goes over with religion, his philosophy. I'm not when I say I love his philosophy, I found it fascinating.
You're like, I follow him now.
Yeah, I loved his philosophy. So none of you guys are going to hang out with me, obviously. And then when he got into the music, talking about the variations, it was really smart, clever writing, and then combine that with those 3 actors just killing it.
Yeah, I agree 100%. It's
Yeah.
a lot higher on my list. I thought it was just
It's higher. It's higher on my
movie.
list too.
Yeah.
I think we all enjoy watching Hugh Grant be a bastard, but he's such a charismatic bastard.
Yeah.
Right? Like so.
Which is actually,
Dragons? Oh my god!
yeah,
He's the best.
which is really important for Heretic though, that he has to be like charismatic, or else like those girls even going in the house is like, why are they doing that? But he is like this very likable, charismatic guy, so you can believe them doing that.
And you believe it almost every kind of step of the way, because there's like all these different like forks in the road where it could be this or that, but yet it's sort of pitch perfect the way he plays it, and just their sort of cat and mouse game is really, I think it's one of the more well written scripts this year. Actually, just the way it
Very
unfolds,
smart.
if you really
It's very
analyze
smart.
it and stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's
You know
higher
what's
for me.
interesting that I found out, both of the 2 female actors, the female leads, were both raised in the Mormon Church.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Well, maybe
Yeah,
it was
I thought
really
that was
it really
great.
spoke to them.
Yeah.
Hugh Grant is a baddie. Always a good time. I agree.
Mhm.
Older Hugh
nothing
Grant
is
is
better
just
than
a force of nature. I think
Nasty
you
one, I
added
like
an
this guy.
S by accident then.
All right, excellent choice, Diablo.
Oh,
No.
it's me now? Oh,
Yeah,
You, Todd,
I'm just enjoying everything and I forget. So this is what I was looking for last time. This is for fun.
Ooh.
I was talking about my Planet of the Apes color form set from 1967.
Oh, Craig would be so happy right now.
$1.49 was the price back then.
man.
And
nice.
I was 4 years old when that came out. So, but this is the inside. You
Color
get
form,
this
stick like
setup and-
magic.
Whoa!
And and you get all the little pieces. And what's funny is, for a kid's toy, there's like guns, rifles,
Oh yeah.
oh yeah,
Hell yeah.
everything.
Oh, I mean,
So-
that's pretty
But
routine.
$1.49.
It's a
So,
different time and place.
yeah, I'm
You,
gonna.
you get those for your daughter today, Alok.
now we're all about the real guns.
I mean, I'd
That's
have
pretty
it.
cool, honestly. She looks like
So
a
a lot of-
kid.
A lot of
See
films
that
you guys
fun. Thank
talk
you.
about, like Immaculate and stuff like that, I would put on my list, but there's so much of that I figure I'm giving you different. I'm going to talk
Yeah.
about different ones. So
yeah. So your
now-
number 9 is Planet of the Apes color forms.
Yeah.
Look at
Mine
the
as
big
well.
difference now. Okay, so
I love the way that toy ends.
So here, I'm going to move the mic out of the way. So yeah, this one, like I said, mine are not in any particular number. And, again, not trying to be biased, but even if I wasn't a part of this film, I think it would have been one of my favorites. It's on my T-shirt.
Oh, nice.
Dimiziano Cristoforo's El Dorado. And it even mentions on the back, it's very Alejandro Jodorowsky. So if you like Holy Mountain, El Topo, Santa Sangre, movies like that, watch the trailer on YouTube. You'll hear my voice throughout. And I'm just so proud of this because it won Best Feature at the Golden Wheat Film Festival last year.
The month before that, his other movie, What Have You Done, Daniel, won Best Feature, and I'm the voice of Frank Lalagia in that movie. My mind is blown over that. But I've done about 12 of his projects. Fallacies is in the mail right now, and also Flamentod, which also titled Pyromaniac. That one's up for sale on Sunday. So yeah, you could say I'm biased because I've done a lot of movies for Dimiziano, but this movie is definitely, you want a weird, trippy LSD kind of movie, this is it. Plus a lot of bearded Italian men full frontal naked, in case that's your thing too.
Where can we find this? Because I remember you shared the trailer and it looked
I'm glad you asked. Let me get more comfortable here. Now, okay, so here's the deal about this one. The website, the only way you can get it, it's not on streaming, is there's a website called Unusual Horror. The website is store.unusualhorror.com. Now, here's the thing. This is an all-region supposedly NTSC. It plays on my regular Blu-ray player, but it wouldn't play in my friend's Xbox or something. I don't know. But here's the thing. It's only $18 for 2 discs. You get 2 versions of the movie. One is sort of a grindhouse look. The other is regular. There's extras. But here's the fun part. $18. That's a great deal. But because it's coming from Europe, the shipping is $18. So you're spending, $37 on this, but if you love weird, I can't recommend this enough. And the t-shirt is also available. You can order the t-shirt and the movie together for a bundle price.
I wonder if they have plans in the future of making it available through streaming.
I know. I should write to Dimiziano and ask him. But it would make it better for people. Yeah. But those who are willing to splurge, I know a coworker said, "Oh, I'm ordering it right now." He bought the t-shirt and the movie, and I said, "You haven't seen it." He goes, "That's okay. I trust you. You're in it." So, but yeah, if you splurge, just know that the shipping is unfortunately the same price as the disc. Store.unusualhorror.com, and it should be on Tubi, but there's so much. This would be an NC-17 if it were rated. I don't think Tubi would show this much penis. So, yeah.
Bragging over
anyway.
Yeah.
So, El Dorado, and again, yes, I am in it. My voice is throughout the entire film. Whenever this character narrates and whenever he speaks, that's me. But again, it's so bizarre. I'm so proud.
Very good. All right. Mike Caravella actually was messaging me earlier. He submitted Astroplane Drifter, the trailer to Severed Limb, so that will be playing, and he'll be on the show soon to be talking about Astroplane Drifter.
Excellent. Well, definitely, and if I'm available, because I would love. I'm so excited about that movie because he called me. I've known Mike for a long time, and he asked me, hey, would you like to be? And he asked me about this one part that's only like 2 seconds. And I said, I'll do anything. And then a week before he was shooting this other scene, he said, would you like to be the second part? I was like, I'm in. So I drove up to Yucca Valley twice to do both parts. And I'm excited because it's just, you can't pin this movie down. It defies categorization. And we'll say people look up the trailer. The UFO you see in the trailer, one of my roles is connected to that. So,
You're number 9, Mr. Beheading, Justin.
My number 9 has been mentioned. Smile 2.
Nice.
What can I say? This was a movie I was not really planning on seeing. I did like the first Smile, but didn't feel like I needed to see the second one. A good word of mouth. People pushed me to see it. Did get me to finally watch it, and especially people talking so highly of Naomi Scott's performance, and I guess it's kind of fitting that I have Immaculate at number 10 and this at number 9 with 2 strong female leads back to back. Because Naomi Scott freaking killed it. It's she really knocked it out of the park and gave it her all. It was so it really lent that movie some legs, honestly. On top of it also being a pretty damn good movie all around.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
Yeah.
It's on my list as well. All right, number 9 for Troy.
Number 9's been mentioned, and it's Oddity. And I really dug this movie. I thought it was really cool, and I love the golem looking thing there that she has, and like that just fascinated me. That whole thing. I just thought everything about this movie was pretty cool.
Excellent
About all I
choice.
got.
Number 9 for Alok.
All right, number 9 for me is a weird one. So, okay. My number 9 is 2 movies. It's the Adult Swim Yule Log 1 and the Adult Swim Yule Log 2.
I had Yule Log on my list last year because I think
I hadn't seen the first one, and I started watching the second one and just immediately stopped it and like, look, I think I need to see this first one. And the first one is a contained movie, so inventive. The same guys that did too many cooks, was it?
Mm-hmm.
This crazy short of sorts that kind of like chronicles like every shitty sitcom you've ever seen, then mixes it into other ways, and it's just so inventive and crazy. So the same guys that did this Yule Log movie, which basically starts off, you got to watch the Yule Log burning for like 5 minutes or something, but rest assured something horrible will happen, and sure enough does. And so the first movie is like sort of this, I mean, it's not found footage, but it's definitely, kind of borders on that, but so inventive, so smart. The second one goes they gave the people budgets. I think this film is like $7 million or something. I mean, it's expensive because they are basically making fun of Hallmark Christmas movies. And I think the second one's called Yule Log 2 Branching Out. Again, all of this is about a killer Yule Log, okay? The second one is so funny. It hits on all the tropes, these shitty Hallmark movies. Like, I've never really watched one of these in my life, but I know that they exist, and I know kind of what they're about. Like, oh, some hot doctor comes back to this shitty town he's from and falls in love with his high school crush, or you add in the whatever characters, I'm talking about. This is just so well done, so funny, and just skillful. Like, it is skillful. Here's the thing. If I was at the head of a studio, I'd just have a blank check and be like, all right, what do you want to work on? just whatever it is. I'll give you $10 million. Just make me some money. They would come up with something. These guys are so creative and just it's so inventive. You must watch both of these movies. While they're still on Max, I want to say, or Adult Swim, whatever, how you watch
I haven't seen this newest one yet, but I love the first one, and Casper Kelly, who makes them. I had him on the show, really cool guy, and I also sent him the What's the Future Smash and End Zone 2, and he liked them, so he's A+ in my book. So he would
get Once in Future Smash for sure.
Yeah,
that's a great.
I honestly think Yule Log though. I don't think it aired on regular Adult Swim because there's too many F-bombs. But that's why I was curious as to where it might have actually aired. No, there's like an F-bomb every 2 minutes.
Yeah, but Adult Swim's pretty is.
You can say.
I have it on Cartoon Network.
At nighttime it becomes something else, isn't it?
Well, even Sci-Fi even only allows so many at night. But I think the film. I think there's something what they did with this movie. I haven't heard him claim this, but this is what I think happened. Because on the end credits it's just titled The Fireplace, not Yule Log. And I think what they did was they were going to just make this movie non-Christmas, The Fireplace, and do that. But then added the Christmas music because that's the only way that it made it Christmassy in the movie was by having Christmas music. I don't think Christmas was ever even mentioned. So
it's totally mentioned. I mean, they've set up like a gift store and stuff, and
for the first film.
Oh, okay.
There's no mention of Christmas, I don't think. So I think it was originally The Fireplace, and then someone got the idea. Well, let's put some Christmas music in the beginning, call it Yule Log, and I think that's kind of how it went. But that's my own guess because. Honestly, there's especially when you got the end credits and they didn't bother to change the title on the end credits to Yule Log. It still said The Fireplace.
Interesting.
Anyway, no, but I loved it.
Yeah, I loved it too, and I had a bunch of the people on the show last year, not just Casper Kelly, with two of the girls, and the guy who played the face. I forget what he's called, but U-Log's great. I need to watch the new one.
It was great.
And it came out of nowhere, the first one. Like, it just popped up, and then I just started to see people talking about it. Like, it just really came out of nowhere, and people like, this is weird. You got to watch it. And I remember watching it and thinking, like, do they just show the U-Log forever? Like, what's happening here? And then
it's about 2 minutes of U-Log. It seems longer. They were going to do it a lot longer, but then decided.
Well, when I talked to Casper, the idea was to do the whole movie, just the visual, where the camera would never move. But then, like, they weren't sure, like, they could really do that.
That would have been a little too much. But they did hold it on for at least 2 to 3 minutes in the beginning, which seems like forever.
Well, I think they don't move the camera for a lot longer than that. But
right, they do. Well, yeah, you're right. But they do keep that one static shot for of just the fireplace and nothing else for about.
Yeah, you see what's going on around it. I don't know. I'm really, and then it gets very bizarre. Number 9, Annabelle.
I will go with Heretic. There were some flaws with the idea of, how did he pull this all together, but it's kind of like Saw, where I can set that to the side of someone building up this master plan. It was still great. I still love the themes, just like you guys, like the idea of bringing in these different albums and this guy's philosophical purpose, and it kind of is Saw-like, of setting people up to make choices about, well, what is really real and what makes sense. So it's a learning experience, and he is great, and the girls are great. They did great.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they've been in anything.
Oh yeah. One of them was in Yellow Jackets.
Oh.
And the other was in The Fabelmans, the Spielberg movie.
Oh yeah.
Well, they're great.
I like that movie. All right, so I won't say who, but a couple people want to go to break here momentarily. So if people want to get a drink or use the restroom, I'm just going to play a couple trailers, and then we'll come back in about 3 minutes. All right?
Okay, cool.
All right.
I'm Tim Dry, and I'm coming to you from London in the United Kingdom. Just a little bit about myself, just enough to whet your appetite. I played 2 character roles in Return of the Jedi. One was Jay Quill, a bad boy. One was a Mon Calamari officer. Anyway, I also played the title role in Extra. The point of this little video is to say that A, I have known Neal, Annabelle and Troy for many years now, but I am enormously excited to be a tiny part of their upcoming debut feature, Arbor Day. And I will be providing
the voice of the demon tree. Do you think you're ready to handle this?
Anyway, stay tuned for more info. It's gonna be monstrous.
Ciao for now.
You're in shock right now. But you're safe here. I know that you're exhausted, but I'm going to ask you a few questions. Is that all right? What happened?
What brings you to the valley? The mountain.
It is my pleasure.
Come take a look at this view! That is alarming.
To introduce you all to a new resident of Newport's Valley.
Leave the valley before something really terrible happens.
So the rest of us wanted to get away, so we went to some cave.
Did you see something?
Monroe! Why did she do this? She's supposed to say that. What was that?
You scared?
It's all right. You can scream now.
All right, Around the Decay. If you're in the Boston area, the midnight screening's coming up. And if you're not, it's playing around the country, and they're doing a really cool thing. You can go and pre-order a ticket, and the more tickets they sell, the more theaters it's going to play. So you get a voucher, and you also get a when it's streaming, you'll get a download of the movie.
It's very
Adam's in the
Director
chat.
is- yeah, he's such a cool guy. It was so nice that I got to be on 2 shows he was on. So.
Yeah, no, he's a great guy, Adam.
I mean, I'll say this. This looks incredible. Looks like already better than The Vicious Kind. Like, I mean, I want to see this.
Yeah, it's a very fun movie. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing it on the big screen.
Yeah.
All right, so now we're to the grade 8 here. So my 8, I think it's one that a local does not like either. But so my 8 is I Saw the TV Glow. I was not a fan of her first movie, so I really didn't. I was like, I don't know if I want to see this. I heard so much about it. Her first movie. It's what is it? I want to go to the carnival or whatever. And,
we're all going to the World's
yeah.
Fair.
Yeah, and I was
which I couldn't figure out for the life of me how A, this got into Sundance, and B, how it got an HBO Max. But
Yeah,
I'm like, what is this? Like,
Well,
I mean,
like
and I'm not really sure. Like, the young lady, sorry, the director is trans, so I'm not sure whether we say there or what pronouns we're supposed to use. I'm very confused. But like, I think that was part of the reason that supposedly a lot of hype was around it, was because that was the case, and it got into Sundance, and then it got into HBO Max. So A24 always wants to work with directors, right? And so they put this movie out there. And to be fair, I have not given this movie a chance. I've actually talked to Brian Haas, and we talked about it. And I'm going to go watch the film. So I have nothing to say about it because I haven't watched the film.
I was not a fan of the other movie, but this movie I loved. I saw it twice in the theater. I know Michael was not a fan of her previous movie, Michael Epstein, and again he was a big fan. Very strange. It's a movie that I thought about after watching it the first time and watched it the second time. I'm still not sure exactly what it's all about, but that's what I like about it. It's a weird movie to even talk about, but I loved it. I saw the TV Glow, and I would recommend it to anyone.
It was more engaging than World's Fair.
Okay. Well, I will watch it. I will watch it.
I was not.
Yeah, Annabelle's not into it.
Yeah.
I love it.
I think it really tries to be more artsy than it is.
And that speech near the end goes on for an eternity. That I thought that kind of got to me.
It works for me. It's fine.
It's trying really hard.
Don't tell me. Don't spoil it, Todd.
Okay.
I wasn't a spoiler. I mean, there's speeches in the movie. I'm just saying there's one further on. That's
yeah.
So you don't want just nonstop killing, but then you also don't want people talking either.
No, I enjoyed I saw the TV going. I just thought that one speech because it was just on her face the whole time.
Yeah,
it
worked. So,
and I was just kind of like, wow, how long is this one going on? That was my only thing. But I enjoyed it.
I'll be really curious to hear what you think after Alok.
Okay, I'll let you know.
Yeah.
Diablo, you're number 8.
My number 8 has been on a lot of lists already, and that is Odyssey. I love Damien McCarthy's first film, Caveat. That was an incredible film, and so I went in this with high hopes, and they were met. Simple as that. I loved it.
Where did he find that house? That awkwardly who would buy this? Who would buy this house?
Yeah.
This is the worst choice you could ever make as a homeowner. It's like so awkwardly designed, and it started making me. I see the movie multiple times, but it made me upset more the second time from a real estate perspective of who would buy this house. This shitty fucking setup. It's like. But anyway, it's great. It's great though. Yeah, who buys that house in the middle of nowhere? You can't build a better house, England. Ugh.
Yeah.
Anyway,
you can't even stage this thing.
I know, it's and they used the real house. They didn't make a set for that shit.
No.
Is this the case of how you work with what you've got?
Yes, they did work with what they had. They did a good job. I mean, look, it's number 7 on my list. So yeah,
I wanted a tour of the whole house because they only showed a couple sections of it. That whole thing was big. What was
what's up there?
I will say, I do wish that the carved figure was more basic. I felt kind of when I watched it, it's kind of like the Annabelle doll to me, where it's too much. I can't see in the olden times that this being would look like that. So I wish it was a little more rough and not as stylized. But
I can see that, but that wasn't enough to.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it just was. It was wonderfully creepy. So
still on my list.
Yeah.
Number 8 for Todd.
Well, my thing is cheesecake apparently now, but back when I was a kid, ding dongs.
Oh yeah.
And when I was a kid, we had orange ding dongs.
Oh.
But the thing is, of course, they got smaller and smaller and smaller, and they're that big now and screw it. But the lunchbox is fun. So my next one,
not the size of the ding dong, Todd.
The size of the ding dong does matter. It does matter. I have a photo of one. If you put up to a.
Whoa, we can't show that here. We're gonna get kicked off YouTube.
The size of a baby, a wine bottle or baby's arm. What are you talking about?
The size of ding dongs now are just. I mean, I put one up against a CD in a photo, and people were shocked at how tiny they are. They're like one bite. Yeah.
So it is about the girth.
It's about everything. There is such a thing as wasted space. I will say yes. But when it comes to ding dongs, sorry, hostess. So, anyway.
What were you saying, Todd? What was that, Todd?
Whose turn is it? So, basically, this one, I don't know if anyone saw it, and I'm sure it would not be on anyone's list because they've forgotten about it. And some critics forget about it, but there were a few that got it. The Beast Within.
Love that movie.
With Kit Harington and the girl from Stop Motion.
Oh.
I can't pronounce her name. But it's got one of those M. Night Shyamalan endings that some people with a ding dong ending that some people would be like, that's a, you know. But I thought it was, thought it was cool. I didn't see it coming, and I really, really enjoyed it because it's one of those little movies that just kind of flies under the radar and so cool to discover. And
yeah,
it was,
I saw it at the theater, and so it's very weird because I both think it's a very smart movie, and I think it's a great ending, but it's also very boring.
See, I wasn't bored at all,
and not at all what they advertised it as. But if you advertised it as what it was, you would spoil the movie. So it was a very odd. It's a hard movie to like market, I think.
To me, it's kind of almost one of those films that you could put in all the haunts be ours kind of stuff. You know, it's a folklore, folktale kind of thing.
I do think if you go in with no knowledge, because if you watch a trailer, you're set up for a completely different kind of movie.
Oh yeah.
If you go in completely blind, is definitely the way for it.
I really thought it was a wonderful surprise, and that's
I agree. I think it's a smart
movie.
Movie.
It's one of what I call a frontage road movie. It's kind of off to the side there that you have to get off that little road and go find it. And that's to me what's exciting about all these little movies. They're like out there going, "I dare you to discover me," and that was one of them.
And Kit Harington's so good in that one too.
Oh my God! Well, and he's mesmerizing.
Yeah, yep.
Everything
and there's just like an instant sympathy for the guy. I don't know what it is.
Yeah,
like,
and honestly,
when he was Jon Snow, it was the same way.
He's a bastard. He's a bastard.
That's it.
That's
and he
the
knows
sympathy.
nothing. That's what it is.
Yeah.
He's a quality bastard. So
He
it's
is.
Just, I just find that, you know, and as far as twists and all that kind of stuff, you know, I was guessing things, but I didn't really pinpoint exactly what they headed to, and I just thought it was so cool. And the ending kind of had me going, oh, which is what I really appreciate.
Yeah, no, I agree. The ending's great, and I do agree that a lot of people didn't really get the movie because I've seen people really hate it, and I don't think it deserves that.
Yeah, because they felt it's like a creature was stirring when the reveal was given in that. People are like, that's a cheat again, an M. Night Shyamalan kind of thing. And
you also,
you know,
go ahead, Todd.
Well, I was just going to say that people complain because they feel they sat through an entire movie and they get something else, you know, near the end. And I was like, but if they had me entranced and I wasn't expecting it, then I'm very satisfied with it. If I guessed it, like, I'm sorry, but The Sixth Sense with Bruce Willis, I guessed that as soon as that first scene happened, I was like, I know. Yep. So for the rest of the movie, and 1 hour photo, they had the ending where he's caught, and you're like, oh, so all the suspense in the movie was null and void because you knew he was going to get caught. So movies like Beast Within, you're kind of like, okay, and they have you guessing, but then they smack you in the face, and you're like, oh, good one. So yeah.
And if you're a Game of Thrones junkie, you get the Kit Harington and Commander Mormont together in this one.
Yeah.
Which made me very happy.
All right. Well, isn't he in the MCU too? But I think he was only in that one movie. And then
so far, but I think they'll bring him back as the Black Knight.
All right. Wasn't it like 4 years ago or something?
2 years ago, I think.
All right. Number. That movie's terrible. All right. Number 8 for Justin.
So my number 8 is actually one that I reviewed for Without Your Head. And I think it was like the 4th movie I reviewed, and it was the first one that I saw that I liked, which garnered it extra praise even in the review. Right, really went all out, spruced it up, and everything. Because all the movies that I saw before that were so bad that it just made it depressing to do.
Like, I'm giving up this gig. This is
exactly that. When I got to Sting, I was like, I was almost on my knees, like, "Oh my god, this movie's
Yeah,
good!
it's a
Finally,
fucking-
I can review a good movie and say positive things about almost the entire movie, and not just find a couple of things I liked about it."
See, Neil will intentionally send you the bad ones. That's what.
There you go.
Neil, I cut a lot of some of these little movies. You give me some slack. I say,
Oh, I
here's
know.
what- yeah, but I kind of enjoyed it because. But I'm sorry, when you gave me Air Fryer Massacre, I had to skip it. Right?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, Matt Skinner out there. Yeah.
Matt Skinner.
Yeah, that
He
one's
may
not
be a
been
nice
reviewed on
guy,
the
but
site.
He just produced it, right? He didn't like write it.
He's
or-
the voice.
I don't know, but
He's the voice
I
there.
sat through the entire thing just like I think I had a better
It's
time.
not on your
when
top 13, is what you're saying.
Wait, you're telling me Air Fryer Massacre is bad, but the Toilet Shark movie is better in some way than what you were talking about?
Oh, you
Yes.
mean bathtub shark attack?
Oh,
Yeah,
Bathtub
sorry, it's the Bathtub Shark. yeah.
Bathtub Shark Attack made my 13 list too.
was-
That is
okay.
a great. It's honestly a really good movie
And
with
for
Lynn
Madeline
Lowry.
Deering, this is a compliment. The movie is stupid in a joyously stupid way.
Oh, but
And-
I think it's a great movie. It's
And Lynn
almost
Lowry,
no budget
I will
movie.
watch anything Lynn Lowry is in. As a matter of fact, I'm going to plug again. I am actually in 2 movies that Lynn Lowry is in.
It has 2 of Annabelle's fears put together in one movie, and I don't want to say.
Oh,
so I think.
Oh, I gotta
Bathtub Shark.
look it up. It's on YouTube. And I told Madeline this, and she was like totally unaware and was like, "Oh my god!" Back in the 70s on the Carol Burnett show, when Jaws came out, they did a spoof called Jowls, and it was about a shark that traveled through the plumbing into bathtubs. And
When did that come out?
we're
'Cause that
talking.
was
Look
one
it
of
up.
the movies.
Carol
That's
Burnett
a
show
story.
Jowls.
Maybe
It's on YouTube, and I wasn't trying to criticize Madeline. I just said you may want to see this Carol Burnett sketch because they're kind of related, and she was like delighted. So, but yeah, that's my fun fact for the day.
All right, number 8 for Troy.
My number 8's been mentioned, and really, really dug it, was Cuckoo. I liked the monster in it. Well, the monsters, I guess, and the scenery there in Germany was so beautiful, and just everything. I dug the movie.
Yeah, we had a good time watching. What theater was that? Was the theater that shows some weird ones?
Yeah, I think wasn't that at the Dartmouth?
Dartmouth, yeah.
Yeah, the Dartmouth AMC.
It's weird because there's unfortunately not a lot of people in that area that I think like weird movies because they're not too busy, but they do show a lot of weird stuff.
Yeah, and sometimes Neil and I are the only 2 people in the joint.
That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
All right, number 8 for Alok.
All right, number 8. Now this may be a little controversial because it is coming rather early, I think, compared to a lot of people. But as I talked about earlier, The Substance is my number 8, and it's a great film. We were at Cannes when it premiered. I tried to get tickets online that morning, and it was calling into a radio station. In 15 seconds, I just refreshed. They were gone. It was I don't know, 1,800 seats gone. So I really wanted to see it then, didn't get a chance to see it. Finally saw it when it came to the States, and was look, I think the first 2/3 of this movie is amazing. It literally, I thought, and she's already won a Golden Globe. I'm not sure she'll get nominated for an Oscar, specifically because most of the Academy is old fucking people, and they are not going to go with the last act of this film. This is the reason Universal didn't want it. This is the reason that that movie picked it up. And look, I'm glad the director got to stay true to her vision, but it just gets a bit absurd for me, which is why it's not in the top 5. But still a great film. I've seen it 3 times. I've showed it to people. It's one of those kinds of films where you want to make sure that people sit and watch the whole thing with you.
Yeah. I have not seen this movie yet, so it's not on my list.
It's amazing. But for those who are always on me about mentioning tits and stuff, I had absolutely no issues with this film. People were surprised. They're like, "But Todd, she's
they're both full frontal naked for like a lot of it. I'm like, it was part of the movie. It was all clinical. It wasn't erotic. It was, everything was within the context, and they didn't like dwell on her, parts of her body for you to ogle at. It was all well within context and very clinical.
I mean, it's really the plot of the movie.
I had no issues.
Dennis Quaid is fantastic as
I
the
agree.
shitty smarmy producer. Every person you meet in Hollywood, like
he'd make a great Vince McMahon. I thought watching this.
He would make a good Vince. Yeah, he would. But yeah, it
girl should always smile.
Is he naked in it too?
Yeah. Well, like I said, the only reason that this came later in the list, earlier in the list for me, was because I just thought that ending kind of was over the top, and I did like the movie overall. I like the message. I like everything about it. I'd love to see her get nominated if that's possible. I don't think that's going to happen, frankly, but I would love to see if it did happen. So that's it. That's my number 8.
But Poor Things, did well with the Oscars. I would think that maybe The Substance would have a chance for something.
I'd love to be proven wrong. But there's a lot of old people and a lot of men. Like I can
That's
just tell
why
you.
I found out about Brokeback Mountain, that a lot of people didn't that were sent out screeners, because apparently millions of screeners were sent out for the crash in 2006. But I found out that a lot of people did not bother with Brokeback Mountain because of the subject matter. And that's again, I'm pretty sure with The Substance there'll be people who just won't watch it, and for that, but that's a shame.
I don't know. I think maybe I think like what Loke's saying, like they would watch it, and then when they get to the final act, it might throw them completely. Like, oh, forget. For me, it works, but I understand it's not going to work for everybody.
I was just jealous I was not one of the people in the audience in that scene, because they probably had a blast being bludgeoned with blood for how many takes.
Number 8 for Annabelle.
I decided at the last minute to squeeze in stop motion.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's a cool flick.
It was cool. By far not a perfect film, but I enjoyed it. There's some good stuff in the stop motion. That guy, I remember being around from Bobby for a long time. So just seeing something that is stop motion in this way, I just appreciated it existing in the cinema.
Annabelle, did you like Mad God?
When I saw it, I think I need to see it again. I don't think I was prepared for how abstract it was going to be. And I think going back to it, I would be, all right, here I am.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
My number 7 is, it's a completely different movie, but it's similar to Sting for why I like it. And that's Destroy All Neighbors, because
I like that. Yeah.
all the characters every single one of them are very memorable. Even minor characters, and visually it just looks great, right? And it's just fun right from the beginning. Even the opening credits are fun. It's completely very visual movie. Everyone's likable, in their own way. Just a great time. So I highly recommend Destroy All Neighbors if you want something just a fun movie. Is it a horror movie?
Crazy.
I don't know, but.
And it's unapologetic. It's get what they just like, here it is, and they don't care if you don't like it or not, really. And
and Alex Winter is you might not even know it's him because he's got so much.
Oh my god, yeah,
prosthetics.
I'm proud to say. I mean, I don't know him personally like a friend, but I knew him, and I knew his brother and his father.
Oh, really?
So, his father lived in a high-rise condominium that I worked at back in the mid-'80s. And so Alex would come to visit, and his older brother, when he said, I'm going to England, what would you like me to bring you back? So he brought me back some Erasure records that hadn't been released here in the States yet.
Nice.
So, and Alex was very nice. It was just, I was a fan of Alex's before that. But, it's just knowing that he's such a cool guy in real life too. It just makes it that much more enjoyable to know
Yeah, and again, this is not why it's on here, but he came on the show and talked about the movie, which was really cool. And Jonah Ray and Josh Forbes, the director, is a member of the group. So, but all that aside, it's a really great movie. I really enjoyed it a lot. Just really.
I need to see it. There's so many movies I didn't see this year.
Same here. There's just a ton of movies like that.
All right,
but I did see that one. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's just a great time. Number 7 for Diablo Joe.
This is it was one that I watched because I was hearing the reputation of it, but it's a sequel, part of a series of which I hated the first 2 films, and A Quiet Place Day One. I thought it was a lot of people were like, "Oh, it's not a horror film." It is a horror film, and but it's also
about monsters killing people.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
pretty spooky that one.
Yeah,
I was a little
so
sad.
emotional.
I actually like all 3 of them, but
me too.
Yeah.
Was
I mean,
that
the first one was okay, but I wasn't. It just didn't grab me. The second one really didn't care for it at all.
The second one's the weakest of the 3 by far. Yeah.
This one, I just was absolutely blown away with the.
I think the third one is the best one.
The characters.
The ending had me quite sad, but I understood why the ending was what it was.
Right.
And so that it affected me that much means it worked.
And that's Lupita Nyong'o. She's so good.
Oh, she's awesome.
I was worried about the cat. All the time I'm worried about the cat.
Yes.
I don't care if people die. Just please let the animal be okay.
So I always have
she was screwed right from the get-go because it starts off, she's in hospice, and you're like, wow, this poor woman's fucked right from the beginning.
Yeah. That's why the ending was very apt. It made me very sad.
So we've got a very anti-substance man here. I'm not sure. The Substance is probably the most overrated film of the year. It's far too long. It's a bunch of signifiers to better films. The satire is far too obvious and very derivative of Seconds. I don't know the movie Seconds.
I just can't believe nobody caught, when things were going wrong for different people, that nobody caught whoever was doing this whole thing. I guess you're not supposed to
I think a movie like that, you kind of gotta, you gotta complete realism.
Suspend your disbelief on that part.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So that was 7. Joe, you just did 7. I just want to say real quick, but it's not really a problem with this one because it's the first one when the aliens first come or whatever they are. I always have a problem with these kind of stories though. Where these aliens come and they wipe out all mankind and they're eating everybody. What do they do then?
Especially if they're parasitic.
Well, don't they just starve to death after they've wiped out everybody?
They just go somewhere else.
Well, I guess.
It's like Galactus. Just eat a planet and move along.
Well, they assimilate and build Starbucks.
Yeah, that'll work.
All right, Todd, you're number 7.
Okay. Well, this would always be my number 7, but it's not going to count. We were talking about banana splits. There you go,
banana,
Troy.
2 banana, 3 banana, 4.
The funny
4
thing
banana
is
make a bunch of soda anymore.
It was never released on disc in the U.S. This is a Region B DVD set from Europe. But yeah, there you go. So mine, again, out of left field. Some of you may have seen it, but I know you probably would have forgotten about it by now, and it wouldn't be on your list. So I'm going to go ahead and do Double Blind.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's a really good movie. I actually have that in my honorable mentions here.
So people are in a drug trial, and Pollyanna McIntosh is there. So yeah, you got to see it. But the problem is they find out that the side effect from this drug, and they're locked in a building too, they can't get out, is if you fall asleep, you die.
Oh.
And I read a horror novel probably about 20 years ago that had a very similar plot, but it wasn't about a drug. It just, if you fell asleep, you died. But this one has you stressed out because if you think of yourself in these people's situations, and it's just too stressful. So that's why it worked for me, is because it
Yeah,
had
I
me.
thought it was a really good movie, and it's it's clearly very low budget movie. It's
Yeah.
all in one area pretty much. I had the writer and director was on the show. He's cool.
Oh,
But
and it's
no, I
not
like
part of the not part of the Dread Central series, but it is through Epic Pictures, which Dread Central is released, and so I kind of count it as part of that. But it just, again, nice. I bought it anyway because I always pick up what comes out of Epic and Dread Central, and this one to me was well worth it.
Yeah, no, it's a good choice. Number 7, Justin.
My number 7 is stop motion.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, no, it's a great film. I love the stop motion sequences. I especially love the sounds in them. I always just love movies about characters going slowly insane, and
It's always a good thing.
oh yeah, and
Well, I-
also
Go,
sorry,
go on. I was
Yeah,
just
I was
saying
gonna
real quick about the slowly insane thing. I thought that was really smart in the movie because it shows how slow of a process stop motion is, but the movie itself is kind of mimicking that. Where I don't say it's a slow bore. It's not boring, but everything is slow and meticulous, just like the stop motion is.
Yeah, it kind of keeps you on the edge that way. This one.
No,
and,
for sure.
and yet again, it's on Shudder.
It is.
So
Yes,
And,
probably half my movies are too. Yeah.
Well, the DVD cover did say Shudder on it too, so yeah, they're like getting their claws in.
I feel like they should be sponsoring this show again.
I agree.
So
Great idea. I think we should probably start. I think
take this conversation and send it to them.
I will.
Tell them I said so.
Go on, Justin.
No, I was gonna say it was like, one of 2 movies, not only on my list but just in the whole year, that were Shudder releases that I went to see in theaters.
Oh, nice.
The second one that I'll get into later was the one that was almost a full house. But even stop motion, I saw it on a Tuesday night. It was discount night for Regal, and there was a decent amount of people. Most of the horror movies I went to see this year had a good number of people in the theater when I went to see them. It was great to see.
Yeah, that's good to hear.
I'm also surprised too that Shudder is collaborating with IFC on releases.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So on my shelf, it's hard because I have an IFC section, I have a Shudder section, but the problem is when they collaborate,
you have to have a little.
Yeah, the meld shelf.
You gotta buy 2, one for each section.
Oh,
problem solved. Done.
What's your shirt, Justin?
Oh, it's a Godzilla shirt. That,
oh, okay, I see it now. Yeah,
Jurassic Park. Yeah,
sweet.
Kind of, yeah. Actually.
Yeah, I think that's
our pal. Our pal Michael St. Michael's is here. Want to be part of this? However, my computer said no. We will get you on,
Michael. Yeah,
I got Michael loves he loves Bollywood films, and so it was fun. I gave him some links to some
nice.
Sweet,
musical numbers from
man.
Bollywood films, and he just ate them up. So I love him for that.
I'm a big fan myself. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right. By the way, I remember Alok had Kill the one year, and I hadn't seen it yet. Then when I went to see it, fucking amazing movie.
Which
Kill.
one?
Kill.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that was great.
It's not really a Bollywood movie because they're not singing.
No, there's no singing.
It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's like the anti-Bollywood movie.
Yeah.
That was like a nice little
the most
finalized
violent one ever made.
Yeah, I loved it. That was sweet.
It was a good film.
Yeah, I'm watching it in the theater, and everyone was cheering like all the insane deaths. But it was really cool because there's a point in the movie where you kind of switch. You're just like, wait a minute. I know he's the good guy, but I think he might be going too far with this vengeance. And it's a really smart movie. It's good.
Well, it's good. It's a good film.
I'll have to check that one out. I haven't seen that one yet.
We drove like 30 miles out of town to go see it. Some friends of mine and I, because it didn't show in my area. So we drove up to Beaumont, and it was well worth it.
Yeah, it's great. 7, Troy.
My number 7, Alien Romulus. I don't really have anything to add. I just thought it was great.
I liked it too. Yeah.
The characters were cool. The aliens were great. Just everything was cool in this movie. Dug it.
I'm looking here. I only have one movie here, I think, that no one's picked yet. So I don't know if anyone else will pick it when we get to it. Number 7 for Alok.
Oddity. I had Oddities. We already talked about it, so you can go to Annabelle.
7 for Annabelle.
The Substance, which we have talked about, but when you mentioned Dennis Quaid, just thinking about the cinematography is so excellent. That zooming in on him and like making such a big deal of him like eating things and they're all in his mouth and everything's just nasty and they zoom way in on his pores and all this different stuff. And yeah, the beautiful Demi Moore, she's perfect. She's just a little bit older.
Well, I mean, I'm not to criticize Demi Moore, but I love it when they say things like, "Oh, look at Cher, she's so beautiful." Well, let's face it, they've had some work done. I'm not. That's their choice, but I'm just saying they haven't.
I'm sure Dennis Quaid has too.
I mean, they haven't aged gracefully like say Kelly McGillis or something, where they're as they are at their age, but. No, I mean, yeah, sure.
Because of exactly what's going on in the movie. It's like if you don't, as a woman, if you don't forcibly make yourself look younger, then you're fucked.
No, I understood that part. I'm just saying when they say actresses, "Oh, she's in her 70s, she's in her 80s. Look at her, she's beautiful." Well, she had a little.
Because they have to.
Yeah.
It's
well,
very
they don't have to, but they're pressured. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
because
well, you get Michelle Pfeiffer, you get Kathleen Turner. Which one do you want right now?
Well, I gotta say, Crimes of Passion, Kathleen Turner.
No, I mean, look, Kathleen Turner back in the day was just the Sydney Sweeney of her day, but She has chosen to not have any work done, and that's fine.
Yeah, no,
and then you see Michelle Pfeiffer, who looks like Demi Moore.
Well, I'm sorry, but when it gets to that Joan Rivers, Joan Van Ark wind tunnel, look, I'm like, oh god. Like 80 for Brady to me was the biggest horror film of the year.
People that are like overly, I feel even that people that are in my opinion, overly done, still are better off like Joan Rivers. She didn't stop. Her humanity was slowly disappearing, or maybe quickly, but she was still out there because that becomes its own thing. Yeah.
No, I gotta tell people, you want to be horrified, even just watch the trailer. 80 for Brady, man. Oh my god, I was terrified.
I'll have another maybe 5 years max before Neil gives me the boot.
Oh no! Nasty Neal. He gets his title.
This close up of we'll have the close-ups of Neil's mouth stuffing shrimp in there.
I think you're the Elizabeth Too's Macho Man. I don't ever see it happening. I don't see that. He wouldn't put you out there.
Always do a podcast with me, and we'll do cheesecake.
You have so many options, Annabelle.
So many.
What will you do?
Nope. All right, now we're into the top 6, so we're over halfway done now. So, but I think these will be going faster because there's going to be a lot of stuff that we talked about. I'm pretty sure. So, my number 6 was First Omen, and we talked a lot about it and talked about why I liked it a lot. So,
I won't leave then because you.
Number 6, Joe.
Mine is one that is not going to be on anybody's list. It was a film that I reviewed very early on in 24. Amelia's Children, which is a Portuguese.
That's awesome. On my honorable mentions as well. It was almost number 13. I think this is a great movie.
That is a film that will screw with your sensibilities and your soul. It is so twisted and perverse, and the performance of the actress who plays Amelia. We were just talking about plastic surgery. She's got prosthetics on that just make her look like she's had every bit of plumping and tugging, and and then the male lead playing the two different roles, and I won't spoil it. Other than that, it got a lot of mixed reviews, and I don't understand why.
Which movie was this?
Amelia's Children.
Oh, okay. I didn't see it, but yeah, okay.
It is such an unsettling film. It's screwed up.
Yeah, I'm glad you have it on the list because I thought it was a really good movie too.
Yeah,
I'll have to find that one.
Yeah,
there was so many good movies. Normally, like I'll be putting movies, on the list that like I liked, but it was hard to narrow it down, honestly. So.
Yeah, in years past, I could get 11, and then I'd have to go in search of the last two.
Yeah.
So you don't think Amelia's Children is streaming anywhere?
Don't know, actually.
Okay, just wondering if you knew offhand. It's fine.
I have to go in search of.
It's like
Hulu,
they believe it's not
Hulu.
Prime, but I don't know.
Hulu.
That might have been a different movie.
Oh, Hulu. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
That might be tomorrow's watch then.
There you go.
God, I got a whole list, you guys.
Get ready to be disturbed, Troy.
All right.
Get ready to be disturbed.
And I'll
You're number 6.
Well, I was just going to say that I'll pop out the IMDb list again for this year.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's a good idea. So, we'll compile them and send them over to Annabelle to work on. So, number 6, Todd.
Okay, and for Troy, I mentioned I mentioned this last time, and you were very interested. If you want, I can send you one of
Oh my goodness!
Oh yeah,
Hammersmith is out. The Peter Ustinov, Elizabeth Taylor, Richard Burton movie about the Faust.
Insanity that I must see this movie.
This movie is nuts beyond belief. It's very art house. But like I said, it was never released on home video here in the States. And
like I said, you had me at Ustinov.
Well, I mean, if you want, you can. If you want, I can send you one. You can.
I have nothing to play
Discs?
DVDs or Blu-rays.
Really? Oh my! Well,
Yeah.
but if ever, I'll send you one anyway, just in case. But
All
just
right.
let me know. So Hammersmith is out for that. Now I thought about it since you were here. But my choice, again, another one that people may have seen and forgot about. This was a Shudder as well. Perpetrator with Alicia Silverstone. And and of course, at first I was a little annoyed because the one girl I found kind of annoying. But then again, once things get rolling, I totally was into it. And it was and some would say it had a bit of familiarity to it, but I don't care. I was engaged, and it's got a Rotten Tomatoes thing on it too, which I was surprised. But Perpetrator, girl hitting her 18th birthday starts this metamorphosis, and it gets really
I've
really
not
weird.
seen
But
that.
Alicia
I really like
Silverstone,
the cover.
Alicia Silverstone is so, you see her do things, but you haven't seen her like this. She's
Okay.
kind of this cold, matriarch type. And but this one was a fun surprise as well. So a lot of shudders, but
Is that
definitely
teeth on that person that are showing?
see, they're highlighting her. Yeah, they're real jagged.
Oh,
Wow.
Oh, I like.
She's not a. I mentioned it last week because we were talking about vampires or something. It's not really a vampire thing, but you can kind of put it in that universe. And it's like I said, it's just one of those little different movies, and you're not really sure where it's going, and you're never really bored with that. So I think it's a good choice.
Psychotronic Cinema Killers on Prime. So
Okay.
check it out.
Oh, cool.
Number 6 for Justin.
So my number 6 is one that I know someone in this group did not like. In fact, I don't expect to. I don't expect anyone to have this one on their list. But it just hit me in the right spot. Lisa Frankenstein.
Ah.
I love the look on Neil's face.
I don't like it either. I don't like it either.
I love how there's no shyness here.
Oh no.
Well, talk. Give everyone out there why
Yes.
they should. I know a lot of people liked it. So, what is it about Lisa
Ooh.
Frank?
For me, it's a perfect little morbid, dark comedy, 80s themed that doesn't feel like it's overdoing it. It feels like it's got just the right amount of emphasis on it being set in the 80s and not going for the Stranger Things vibe, which I'm going to lose a lot of love from everyone else out there probably. But I think everybody else in this group is the same way as me. I am not a fan of Stranger Things.
I love me some Stranger.
I only give it credit.
I love fucking Stranger Things.
Yeah.
I
I
give
don't know
it
what you're
credit for
talking about,
helping.
but
We're all D&D kids, I think.
but then again, you did like Lisa Frankenstein, so that tells me a lot.
I'm wondering, is this like a generational thing? Justin, I don't want to ask, but I think there are possibly 3 generations in this space. And I would say that the people
Justin's the
that
youngest one here.
Yeah, that's what you're trying to say in a nice way, but yes.
No, you're all good.
that were children in the 80s love Stranger Things and don't like Lisa Frankenstein.
I will give
what does that
the
tell you about
Stranger Things credit for helping Kate Bush finally get a #1.
Yeah,
again.
It's true.
You know,
It's true.
Kate Bush, I saw her on Saturday Night Live back in 1978 and was like, who is this woman?
Yeah.
And bought everything she put out ever since. And the fact that, and I was playing Running Up That Hill on my radio shows back in the late 80s and just pushing that song. And it's funny how it took Stranger Things to finally get all these people going, oh, what's this new song?
Yeah,
You know what's sad? It's what's sad.
Metallica too, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know what's really sad about the Lisa Frankenstein thing is that I think Diablo Cody is amazingly talented. I mean, did she win an Oscar? I think she did, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
You know, Jennifer's Body was very underrated for its time as well.
See, I didn't
But
care for that one.
I don't understand how she wrote that piece of shit, like the Lisa Frankenstein thing, because I'm just like, wow, like that's what you can't. The Lisa Frankenstein feels like, sorry, psychotronic, cinema, but the Lisa Frankenstein feels like something who's a Gen Z person would imagine the 80s to be like, right? That's their interpretation of it, which doesn't make any sense because Diablo Cody is actually a kid of that era. But I think it's like who is it? Stephen King's daughter, or somebody famous's daughter directed it, right?
Oh, Robin Williams.
Yeah.
Oh.
Sorry, it's not good. You should not be a director. that was my takeaway from it. I was like, yep, well, you got your shot, kid.
Look, at first he started talking towards Justin, and I thought, oh, he's going to be really nice and like gentle, and be the one that is kind of kind to Justin about this opinion. And no,
although
No
my
holds barred.
next pick might get the heat.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry though. It's not a movie.
It's all good.
I can just feel the sandpaper coming off of Alok's.
I literally was sitting in that
taking
movie.
the tag from Justin. I think I can get the heat off of him with my.
I wanted to leave I wanted to leave the theater while I was watching it, but I wanted to see how bad it would get, and that's the truth. That's the truth of that movie. I promise you this. Like, it was a thing where I was like, wow. I
would have left if I wasn't there with it because I was watching with Annabelle, or else I probably would have just been like,
I mean, right? You wanted to leave. Like that is not a good movie.
I have not seen it.
Oh my god, you can't wait for you to see it now. Can't wait for you to see it now.
Justin, I haven't seen it yet, and because you like it, I'm going to watch it.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Good luck. It's like having to.
It
For
just
sure.
it appealed to me. That's
You're entitled to your opinions. We're just
I love how we all have our own reasons why, and they're not wrong. And it's like with me, one of my all-time favorite musicals is The Apple, and I know that some people think that there's something very wrong with you if you like that.
But that movie is so bad that it's good. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
It crosses. It turns that corner. But Lisa Frankenstein it's not trying to be bad. It just is bad. And it doesn't turn any corner as far as irony. Like, oh my gosh, could this be like Mean Girls years from now? Or I'll be like, oh, I gotta get Mean Girls now. No, this isn't Mean Girls. This isn't like me not being a teenage girl not getting it. It's just not good. Like, they're just bad decisions that are made within this movie, and the characters are so just like annoying, if that's a word I can use. Like with like those love interests.
I love the characters.
God.
For me, it was it was so unfunny. I thought like
completely.
Laugh. I was just like, oh my god! But I'm glad that you like, and I know actually a lot of people on my Facebook really liked it because I really ripped it apart on my Facebook, and some people get mad.
My nephews love this movie. They talk about it a lot. They really do.
Like I said about the 3 generations in the room.
Yeah.
And Alok had said the same thing, and I am wondering if this is something that it works. And then there's nothing wrong with that, but every as happens, right? So I think it's possibly that the younger people, the wise young people, who are going to make our world.
Are they going to show us the way with fucking Skinamarink as well? Is that the fucking young people you're talking about? All the fucking young people who watch it on like TikTok and made the thing a hit, where they were like, I think we need to put this piece of shit back in the theater and make $3 million because more of these morons have watched it on TikTok. Because that's what happened with that movie. Like, it was like whoever it was like lost the cut of it, like, and it was just on the internet. And people just cut the movie up and put it on fucking TikTok, and people got scared because they're morons. Because they've never watched like The Thing before, or watched something really fucking scary like The Shining, because they don't have the fucking attention span for it. Sorry. That's it.
Tell us how you really feel.
When the trailer first came out for Skinamarink, I showed it to my friend. I'm like, holy shit, this is going to be so scary. It looks like it's really going to get you. And then there's no like the trailer set me up for failure. No.
Before we move on to Troy, can I just say something? I really wish that Alok would just not beat around the bush and tell us what he really thinks of things.
I like the build-up. I actually thought, he's going to be nice right now, and then surprise. I enjoyed that.
Who's going to nice to anyone for Lisa Frankenstein? Frankenstein. Ugh. All right, who's next?
Troy, right? Troy was saying he's going to like one.
I think I will, because I don't know. I think Neil was a fan, but this crowd I'm not sure about. But my number 6, a little movie that just kind of came and went, and I really liked it, was Arcadian with Nicolas Cage.
I like that.
I forgot about that one.
That's all right. That's all right.
I thought I had it here, but
I enjoyed it. It was different than I expected, but I wouldn't have put it on my all-time fave. So.
Oh no, I wouldn't put it all time. But the crazy monsters and stuff, they're just insane, and the kids are really good. And I like Nick Cage doing the cool dad thing. I thought it was really good. I enjoyed it.
Very surprised by him. This is because his other roles where I think he's.
I mean, he's on a roll.
Yeah, great. I love crazy Nick Cage, but
exactly. There's a lot
mellow Nick Cage. I'm not ready for.
Great. But even the things that I think he's like legitimately
Maggie
solid.
No, that wasn't Nick Cage. That was Arnold Schwarzenegger. I have the flu.
Mandy.
Mandy's probably my favorite.
And he was still a very intense Nick Cage character, but this was this very mild, low key.
I like his relationship with the kids and
mom and dad Nick Cage.
So for him, I was feeling
Nick Cage.
Yeah, I liked it.
So if anyone hasn't seen it, check out Arcade.
I didn't read it, but it wasn't Lisa Frankenstein, but it was.
I thought I was going to take the heat off you, Justin. I'm sorry.
It's all good. We'll find one to take the heat off.
I could have done In a Violent Nature again. I chose.
Well, what shocked me was that Walmart had Arcadian on Blu-ray.
Oh,
and they're usually just having the DVDs and stuff. I bought it on Blu-ray at Walmart. I was like, when I saw it, I just made a beeline and snatched it up because, the Blu-rays go first, and I just was so shocked they had it. So
yeah. Number 6 for Alok.
Okay. The Koreans do a lot of good horror, as we all know, and Exuma was my
Movie's
number
so
6.
amazing. So amazing.
Okay, there it is.
Boom. I think that probably, hopefully, on a lot of our
I
lists.
had it just in case.
That's way up on my list.
Yeah, I mean, look, I watch it again. Like, sometimes I'm a dad. I don't have a lot of time to give things full attention, and I've already seen it once and have to read subtitles and shit. You might not get to see it again, but I did watch it again, and I liked it even better the second time. What's interesting about it is kind of like we're usually used to like exorcism things and this and that, and exhuming a body, I think, is quite foreign to us as sort of like religiously speaking or whatever, Westernly speaking, let's call it. But it's interesting because we see all these different ceremonies we're not used to, and all this sort of like mythology and lore that we're not used to. And then, like the Koreans do, they always have to blame it on the Japanese because they're very mad at them always. Still, so, well, I don't want to give too much away, but what's interesting is about it. It feels like it's one thing, like an hour into the movie, and you feel like, okay, well, this is done. The movie could be done. It could end right there, but then it goes a completely like a different direction, gives you extra, and turns out to be really great. And like most Asian cinema, there's a lot of they're very sentimental, right? It's very sentimental. Most of the characters, and oh, you're my brother, and that kind of thing. And it's no different here, but it's not as annoying as it can be. Great film though. The scares are there. All the choices they make visually, well shot. Well acted, and to be frank, like they do with a lot of Asian cinema, they just like do so many sequels they run into the ground. And I am looking forward to a sequel for this movie. Actually, I think they really have a good sort of kind of exhumation like crew, if you will. And I want to learn more about them. I want to include other people in the fold. I think it'd be very interesting to see where it could be in a second movie. So definitely enjoyed it. Also on Shudder. Who knew? But anyways, it is, and it's great. So that's my number 6.
What I also like about Asian horror, because if you have a movie about supernatural in the United States, there's always going to be a big portion of the movie trying to convince people that goes surreal or whatever. But in Asian movies, like everyone, they already believe that they exist.
Yeah, they kind of take it for granted.
Yeah, so you don't have to go through the same thing like every time. Like, oh, is this real? Are ghosts real? Blah blah blah. And that's also cool. That just the idea that it's more accessible now to watch movies from other cultures. It used to be hard to find these movies.
One of my all-time favorites in that realm is Infection. The one that takes place at a hospital. That one just blew my mind. So, yeah, they really, some of their stuff can be standard. We don't need any more Tomies, thank you. But when they come up with something you hadn't really seen before, it really knocks you out.
Number 6 for Annabelle.
I squeezed it in, and I squeezed it in. I put in Nosferatu because it's beautiful. That was why it's squeezed in. There's a lot of things that I have a lot of problems, but I thought about it and I'm thinking, well, I'll try to recognize different part, almost like this is the best cinematography one. It's beautiful. It's stunning. That meant a lot. It was, Neil and I have talked about this, probably the most beautiful thing we've seen.
Yeah, it looks great, except for that fucking mustache. But the
mustache owns.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you. The mustache rocks, but
you know me, I'm a mustache fan.
Mm-hmm. That's good.
So my 5, I like to cheat every once in a while. So I have 2 movies. That's my tie for number 5.
Oh.
So Maxine's already been talked about. So Maxine's number 5. But the other one's not been talked about. And it's maybe not even a horror movie. It's probably more science fiction, but I don't care. It's here. Is Black Eyed Susan. It's one of my favorite movies of the year.
Great movie.
Yeah, it's asks a lot of serious questions in movies, so people don't know.
It's an uncomfortable movie too.
Yeah, of course. So they make a not just a sex doll, but it's a sex doll that you can physically beat up.
Yeah.
And beyond that is like So the villain is played very like straight, where he's not like super villainous. He's like kind of clinical, and he's kind of like, this is going to, not only is he going to make money and stuff, but it will help people because they could take out their violence on this doll and not on a real person. And then like they start to go down like darker routes with it. It's like, well, now we want to like start to make it where, it can cry and you can see bruises. So it's like even playing up on like the after effects of violence and just it's a really dark movie. I thought it was great. It's kind of like it's really like a Black Mirror episode, but as a feature film. And so Black Eyed Susan, it's definitely not going to be for everybody.
No, it's not. I probably wouldn't watch it again.
I thought it was a great movie.
So Vinegar Syndrome just released it.
Yeah, and it's also shot on film.
Yeah. Wow.
It's not not too many movies today are shot on film.
It's true. Cool.
And Scooter McRae made it, who hadn't made a movie for 12 years or something.
Well, his last movie wasn't it The Woods?
I'm not positive.
Well, that
Scooter
was
McRae is
You're talking about
another
Scooter McRae, who's Shattered Dead, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I always get Scooter McRae and Lucky McKee kind of crossed.
Oh, okay. But no, I would recommend Black Eyed Susan to someone who's comfortable with the subject matter, because it's definitely not for everybody.
And again, it's not erotic. Someone think because
No.
the one gal is naked all the time, but you're not focusing on that because it's not.
And there's
really
also male nudity in the movie too.
Yeah, but it's not meant to be sexy. It's not meant to have you just staring at that because of all the atrocities going on. You're just kind of like, oh my god. Yeah.
And then it goes down even a darker route later on, but I don't want to talk about it. All right. Number 5 for Diablo Joe
is Red Rooms.
Oh, that's
very unsettling. Brilliantly put together. The fact that here you have a horror film where there's not any real violence or killing or gore, but it's still terrifying because it's about that cult of personality and the mystery of where it's going. It just really worked. It was a very different film, very smart, and
it was like 2 hours too, wasn't it? I was really surprised at the length, but I was never bored.
No, it's and it is the two leads, the two female leads are amazing. They're just phenomenal, and it's just a very unsettling, very, in some ways heartbreaking because of what what goes on with the family that's involved in there. That's to the periphery of the main thread, but it was very surprising.
I
don't want to say too much and spoil it.
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, Annabelle and I saw that at Brooklyn Horror Film Festival.
Yeah.
Did we?
I picked up the Vinegar Syndrome release of it.
Did we?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna have to look at it again and remind myself.
You've got the serial killer who's on trial.
Oh, I have to look at it again for whatever reason it's not clicking. But that was a couple of years ago now.
Well,
so.
I'll be honest. I think you may have dozed, and not because of the movie, but we're watching many movies.
That's
and it was
got a marathon going.
It was late in the night, and it's subtitle stuff, so it was
Well, subtitles have no impact on it. It's just I can watch subtitles without falling asleep to subtitles.
Yeah, but after you've done like 14 hours or something of
that's what
all right. Number, what was that? 5. Number 5, Todd.
Sidetrack, because you all were bringing up Immaculate a lot. The funny thing about that is Walmart only carried the DVD. And so I had to order this online. But get this, within the past month, Walmart now is carrying the 4K only disc edition. And of course, people are probably buying it because they don't realize that it's just 4K. but I think it's weird that they wouldn't carry this Blu-ray, but they have the 4K edition. So go figure. But again, here's one. I love this, you guys. If any of you have seen it, probably not. But here it is from the director of Session 9 and Trans-Siberian, The Silent Hour.
Ooh.
It's let's just say the director has done some pretty amazing. So what he did this time was just do a good old-fashioned B movie about a deaf woman who witnessed a killing, and the cop or detective that is assigned to help her is losing his hearing, so he has to practice his sign language with her. But they're trapped in a tall building that everyone's being vacated from because they're going to turn it into some kind of condo thing or something. And so they're in there alone trying to hide out while these bad guys are trying to get her. So it's up and down and in and out of hallways and, being chased. And it's a B movie, but it's so much fun. And this one just came out on DVD like a month ago.
Oh, sweet.
Psychotronics into it.
Yeah, it's like I said, I was very fascinated because I love Session 9. And if you've seen, Trans-Siberian and other movies that this guy has done. So when and didn't he also do the one about Incident on 7th Street or something? The one where all the people disappear into powder. But this one, like I said, it's a B movie, but it does what it's supposed to, and had a blast.
All right, good choice.
There you go.
Number 5, Justin.
So my number 5 is Nosferatu.
Nice.
Yeah, no, it's this was probably the one horror movie I saw the most in theaters. I saw it 3 times. At first, only the first 2 viewings were planned because I got a ticket to see it at the New Beverly Cinema, Quentin Tarantino's theater in LA. But it was going to be a few days after Christmas, and I had made plans with some other friends to see it the day after. So it was basically just those first 2 viewings were the planned ones. So when I got to that first viewing, I did love the movie, but it didn't quite click the way I was hoping it would until I got to the second viewing. The second viewing clicked a lot more. It worked a lot better. And then the third viewing finally knocked everything into place when I saw it again on New Year's Day. So, no, I love it. I love the cinematography. Lily Rose Depp freaking kills it. And yet another female lead going completely insane and just going for broke. Yet another movie that also pulls from Possession, like I forgot to mention Immaculate does that as well. But it also has 2 of my favorite things in movies: cats and child murder.
Well, there you go.
I was hoping for vampire penis, but we'll go with the child murder.
I do remember this is a recurring theme on Justin's list usually.
True.
Yeah, there you go. I had to keep the trend going, I had to bring it back, make a callback. So, yeah, but I am not team mustache. I am anti-mustache,
Thank you.
much like Neil. Yeah, that I understand the reasoning behind it. Some
Right.
people have justified it that it's, fits more with him being
Dracula.
a former lord. Well, no, also that he's a European lord, so that's the other justification, and that it fits more with traditional vampires, especially when you consider the fact that he actually looks like a corpse, which would be more
He's
in
pretty
line with
hard looking.
Yeah.
exactly. It's
Nasty,
like
full of holes.
Eastern European, Russian vampires. He's more in line with that.
You can
I get
smell him through the screen.
Right.
Oh yeah.
100%. But I still don't agree with the mustache. I understand the reasoning, but I don't agree with it.
I'm still
I
surprised nobody
appreciate your
mentioned,
maturity, Justin, and how you've handled this conversation. Unlike some
I'm surprised
other
no one's
people.
mentioned his tuft of hair.
I know, right?
Well, I'm surprised. I'm surprised.
He's got kind of the Adolf Hitler hair going on. I don't know.
The coma.
Come on. The worst hairdo was in Coppola's Dracula, that big butthead thing.
That is true.
A friend of mine did wigs for other actors in that movie, but he said, I am not responsible for that butthead. That's the worst. Speaking of hair, I think that's the worst. So the mustache is nothing compared to that big butt thing. I don't know who thought, yeah, that looks great. Let's do it.
I don't know. I think that I'm less offended by the mustache, which I don't like as well, but I'm less offended by that and more offended by the fact that Dracula is just like a guest star. I mean, sorry, whatever, Alcon.
Yeah, he's barely in it.
A guest star in his own fucking movie. And I'm sorry, but like people are trying to make Lily Depp a thing, like that what was it, the Idol show that she was on? I feel like people are trying to stick Lily Depp into my face and make it a thing, and I just don't want it to be a thing. It's like
I agree on our review. I actually thought she was bad in the movie. And I know it's kind
she
of
has dead eyes. She can't act. She has dead eyes. Like
I
it's like
agree.
I loved her.
she looks like the fucking characters in the Polar Express with the dead eyes. Like that's what she looks like. Like it's just a thing where I'm like, why are they trying to make us like stick it down our throats? Like, oh, she's the new thing. She's not the new thing. I don't care for her. And even more than that, I didn't care for the movie. I thought it was average at best. It was well shot, beautifully shot, and just a whimper bullshit ending that like you like or you don't. And I don't think a lot of people liked it because everyone in my theater, it was a full theater, was just grumbling after it was over.
Our theater burst into laughter, which I didn't.
That's not. By the way, that's not good either. By the way,
it was not. It wasn't a good laughter to the movie.
I do have to argue, though. It does make me question if you didn't like the ending. How'd you feel about the ending in the other two versions of Nosferatu?
It is a similar.
Well, look, here's the thing, though. It just didn't emotionally. You can change the ending of a fucking movie. It doesn't have to be the same, right? Like clearly, like Coppola took some like stuff with his Dracula and whatever. But my point is that like I just felt like there's so many parts in the movie that were trying to be atmospheric and just kind of got boring. At a certain point, like I was like 45 minutes in or something, and I'm like what's his face? William Dafoe shows up too late to actually save the movie in a lot of sense because you're just in there.
This is what I said in our review. For me, he's the best part of the best human actor in the movie because he's actually having fun with it. He's very like. For me, there's a disconnect in the acting in the movie because it's very stagey, and I'm never like involved with anybody. I just didn't care about it.
You didn't care about any of the characters, and even
everyone was like fake acting, like to me. And then Willem Dafoe, he's really over the top too, but in a way that's like fun, and you're engaged in the character. I actually thought his scenes the best scene in the movie for me is when he's in Dracula's or Orlok's lair, and he's gonna burn the place, and he's laughing, and
he's
like
awesome.
This is fun. Like I would like to see this movie.
Yeah. But like my point is this: is it a bad movie? No, it's not a bad movie. Is it a great movie? Fuck no, it's not a great movie. It's a objectively average movie, right? That we were led to believe was going to be the savior of this year, the savior of horror for this year in certain respects, and it wasn't at all. And just so you know, I'm like not a hard-hearted person. Like I love Robert Eggers. I think the promise of Robert Eggers from Witch has never quite paid out for us outside of that movie. I mean, people would argue, what's it called? The Lighthouse could be some. I can't watch that movie unless I'm in a real specific mood. But like, look, I love The Witch. I think it's an amazing film. Look, I mean, I'm wearing this today. I think. Look at this thing.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Hey, Alok, I've got the Black Phillip Funko Pop.
Oh, that's great. That's great. But look, I love that fucking movie. I think he's a really great director. He gets the details right. The things I did like about the movie, I did like the sort of plague aspect they were using in it. That was really great and sort of like clever the way they put that out there. But there was like it just I saw it one and I will probably never watch that movie again in my life. Just because it was just okay.
Yeah.
But I don't want to gang up on Justin because I know Troy also loved the movie.
I think that movie's one of the best ones I've seen this year.
Wow.
Thank you, Troy.
It's beautifully shot. Beautifully shot. But
it is.
You know,
It's beautiful.
I can't get enough of Spooky Skarsgård. He's just great.
He was great. He was great. And Alok, I think you're right that they really needed more of him in it.
Yeah.
Definitely.
He's a guest star in his own movie.
Yeah. Yes. And the stuff with the humans was pretty boring. I feel like, I don't know. I think they did what they were supposed to do. It's just the characters themselves. I didn't like the characters. So whether or not they were acting well, I think they did better than the actors in the Coppola's Dracula, which is just laughable.
But Coppola's Dracula is so bad, it makes the turn. Like, it is actually kind of good. Like, I mean, watching Keanu Reeves like do that movie, and then like, I mean, he had done like Dangerous Liaisons, and then like they let him in this movie. It's like, just so bad. Like, anyway, well, I'm sorry to shit on your Nosferatu, but
you'll have another chance to do so.
I have no doubt.
You will. Same here.
Number 5 for Troy.
My number 5 has been mentioned. A Quiet Place Day One. I just thought this movie was so great.
I liked it a lot.
And like, I was so sympathetic to the main character. She was so good. The monsters are awesome. I love those monsters from A Quiet Place. They're just unearthly, just monsters. They're great. They're just tearing everybody up. I love them.
Did you see? I forget the name of the movie. It was out. It was only out for a little while but it was a big budget movie, Elevation, and it was basically
I remember
just
you
a
talking
quiet
about
place,
that.
except for instead of they staying quiet, they just stay high because the monsters couldn't go past a certain elevation. It friggin'
Everybody
sucked.
come to Denver, like easy way.
Neil, did you say it sucked?
It sucked. It was.
And didn't they end up
so
being
bad.
robots or something? The monsters.
Yeah, not to spoil the movie. I mean, that's the big twist of the movie. But it's like it was almost like it was being made. I mean, first of all, it's like, so they're up in the mountains so they can live. But of course, the guy's kid needs some kind of medicine, so they got to go venture down back into the city. I mean, it's the same setup, but like in all these movies and all zombie movies or whatever. And so they go, and they're in like this cavern, and so like the monster finds them, and like, oh my god, what are we gonna do? We're trappable. Like, look over here, that we can jump in this hole or whatever. So they jump in like this thing, and so then they're trapped in there because then the monster's like right here, and they're in like a little cubby hole, like, oh, we're gonna die, blah, blah. And then like 2 minutes later, like, oh look, there's an exit over here. So then they go.
It's a hot air
that's
balloon.
like the whole
Let's
movie.
take
It's
off
just
on
like
that.
they're about to be killed. It's like, oh look, there's a door over here. Let's jump through that.
It was just a dream. That's what that sounds like.
It's so rotten. So, but anyway, Elevation. Don't go see that, or don't rent it, or buy it, or whatever.
You don't need to because Troy spoiled it.
Yeah, I know.
That is the
They're
big
all
payoff.
robots.
Is they're
Forget about
robots. Yeah. And yeah.
Tony Perkins is his own mother.
Exactly.
Number 5 for Alok.
I didn't realize
we've already
quad point. I'm sorry.
We've already spoke of my number 5, which was Heretic, so we can just move on.
5 for Annabelle.
I'm going to confess right now. I have not seen Heretic yet.
Well, go see it, Todd.
Well, I can't. I
is
don't.
nice.
It's not in the theater now, and I don't have streaming, so I have to wait for the hopefully Blu-ray Walmart to show up. Yeah.
5 for Annabelle.
Got Dancing Village, The Curse Begins. It's from Indonesia. We saw this, Neil. We saw this in theater. It was very, very early in the year. Just it's a group of likable kids, and the girl's mom is sick, and it's really creepy looking. There's great visuals. It's really beautiful. It's got the folklore element to it. It was just great. Very gross, scary people. I don't know. Want to get super far into it. But the idea is that there is like this goddess figure in this one particular village, and there are basically sacrificial female dancers that come, and they have to dance and dance and dance until they start falling. And the last one dancing is the only one left alive. And then that person kind of inherits the position in that city, well, in that small village in the forest. And the girl, there's like the mom had twins, and there's this whole thing, and I don't want to give the whole thing away. It's great. If you like Asian cinema, highly recommend it. It's very
Is it that Jokor Anwar guy? I forget his name.
I don't know, but I can.
Because there's the one guy, I'm forgetting his name, but he's done a ton of stuff that's all on Shudder, and Petigore, and then two other films I want to say that are just amazing. And he did one of the sequences in the second VHS movie where they're at this cult in Philippines or something like that.
Yeah, that's
it's one of the best shorts of any VHS ever made, right? But he's kind of like the godfather of Indonesian horror cinema right now, and I wonder if that's his movie.
This guy's name is Kimo Stembol.
He's another one actually. Yeah. There's a amazing sort of horror thing happening in Indonesia now in the last couple of years.
I love the fact that we can now start to see some of this stuff hit mainstream.
Yeah.
Mainstream populace.
So cool.
That would normally be art house sort of stuff, and and it would often be overlooked because it was horror.
Yeah.
And they're way too busy doing the latest Juliette Binoche film.
I mean, it's so funny. The kids don't know how easy they have it, right?
Oh, without a doubt.
You're just I used to go to that little place, that Japanese place that had the Ringu in Chinatown, Japantown, and I had to go rent it. They only rent it for one day, and they only took cash. The stories that we had
to have to go to the dangerous neighborhoods of Norfolk, Virginia,
right? And now these kids can just fucking get Shudder. Another commercial for you, Shudder. All they have to do is get Shudder. They can fucking get all this stuff.
Where did that I can't remember what it's called, Tumbad, something like that. It was kind of about a genie in the bottom of a spider web. It was from out there. I'll have to find it. It was excellent. I'll off topic, but
my number 4. Now we're into the top 4. My number, I think the rest of mine have been mentioned actually. So number 4 for me is Smile 2.
Nice.
Oh.
You really did like that.
Yeah, no, I really like Smile.
Definitely gonna have to check it out.
So for number 4, Mr. Diablo.
Mine has also been mentioned, and I agree with Alok on the the first 2/3 of the substance are just so had me. The last third is just bug fuck crazy, but I really enjoyed it. I really thought the performances were great. We haven't mentioned Margaret Qualley, who was in this one of my favorite films of the year, and also in one of the films I hated the most, which was Drive Away Darlings. I just thought was just what is she doing in this? Yeah, I loved it.
Number 4, Todd.
Okay. This is a reissue thing. But very deluxe edition, I'm happy to say. The original title is Red Cats in a Glass Labyrinth, which is always the better title than Eyeball. A giallo from Umberto Lenzi. So, you got the people being bumped off, and, everyone's a suspect. And this one has got a red-gloved killer. I think it's a black-gloved killer. But, I'm a giallo fanatic, and Eyeball is a blast, or Red Cats in a Glass Labyrinth, and this is the big deluxe thing. Very happy. And then the other one, so, it's a twofer. Not the one with Franca Potente, but the Duplass creep.
Yeah.
And
the way you said it made like he was the creep, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm sad they didn't have Creep and Creep 2 in the same
I heard
set.
the series is really good that's on now.
Yeah, it actually is.
Yeah.
And this is the deluxe import edition from Second Sight. And so I really was surprised by this because I was really sick and tired of found footage types of stuff. But this one really kept you. The
Yeah, that's a
dialogue
good
was so
movie.
good.
Yeah,
It really
real
kept
clever.
you engaged. So Creep and Eyeball.
All right.
Nice.
Justin, number 4.
My number 4 has been mentioned. Heretic.
Good choice. And I feel bad that we ragged on you for not, because a lot of people here loved it.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people out in the horror
I'll
world.
fight for Nosferatu.
Yeah.
Listen,
That's
I
all
will
good.
say right off the bat, I have not seen Nosferatu, so I can't argue either way on it, except for the mustache thing. Mustache is on everybody. I will say that.
Hell yeah.
And for Justin and for Troy, are you familiar with that fun little Russian band? They're ex-Russian called Little Big.
No.
No.
They're famous for a song called Skibbity. If you ever look that up, you'll be hooked on all their videos. They
Okay.
have a song. Look up Little Big and put the word mustache. There is a video all about women's competition, and the women all have mustaches. And I think you'll appreciate mustaches more.
Psychotronics Cinema says Driveway Dolls is better than The Substance.
They don't like the substance overall. Anything. I think they think anything's better than the substance. Right? Even-
Troy, you're number 4.
Mine's another giant spider movie. This one's Infested.
I'm glad that made the list.
That's on my list higher up.
I really dug this movie a lot. I just thought it was so cool.
Yeah.
It just really kind of feelings going on throughout.
Yeah.
Feels
Spiders
like
freak me out. So
Yeah.
it feels like Attack the Block meets Arachnophobia,
Yeah.
sort of.
Yep. I could definitely
I-
see that.
I think that this is a little movie, but it really punches above its weight. I think the creature effects are amazing. I mean, they spent like $5 million on this movie, and it's French, so the government gave them like half of it, so that's all right. So they spent like 2.5. It's. I mean, I think it's like it already became a classic in the same breath as like Arachnophobia for me. I've showed this to like the 3 friends, and are like, wow, that was completely entertaining. Like those spiders come fat, It's like. It's really, I think, just a super fun creature feature kind of film to like sit on a Sunday afternoon and watch and just feel, wow, you feel exhausted sort of by the end of it. So anyway,
Totally cool movie if anybody hasn't checked it out.
Also on Shudder.
That was where I found it. Yep.
Now you're number 4. Hello.
I've got the weight. Jesus.
I'm going. Well, I was just saying I had Infested. Okay, my number 4 is Late Night with the Devil.
Oh, I'm surprised that's not been mentioned yet.
I have purposely not mentioned it because I figured when somebody would, I would bring up my deluxe.
Look at that.
edition. Yeah. See, that's another thing I'll add in. Walmart, what's wrong with you? They only carried the DVD, and the slot for the Blu-ray was always empty. They never stocked the Blu-ray.
Can I ask a question? Why don't you just get this online? Why do you got to fight the local store like every week? It's like Don Quixote going to Walmart expecting a different result, and it's never going to be like what you wanted to support yourself. Like I think there's a sickness to it. Like you depend on them to disappoint you, so you can wag your finger at them. Where you can just take the finger and just like type on the internet and get what you want.
Well, here's the thing. I rather would just like have it there instead of having to wait for it. But the problem is I can't
find it in the
Prime.
wild.
I can't afford Prime to get the free shipping and stuff. And even when it's on sites like Diabolic DVD, the problem is I refuse to use my debit card online. So that's why it's handy to just be in the store and buy it. But for online, I have a prepaid card that I use. So I'm constantly, how much money can I pull out and put on my prepaid card? It's a whole thing for me.
All right. I just hate to see you frustrating yourself. Like week over week. Like just like I can just picture your face dropping and or just aghast and like your teeth gnashing, and like they're like, "What the fuck is wrong with this guy? He comes in every week and he just gets upset." Like, you know?
Listen,
they have video camera of you week over week, year after year.
Todd
Just
collection.
like losing your fucking mind.
No, you should have seen it. Alok, there are 3 big Walmarts in my area, okay? And okay, A24 or Walmart released their deluxe editions of Midsommar, Stop Making Sense, and Everything Everywhere in those big book editions for like $50 each. But here's the thing. At all the locations except for Indio, the other locations, whoever stocked them thought that they were music and put them with underneath the vinyl section with CD like box sets of Taylor Swift and crap. And so no one bought them because they were there. And I go there going, why don't you have it? What's going on? Well, it says we have them in stock. I don't know. And then I figured out some person put them in the stupid wrong spot.
Well, maybe
so that's
put them in there.
That's another frustration with them is you got people who don't know that, oh, this is actually a movie or this is actually a CD. So the whole thing's a mess.
So not only is this like a weekly ritual, this is also you've also become a Walmart detective of sorts too, where you're just like you're like wait, just one more thing. Did you think it was an album? Did you think it was an album?
I straightened them out. The employees were like, "Oh my god," and put them where they should.
And then it happened again the following week, and you were like,
and it was all because of me.
You're just putting them in the wrong place.
Savior of Walmart.
Todd. Not all heroes wear capes. Clearly, and now we know.
I don't look good in a cape.
What?
You know me. I'm usually like, what are these things you call clothes?
Okay.
I mean, you're doing a public service, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I deserve cheesecake.
Is there anything else you want to say about Late Night with the Devil?
I mean, really nice small little film. Like I think shot in Australia, I recall, like 1.5 million, although probably the Australian government gave him half of it. They marketed this pretty perfectly, had a great festival run, and by the time it actually got to theaters, stayed in theaters like 3 weeks, I want to say. Like I talked to our manager of My Regal, and I was like, you got to put this in more showtimes. And he's like, yeah, I think I'm going to. It's getting good numbers. So he did, and like I watched that movie 3 times. I really enjoyed it. I was bringing friends to see it, that kind of thing.
It's one of my runners up. I wish that they hadn't hewn so tightly to the found footage aspect. I loved when they were on camera, and I wish when they were going to the behind the scenes they had cut to like a regular narrative type shooting. It's my one real thing with it, because you've just got that's where it just doesn't quite work. It's that, the problem I always have with found footage. Why are you still shooting here?
Yeah. Well, you make a good point. I actually even thought of that, but it would have been probably interesting to do that. But I thought it was super well acted. I thought all the scares were kind of genuine when they came and stuff, and you kind of like sort of feel like it's how it's going to end. So it's I don't know. I thought it was a nice little film for what it was, and I'm glad it was able to stay in theaters and make some real money. That's the thing.
I'm very pleased it got made, and very pleased it got out there and got the attention that it did, because it's a very good film. It's just didn't creep into my top 13.
I gotta throw in, it's an IFC Shutter.
Yeah.
There you
go. John Reddy said that was his favorite of the year. And I do agree with this. Psychotronic cinema, fuck AI and all that. But I have to say the AI controversy was way overblown. And that's specifically about Late Night with the Devil. Because they used when I first heard it myself, oh, that sucks. They used AI. But it was for a picture, like a couple pictures or something.
Title cards, yeah.
It was a really really nothing part of the movie.
It's probably just the filmmakers going, let's see what this does.
Yeah.
You
know? Yeah.
All right. Number 4 for Annabelle.
This is where I put The Wait. I really loved it. It's so stark. It's really in just effectively a wasteland in Spain. There's no one living there. There's this family, father, young son, and the wife, mom. And it's just sad. Like everyone has a reason to be sad and damaged. And everybody, well, most of the people seem pretty decent, and they're just all victims of circumstance. Like the mom wouldn't even be there, but she was in love with this guy, and he got her to leave the city to be out here where he's from for whatever the reasons were. Then they had the kid, and stuff happens with the kid, and there's sort of like a mafia element to it for that area. I mean, it is. There's a guy, and he owns the things and has gambling and stuff like that. And just to see the father, it's just sad over the course of the film, and it becomes a mystery, and things start coming undone, and there are like scary bits, and the ending, I think it was a surprise ending. I really enjoyed it.
Yep.
And a great focus on particular things. Like it was a really interesting story. I was like, there's this really great part where there's an overhead shot of a frying pan with eggs. And there was lots of different symbolic things that were culturally relevant. And he said he was told to not get the shot of the eggs. They were saying this is a waste of time. Don't do it. And he ended up doing it himself, forcing it in, and it had to do culturally why it was important to him. There were religious themes put in there, and it was really, really good film. I loved it.
Good choice. So my number 3, we're until the last 3 here. The Substance, which has been mentioned many, many times, and I agree with everyone saying about the first 2/3, whatever, but I would have been into this movie if it was all the last third of the movie. So, Diablo Joe, you're number 3.
My number 3 was Strange Darling, which I got. There you go.
I figured someone would bring it up. I liked it too, but I wasn't going to mention it.
Yeah, I just really I went in there completely blind. And I'm so glad I did. I loved just everything about it. I think that the 2 leads were awesome. I have to say, Giovanni Ribisi is a very solid cinematographer. I was very surprised.
Yeah,
and,
I haven't heard that name in a long time.
And let's face it,
he shot 35 actually too.
Oh yeah. The movie would not have worked if it was linear. I mean, let's face it. We'd be like, okay, it's a standard movie, but the way they structured it, I was like, part 4? What? Wait a minute, what? And then I realized what was going on, and
you have to really know as little as possible going in. Like you were saying, Diablo Joe, it's really important. It's higher up for me, to be fair, to tell you the truth. I think it was probably one of the most enjoyable times I had in the cinema, and I went and saw it like 3 times just to study it a bit more too, actually, because I thought it was like super well done for just the way they structured it, and Ed Begley Jr. kind of coming out of nowhere, and
I love Ed
some
Begley
acting,
Jr.
and
God bless him.
like, yeah, I mean, she like has like one of the best performances of the year. Everyone's like, Honora, she should be nominated. No, let's nominate this young lady for Strange Darling. She's just has an amazing performance, like one of the best of the year. And like, if you haven't seen it, I don't know if it's available for streaming right now yet.
It is streaming in the chat. It's not streaming, but I don't know.
It's not streaming yet. But
that's where I saw it.
Oh well, then I guess it is then.
Yeah.
I mean, streaming like
I'm just saying someone in the chat said it wasn't. So yeah.
Let's see where.
This is interesting though. What are you guys' takes on this? It's not a horror film.
I mean, I think it's living in the same neighborhood. It's horror adjacent. I mean, the same way, like, a lot of thrillers aren't necessarily horror movies, but maybe they have horrific elements. right?
Yeah. I'm really someone who doesn't like to argue about what genre a movie is. I don't really understand the point. Like unless it's like clearly like like if you said Planes, Trains, and Automobiles was a horror movie or something, you'd be like, well, that's kind of dumb. But I don't know. Thriller and horror is basically the same idea.
It's available to purchase on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and unfortunately, again, another one of my complaints. Walmart only had the DVD.
Fight that windmill.
Walmart, get a clue.
Thrill of the hunt.
Walmart needs
I'm
to
gonna
get
Todd a t-shirt that just says Walmart only had the DVD.
Look, my big thing is this: Walmart is the only store in town that still carries movies. Not Target, not Best Buy,
right.
Walmart. And if Walmart would be smart, they would step up and not only carry just DVDs, but more Blu-rays and just expand their section, because I know people that go every Tuesday to see what new stuff is out. And Walmart would, to them it's pennies, but they'd be smart and would draw in more people if they would just do this.
It's so bizarre that I would, I would think that the market would be demanding. Blu-rays have been around for over a decade
They'd
now.
sell out first. The DVDs, like Late Night with the Devil, and the DVDs just sat there. If they had the Blu-ray, I'd never seen any there. They were gone. But all the other movies, especially the end cap of big new titles, the Blu-rays are gone, and then there's DVDs sitting there. People buy up the Blu-rays, and again, it's just you can't get some of these people in suits who are out playing golf to listen.
Have you ever had a chance to talk to the manager of that section?
No,
and just
to them.
sit him down, buy him a coffee, and just be like, "Look, this is what I need from you." You see me coming here every week.
Alok, I will do. Thank you, people. Kickstarter me a Prime thing, but Alok, I will do one better on that. I have actually called Walmart's 800 number and said, "Look, you guys are the only game in town. You really need to step up and not only carry more titles, but carry the Blu-rays of these titles, and you will do a business." And apparently I heard something about, a lot of truckers buy DVDs at Walmart because they don't have Blu-ray players in their trucks or so. I heard some kind of reasoning like that. But no, honestly, I have called their 800 number. I have done that, yes.
I think we have to do better than that. We have to find the executive that's in charge of this particular region and have words with him. Like, this is what we have to do.
You're a producer. You know all the ins and outs.
We gotta send this Jimmy the Lip guy who won the.
You've probably been around or slept with the most important people, so I think you could.
I don't know that I have in the Walmart sphere, but I will try. If Sydney Sweeney joins the board, I will try to
Alok is taking one for the team.
Yes.
Blu-ray.
I will for Walmart and the country.
I will stop complaining about tits if you do that for me.
I think what we need to do.
Even if he's unsuccessful.
It's a deal.
Even if he's unsuccessful, if he does it,
you know what? He tried, and how can I ever criticize him? Because he's behind that amazing movie 1VR. So he'll always be good in my book.
So what is your number 3, Todd?
Me?
Oh, you just do yours.
No, I've lost track. It's not me again, is it? Diablo Joe? Did you just do your?
I thought he just did Strange Darlings.
Yeah.
Okay, he did. Yeah. All right. Well then, I'll keep the one title or two that I think are.
I don't think I messed up all show this time.
No. It was Joe.
You've been good, Chief.
So mine again are it's a two reissue thing. I'm so happy that Vinegar Syndrome got a wider audience to discover The Reflecting Skin.
Such a great film.
Philip Ridley's 3 films, The Reflecting Skin, Passion of Darkly Noon, and Heartless, are all masterpieces. Yeah. And so are the soundtracks. But Reflecting Skin is amazing. And then here's one. Oh, I know some of you like this one. The classic Butcher Baker Nightmare Maker. was
Yeah, I have it.
reissued by Severin. Forget the other title, Night Warning. That sucks. But it's just the most bonkers, insane movie ever. And the fact, too, that it's dear to my heart because that actress from Airplane and the Mary Tyler Moore Show, Joyce Bulifant, she was married to William Asher, who directed this. And she wrote the song Little Billy Boy that you hear in the movie. She wrote that. So there's just a lot about, but the movie itself is so irresistible. It is so good. Who's that? It's blurry.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's you, but you can't
Me?
quite see it. I'm sorry. Yep.
Yeah,
It's
I think
supposed
you have
to
to
be
take
me?
like the blur off or so. Or,
oh my God.
take a
that
picture of
what it
Troy and
is?
send it to me.
All right, I will.
Oh my God. Wow. I'm just like blushing. Thank you. But no, those two, they're just reissues, but it shows that people care about these movies that most people don't know about, and that really makes me so happy because they're just two of my favorites. That's it.
All right. Number 3 for Mr. Heading.
Number 3 is Late Night with the Devil, and this was the other Shudder movie I saw in theaters, and the one that did have a full house. Actually, I saw it twice in theaters. Second time not as full, but it was still pretty decently packed for. I saw it on a Wednesday night. The second time, first time was a Friday night. I was supposed to see it with a friend who had to bail, and I just, out of curiosity, happened to look at the showtime. I was an hour out from when the showtime was, and I saw almost half the theater was bought out. And so I managed to jump on the best seat I could find. And when I got there, I was shocked to see like a packed house for this movie. I was like, meanwhile, down the way in another auditorium was Ghostbusters Frozen Empire. And I never saw one person walk into that theater, but I saw everybody walking to Late Night with the Devil. So that was kind of awesome to see. And then when I got out of Late Night with the Devil, the doors were wide open for Frozen Empire. No one was coming out.
Wow. Unless someone has it in 1 or 2, I don't think anyone has that Ghostbusters on their 13 list.
What's my number 1?
Oh, shit, you got my one.
What do you suppose that is, Neil?
I don't know. Everyone forgot.
Yeah,
Everyone's
I honestly don't remember that it actually came out. I know
I remember
my
seeing the ads like nonstop.
My daughter leaned over to me when we were watching the movie, and she was like, "Daddy, I'm bored." I was like, "I am too, honey. I am too."
Well, for me, the only Ghostbusters will be, oh my God! Oh,
that's the T-shirt right there.
That's a T-shirt. That's no. I will say the only Ghostbusters for me is the 1975 TV show Ghostbusters.
Hell yeah!
Oh yes,
that is the one that I will always fight.
Spencer Tracy and Kong.
You want a Ghostbusters story? I went to go see the Females Ghostbusters, that movie, that piece of shit. And so we saw it, and I hated it. And then I came out of the theater, and not trying to say there's a stereotype because my first wife was Asian, but this old Asian man had fallen asleep at the wheel, and his van had plowed into my Audi A5, and it hit it so hard it was parallel to the curb, right? And I was like, Jesus Christ! Everyone's like, "Oh yeah, we saw the guy that did it. He just fell asleep at the wheel." I was like, Ghostbusters! So, that's the end of the story.
We shot part of that film down the street from me, and it wasn't worth it.
Oh, Ghostbusters. Yeah.
The female one I kind of got a kick out of because I love the gals. I love those SNL gals. They're fun together. And that's what I got. And I like that who was a total male bimbo in it.
Like, I wanted to like it. It just wasn't a game.
I know. I understand that.
And then my car was wrecked after it was over. So that
that
added taste in
it's
my
a
mouth.
touchy subject for you.
Yes.
There's
Always
trauma
has been.
there.
Truly.
The number
all right.
3 for Troy.
Oh, we're down to the 3.
Mhm.
My number 3, probably going to be a little love-hate on this one. My number 3, I fucking loved it, was Long Legs. I just thought it was so great.
Absolutely loved it. Yes. I see, again, I didn't put these high on my list because I knew everybody else or most people would be talking about it anyway. So, but that one.
Long
This was
Legs.
crazy, Nick Cage, and I loved it. It was just so good.
Long Legs, best marketing campaign of the year, but
Yes.
I thought that didn't deliver on the goods.
I
And in
just don't
fact,
like it when. Oh, go ahead.
in fact, I will tell you, Nick Cage is doing his best Mrs. Doubtfire imitation in this movie.
Okay, I'm here for it. I was there for it. Yeah.
Yeah,
He was the best part of that movie,
the
honestly.
best part of the movie is the very first scene. I thought
Yeah.
was actually pretty. It was
Yeah.
scary.
That was
And,
the like.
It was very intimidating, creepy.
And I'm
and you
tired
just-
of FBI
Man.
agents who have no personality. They're like dead. But there was a reason you found out later why she had the personality she had, which made I understood. But I'm just tired of movies where all the FBI agents are just like, how did they get hired by the FBI? They're total schmucks.
Why didn't they
Well,
die their
it's
first day
dangerous.
on the job?
Yeah, she was so dead, but you figured out why near the end. It explained that, so I forgave that. But in general, that's
Look, Neon made I think over $100 million. With this
Yeah, it was
movie.
their biggest
so
movie ever.
It's a success for horror is success for all of us. So that's what I like to say.
and Nicolas
whether
That was
Cage
another one that was a
did
full
his own
house.
thing.
whether I
Nicolas-
liked it or not, it still
Nicolas
helped us.
Cage apparently
Yeah.
did a lot of that stuff on his own. The director didn't tell him how to behave. He just did.
Yeah, I really think they
Oh,
needed.
you
to
really
do
think you
it,
can
honestly.
tell Nicolas Cage how to behave?
Well, no, he
Yeah,
just
they
said
just say, "Go be
he
Nick
didn't
Cage."
tell him, I want you to behave like this or sing it like that or do that. He just let Nick do it, and I think to me that's brilliant. I know he's always intense, but those little nuances and things he did throughout the entire movie was just so incredibly smart.
Yeah. He's not in the film much. I mean, it probably total maybe 8 minutes to 10 minutes.
But you forget that. You forget it because
Right.
he's such a presence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I've always been a big fan of Alicia Witt, plays the mother, and she really, because she's such an animated, friendly human in real life.
Did you
Play
ever
that-
see Liebestrom?
No.
I think it was Biggest who directed it or something, but Alicia Witt, because you remember her from this TV show Sybil, Sybil Shepherd. But Alicia Witt played one of the young prostitutes in a brothel in that movie, and she's playing the title track Liebestrom over the end credits on a piano. So if you're an Alicia Witt fan, I highly recommend you see Liebestrom.
okay.
But
Yeah.
look for the unrated cut. It stars Bill Pullman, but it's basically the unrated cut has a central scene that ties the movie together. The R-rated cut doesn't, and so carry on.
All right. That was Troy's. Alok, you're number 3.
Okay, this was already mentioned before, but the coffee table. I thought this movie was, like you said, it literally holds you hostage. Like, you can't wait to get out of there because you're just like, where is this going to fucking go? And it's just the characters, like that little girl character who's trying to tell the guy that he's in love with her and just won't stop with it, is so perfect. And they kind of straddle the line between, is this going to keep the believability going here or not? But they managed to do it the entire way through, and it's just fantastic. It's one of those examples of what you can do with very limited shooting locations. And they shot that apartment straight up. They didn't like make that into a set or anything like that. They just that was the thing. I mean, this is impressive. I mean,
What gets me is you could label it a farce.
Yeah, you could. You absolutely could. But I just was so moved by this movie. Keenan Becker from Ghost Pirate Radio, I think is his like thing. He told me
He's
about
the
it.
guy
like
I
in,
invited on tonight, but he couldn't make the scene.
Oh, he's a really good guy.
Yeah.
Well, he's the one who told me. But I had a lunch with him. He was going down to Long Beach for whatever
Oh.
horror festival over there, and I had a lunch with him. And he's like, "Dude, you got to see this movie." And so I saw it. I'm like, "Oh, he's spot on. It's like one of the best movies of the year. Like it's so
you won't forget it. That's
Yeah.
the thing.
Yeah.
Down the line, it may not be as well mentioned as other films, but it's a movie that will pop into your head.
No, it made me mad that it didn't have better marketing behind it.
It
Because
should have had a
it has the goods.
I didn't know
like
anything
it has the
about
goods.
it going in. Like I had
Yeah.
no idea about this movie.
Well, he just told me like this is some bleak shit. And I'm like, "All right, I'll see it," and I don't want to say another word about it because I don't want to give up anything that happens in it.
To see it.
Literally,
Well, that's
just
why
go
they
watch
list
it.
it as a cruel Kaya, whatever his name is, a cruel film, and instead of just saying directed by a cruel film by.
Yes,
and
just watch it. You don't need to know anything else other than this.
Do
Just
not watch
we
the
told you to watch it.
trailer.
Don't watch
Yeah,
the trailer. No,
don't
no, no.
read.
Don't say go straight in. Strange Darling and that go straight in.
And number 3 for Annabelle.
Well, The Strange Darling, I really wish I could say more. I think there's some really important stuff about this movie that's very different that I know some people are criticizing, and it's very frustrating.
They're just jealous.
There's talk about, I guess I could say as much as there's like concerns about it in terms of feminism and how this represents women. And
Women can be psychos and stuff.
I will just say that I think the criticism is really bullshit. And it is actually the total opposite. I really, really wish I could say more. But I know we're trying to not, and I know that the movie has some pretty big twists.
I don't mind. It doesn't matter to me if you say anything, but
No.
No, for the audience, for mankind, for womankind. We have to. You should go see it without knowing anything.
Yeah.
See, trailers today piss me off. Because I have people go, "Oh, I got to get in there. I don't want to miss the trailers." The trailers are now just Reader's Digest versions of the entire movie. Because I've seen some trailers recently that have the last shots of the film.
Here you go. I'm
Very
putting up the spoilers
Are you going to be
warning.
spoiling it? What about the people that are in the room? You all fine with this?
It's up to everybody. It's fine by me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who hasn't seen it? Who hasn't seen it?
I can mute
Well,
the
there
mic if
people out there that haven't. And
No, any
No,
of
no.
I got spoilers going across the bottom.
Seen it?
everybody in the room has seen it?
oh,
Yep.
spoilers. Okay, yeah.
All right. So the idea that the woman is a serial killer, you find out eventually that she's a serial killer, and there's a thought out there apparently that it's just showing a depiction of women as luring, that there's a stereotype of women luring men with sex, and then somehow this is making women look bad. In my opinion, equality is when the woman can be a successful serial killer. Like this woman is fucking evil. She's evil. She is, I think, the equivalent of other male serial killers, and I think it's really important to have that. So I think the idea of we always have to present women as a particular kind of strong person, like in a very specific way, is total bullshit. This is a very strong woman who knows what the fuck she's doing.
She can also be a very flawed character. What the fuck does it matter? Like, it's a fucking character, right? Like,
It's
I don't
like
know. She's not a real person. She's not running for president. Like, what does it matter? Like,
it's like when there's
silly.
been
It's silly.
It's like when there's been criticism about gay and lesbian characters being killers and serial killers. Like, you can't do that. Why not? Anybody and everybody can be a serial killer. And I just think that's getting so weird that they're saying this was anti-feminist and stuff. That's bullshit. While we don't want more serial killers, obviously, You know, hey, good on you, gal. You were a lot clever than most.
Yeah.
So,
No, I mean it's not like you have
should be
somebody
able
like
to be any character.
Ted Bundy used his attractiveness. It's the same thing. You use unless you're going to overpower people or kill them from a distance, sort of thing. Do the Zodiac. You use charisma to entice your victims.
It's always worked for me.
So.
I'll tell you what they use in that movie is that Ed Begley Jr. and his wife's breakfast. Every time I see that breakfast, it makes me so hungry.
Oh my God!
It's so delicious and decadent, that breakfast. So much like breakfast treats. But yes, I would definitely watch it again just for that.
Yeah, I never would have thought though that Barbara Hershey would have been like the perfect wife for Ed Begley Jr., but she was.
She was. All that jam.
They were such a cute couple.
So, as the woman in the room who's talked about the substance and representation does actually matter, at least to each other, and feeling like, wow. So, to me, feeling like there can be a serial killer that's a woman, to me, is like we've hit a place. Like this, to me, is like groundbreaking. That this exists in this manner, in this way that I didn't have to watch and go, this is a woman and hear her roar. It was just, I know to most people it's not going to mean anything, and that's what's important.
Yeah,
that's what's important. That people should be able to watch it and not think about, oh, it's a woman. It should just be, here's an amazing serial killer.
Yeah, that's how I saw it through the whole thing.
Yep.
Yeah, me too.
And that's what it should be.
All right. My number 2, we're into the last 2, is a movie that's been mentioned by, I think just by everybody, Heretic. Diablo. Joe, you're number 2.
My number 2 is Long Legs. I just thought it was wonderfully creepy.
Oh, I'm sorry. Long Legs, definitely, but like I said, other people mentioned. So you're not going to say it's horror. I don't care. There were little horror elements, but I'm going to go for. I got to bring up Hundreds of Beavers.
Oh, nice! Wow,
I'm a big fan of the movie.
Yeah, huge fan of the film.
This edition through Vinegar
We had the
Syndrome sold out
on the show
immediately. But just so you know, I did treat myself, and they did say it's finally going to be sent out soon. I got the wood box.
Oh, sweet!
That's awesome.
Yeah, they apparently the printers
too.
messed it up, and they said no, so they had to redo it. And I got an email the other day that said that here it is, here's what it looks like. We're sending them out soon. But it just, I am such a fan of this guy's first movie, Lake Michigan Monster.
Yeah, it's 2 guys that make the movies.
He has such an amazing mind, and even though I think the beard was fake, it was still pretty amazing. But yeah, Hundreds of Beavers. I had to throw it in there. Anybody can take what they will out of that, but it had to be mentioned.
It is a very, very fun movie.
Oh yeah,
it was a little long, a bit long.
Yeah, it is.
I agree 100%.
Game kind of scene.
It was a little too much, but I'm not going to complain because I was smiling.
Fun movie.
It's like watching a live action Looney Tunes.
Yeah.
That's what I felt like for most of it.
Or even one of those Max Fleischer.
Oh yeah.
So, but yeah, it was delightful.
Number 2, Godzilla Man over here, Justin Beheading.
My number 2 has been mentioned several times. The Substance.
Excellent. It might be that you might have it on the highest. I think I had it 3. You have it 2. Troy, is there anything else you want to add to it, Justin? Or
no, just like that it literally exists in its own world.
I agree.
Yeah. And I think Universal is kicking themselves a little bit, even though they didn't want it. Then when they saw how much money it made.
Oh yeah, of course.
Oh yeah.
Number 2, Mr. Jones.
Number 2. Movie blew my little mind. I loved it so much. It was Nosferatu. Couldn't get enough of it.
Nice.
All right.
Number 2, Alok.
It's already been discussed. Infested, the French
Oh,
amazing.
Nice, love
That
that
was my
one.
number 2. Yeah. So
Big
it's on.
spiders are
It's on
always fun.
Shutter. It's on
Damn
Shutter.
right.
Number
I
2,
It
Annabelle.
hasn't been said yet. It's Woman of the Hour. I don't know if
Oh,
anybody's seen
Oh,
it.
yeah.
Very excellent. I had no idea what it was. I was trying to find like what are maybe some movies I missed.
I've heard of this.
And yeah, and so I saw this on a list and I just watched it, went in blind, had no idea. It was just on a list that said this is great. And wow, it's so dark. It's about a serial killer. And the way they do it, it is different stories kind of overlapping in that what is dubbed as like the Tarantino way of having different times overlapping.
Annabelle, I'm very curious. Since we were talking about women in films and stuff,
Yeah.
did any of you see the current IFC release, Skincare, with Elizabeth Banks?
No.
You've got to see it. It's a dark comedy, but it is pitch black. It's one of those movies where, as it goes along, everything gets worse. And Elizabeth Banks, Skincare, and again,
Walmart only had the DVD.
It's one that I may order online on Blu-ray because I liked it that much. But I had to throw Skincare in there because we're talking about women in films and stuff. And Elizabeth Banks just kicks ass in this movie.
I just watched Woman of the Hour last night.
Oh my god!
Which is why it's not on my list because it's technically for me at 25.
Mm-hmm.
But I loved it. I absolutely love it. I really have grown to have so much respect for Anna Kendrick.
Is that one available yet? As far
It's on Netflix.
It's on Netflix. Yeah. I think that's
Yeah.
It's not a disc release yet.
No, not yet.
Okay.
I think is it based on true story about like
Yes.
the dating game?
Yeah,
It is.
Yeah, I brought that up. I think maybe I was talking with you about it, Joe. Was I? Maybe. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was another person. Because I know who it was, and they were saying that they could remember when this story broke about this guy who had been on the dating game. He was a serial killer at the time, who had been on the dating game.
Did you feel like? Look, I know it's kind of two different stories, and the way it was presented to me that it was going to be kind of about this girl, right, and this experience on the show, and so I thought like. And I know that, like, look, everything that happened in the story, that might have been the true story. But there's a true story, and there's a way to make it entertaining, right? Yeah. And I felt like it was very abrupt, the way it kind of was structured. Like, this girl goes on the show, and you're so invested in this girl, and all of a sudden it's just like, poof, she's gone, and now we're with this other girl, and then it just sort of ends abruptly, even more so. So I felt like there should have been some sort of, like, relationship more between these things. I don't know. Maybe it would have been better to keep the story just about her and not have to deal with this other girl or something. I don't know. You can take creative license for certain things, I guess to say. But I don't know. I just kind of felt left down when it really wasn't about her at the end. She just like was whatever. I don't want to spoil it, but it just turned into something else. Is my point.
Yeah,
like it really
I
wasn't
could see that.
Straight up
How
story.
many? I feel like there's a few different people brought in who were victims, and they did kind of like that. I think I know which person at the end. You're thinking of a different person at the end.
There's like three people. There's no resolution for the black girl whose friend, whatever. And then this girl comes out of nowhere who's all of a sudden a model gonna do whatever with him. And then Anna Kendrick, who they built this main character up the entire time, is just sort of like out. Like she's out. Like, and I know it's a true story. Don't get me wrong, but it just seemed very disjointed.
I wonder if that is like a choice on purpose because of what it is to be what happens with a serial killer. It's like, here's a life.
Well, I think they wanted to make it just like as truthful as possible, which is fine, but doesn't make it as entertaining as possible a lot of times for the audience is the thing.
That's the problem I had with Bohemian Rhapsody. I caught every single thing they made up in that movie.
Oh, God.
It pissed me
Yeah, I guess
off.
that's it too, is that I liked this because it didn't feel like the made-for-TV movie. It did that starkness. I liked it as not just, like I said, that made-for-TV movie. I felt fine with it myself. Obviously, it's high up, but I
didn't get that any of that at all. look. I did for me that worked. That
the sharpness.
Yeah.
So, my number one
Top dog
is I was figuring out what should be my number one, and I just said screw it. Terrifier 3. I think it's the best horror movie of the year.
Ah, really?
Yeah.
Wow,
I'm
Neil.
a big fan. I thought it was the best of the trilogy. It's really got people into this really graphic horror film. It's captured people like like Jason and stuff back in the day, but now for a new generation. So yeah, Terrifier 3. Horror movie of the year.
All right. Interesting.
My number one, Justin, I'm going to be backing you here, my man.
Hell yeah.
Nosferatu, including the mustache.
Nice.
I'll
take it.
I know the nose is going up down there. It's curling. I thought it was a really nice, very solid personal take on the whole Nosferatu legacy. I'm a huge fan of the Werner Herzog. Not a fan at all of the one that came out with oh god, what's the actor who does all the Guillermo del Toro films?
Perlman?
Sorry?
Ron Perlman?
No. Who does all the creatures?
Doug Jones. Doug Jones.
Yes, Doug, yeah. Just have a total brain fart. They try to capitalizing on the whole link to this. They did that. They did a version of Nosferatu. Couldn't even make it through. Barely made it through the beginning. But I thought that the cinematography, the mood, it just worked for me. And I think it's going to be one of those things that it's going to fit itself quite nicely with the original, the Herzog version, which is, I think, my favorite version.
Which version of the English or the German? Because they filmed the movie twice.
The German.
Yes, and of course I have a giggle because no one ever talks about it, but you can see his reflection in the mirror in a scene, and that always bugged me. But I love that. I love that movie. So,
yeah,
I have the old Anchor Bay double VHS set of it.
I do too. I do too. The white, the black cassettes.
The box kind of didn't stay together too well, but I did get the DVD as well.
Exact same with me. The box is not the best.
It fell apart.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love that one.
Your number one, Todd.
Okay. Well, I will say the most horrifying movie of the year was the latest God's Not Dead release, but it wasn't the best horror film. So again, pure flicks. But my favorite, of course, yes, The Substance. We've talked about it, and I did feel that the ending, yes, jarred me a little because it felt like suddenly trauma got involved. Like Lloyd Kaufman stepped in and threw some money at it. But for that, and then for one last reissue, so happy with this. Hush. I thought this was like, what, Netflix or Amazon only, and then finally they decided, Shout Factory decided to release it as a 4-disc set.
Whoa.
Two 4K DVDs and 2 Blu-rays, and each of them contain what I have never seen called the shush cut, where they took out all the score for like the first 95% of the movie.
Wow.
So there's no music. And this one, when someone posted it for free on YouTube a long time ago, and of course it got yanked, but I managed to download it from YouTube before they did so I could watch it. But look, I spent.
But you bought it. You bought it. It's fine.
I bought it because it wasn't available on disc, and
Someone call the cops.
Yeah. Well, you know what?
Unpod-like.
You know what? I'll
You're
just
breaking the law. I
Like-
see how it is. You won't let people go in the theater with their snacks. But Todd,
Yeah, I won't. I'll let you and Neil. So, but
Screw the rest of us, though.
I am in your purse.
What about the manager of Walmart in the section? Can he go in?
Just stop in Chinatown, get a bond
Only
me,
if they
put it in
get
my
me the
backpack.
Blu-rays. But another thing is too. Look, I got a camera on me where I am in the theater, and if someone comes walking in with some kind of big roast chicken or something,
as they are apt to do in Palm Springs, one of the hottest places on the face of the planet. Just walk in, just like
You got a rotisserie chicken. Yeah.
People, you would not believe what people can. But the thing is, if my GM,
I wouldn't.
My GM happens to be looking at the cameras or is around the corner, and someone comes walking by me with that, I can get a possible write-up for letting them in with that. That's one reason why I'm diligent, but also because people in general are just assholes.
Yeah.
And I like to tell them no, and the sign says no, and then
It's expensive, Todd. Not all of us are rolling in the Benjamins.
I know the reason, and I've explained it. The reason, and not just at this is at all theaters. The reason concession prices are so freakishly high is because our paychecks come from that. From the studios get all the money for the tickets, basically. 85 to 95% of the money from tickets go to the studios. All our paychecks basically come from concession sales. And with all those stupid popcorn buckets everybody's putting out now too, and we sell those like crazy. The Nosferatu ones, like people were like, "Where are they?" They were like really desperate to get them. So the prices are ridiculous, but like I said, that's where our paychecks come from. Can't Walmart order stuff for you? Not in the store. I could order it up, but again, I would have to use if I have to order online, I would have to use my prepaid card because, as I said, I refuse to use my debit card. I'm just paranoid about hacking and stuff. So the prepaid card is a PayPal thing, so that I feel safe. So I have to keep pulling money out of my checking account to put on the prepaid card, and I can only do so much at a time because, folks, I am not rich. So I have to plan it all out, and walking into Walmart, I'm in a good mood. I know what I want to buy, and I think I'll drop by the movies. And then just to see it's such a letdown. And
Well, we have your heart has a week to heal until next Tuesday. When I come out again.
No, actually, I learned
your heart will go on. As they say.
I learned this last week. I went there on a Wednesday instead of Tuesday, and it was in the afternoon at about 2:00, and they were just now putting out titles like Sleep. And that's another movie that should have been on people's list this year was Sleep. But
that was also Asian horror movie, right?
Yeah, amazing. But the thing is, sometimes they just don't get around to it until the next day. So Tuesday or Wednesday. That's a secret for all you people out there. And don't go early in the morning because they don't put them out early in the morning.
Justin, what is your number one of the year?
I join you on this one, Neil. My number one is also Terrifier 3.
Nice.
High five, Justin.
Hell yeah.
I'm going to stop it.
But no, I had a blast with it in theaters. I just love with these last two movies because I don't know if the first one played in theaters. If it did, it was probably like very limited release. But
just festivals.
Yeah, but the second and third one getting big releases when they're unrated and doing as well as they did is pretty damn freaking awesome. Like seeing it opening day with a packed crowd. Myself dressed as Art the Clown in the theater. Prompting everybody to want to take pictures with me after the movie.
Although you probably would not have been able to get past me because of the shoot. No, the shooting incident that happened back in 2011.
Anti-fun over here.
They put up rules that say no total face paint and no masks that cover the upper part of your face. Now, but again, people, because I know you, I will break the rules.
Oh, I appreciate that, Todd.
You just gotta slip me some cheesecake.
I'll try to remember that.
It's not even code. He just wants cheesecake.
Exactly.
Either that or money.
I think the cheesecake will be
So I
easier to
can
come
order
by.
so I can order my Blu-rays.
Prepaid Walmart gift cards.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I mean, I know it. I know, you know, people say about Walmart and you know how evil it is, and in that documentary, Walmart: The High Cost of Low Prices, there was a whole section about the Walmart that used to be here in Cathedral City, how they, because they didn't want to pay back some money, they jumped and went right into Palm Springs instead. But unfortunately, and even though they've raised the prices on everything there about $2, I'm really angry on everything. It's still the cheapest in town, you know? And for someone on my budget, and people say, well, Todd, you buy movies. Okay. But I don't drink. I don't go out and party. I don't, you know, I don't pay for prostitutes. I don't do all that stuff.
You get them for free.
That's it.
I do it for free, honey. But it's just that is the logic
All right,
for me.
let's let Justin finish up his
Oh,
Terrifier.
he was in the middle. Okay.
No worries, but yeah, no, I had a blast seeing it in theaters. Both times that I did it, both times there was a very good crowd. I was bummed that I didn't get to see anyone walk out during the opening scene like some were said to have done in early screenings. But at the same time, it also meant I was in good company.
You didn't see anyone puke or pass out either.
Unfortunately not.
Been waiting for that.
So, yeah,
I
Terrifier
agree.
3,
Yeah, it's cool to be part of. Like you know, I saw a lot of the Jason movies when they came out, but I never saw the original one when it first came out. You know, I saw most of the Nightmare on Elm Street, but it's cool that you know we finally have a new horror icon, a new slasher icon.
Oh, yeah.
And it's fun to see so many people excited, you know, about a really graphic horror film.
Oh, yeah. To the point where little kids will pay for tickets for some kids movie and then they'll sneak into Terrifier 3, like I heard happened a lot.
Not past me.
There is hope for the youth of America.
Amen to that.
This is nice. The Dew's cheater. He knows me from another realm here on the internet, but he does want to know if anyone's been affected by the wildfires in LA, because we do have some folks here in that area.
Yep.
Yeah, it's close by. It's close to us right now. The Palisades fire is just on the other side of the hill from us. I'm in the valley. I'm in Encino Hills. So we've been looking at the map. It hasn't changed in like 2 days, so I don't think it's changing. But they were able to fly the helicopters and dump water all last night. So I think that's helping. It's just the winds are kicking back up tonight, like now. So they're worried that it'll start whatever it started before. But it's not going to be like 80 miles an hour. Actually, it is 80 miles an hour like in Orange County. And what else is there?
Our aunt used to live there. I don't think she does anymore.
Yeah, so like the Inland Empire in Orange County and San Bernardino are getting some heavy winds tonight. So hopefully nothing more will happen.
Yeah, our mom wasn't able to get a hold of our aunt, you know, her sister, for the last couple of days, but she did today. So then everything's fine.
Okay.
And I'm in Palm Springs, so I'm 2 hours away, basically.
Everyone's coming to Palm Springs because there's no hotels left in LA. So
that is true, but you know, don't bring any attitude. Is all I can say.
You're not getting in with that banh mi sandwich, Neil.
Yeah.
Nasty Neal. Nasty
Neal,
Neal, it's not happening.
I got the banh mi. I bring a thermos that I fill up with coffee. Then I hide it in the backpack.
You can bring in water. You can bring in your dummy cups full of whatever you have in there. That's fine. Water's a necessity, and I'm really not that strict. But Alok, like I was saying, a woman came in with a greasy
Annabelle and I
Five
did
Guys
bring
bag.
in a whole pizza once to a theater.
Well, see that I will stop.
How do you sneak that in?
That's what I said, and Annabelle's like, they won't care, and she was right.
Wow.
Like, hey.
Well, I basically there was a woman who came in with a bag of Five Guys. You know how greasy soaked those bags are, and
Yeah,
and
we
I
also
said you can't.
walked in once with.
I'm
it was
sorry, you can't
Wahlberg.
bring that in here. And she goes, "It's okay, I'm diabetic."
Aha.
And then
Okay.
and then a guy came in with a full
Starbucks coffee and a Frappuccino. His wife was already inside. And I said, I'm sorry, you can't bring those past this point. And he goes, it's okay. My diabetes medication is in this. I'm like, in a sugary Frappuccino? What? I said, you're going to look me in the eye and tell me that? And he just looked at me and I said, well, let me get a manager and you can explain it to him.
Did the manager let him go?
Wow.
I'm sorry. I know people want to save money and it's fine, but I gotta do my job.
Street justice delivered swiftly at the Cinemark.
Yes, Todd, quality.
Take out their knees.
Judge, jury, and executioner.
I'm just doing my job, and I've had customers go, I understand you're just doing it.
Number one, Troy. Number one.
My number one, I think it has been mentioned. Exuma. I thought this movie was just so awesome.
Great.
You had everything going on in this one. You had curses. You had all kinds of fun stuff. So definitely check it out if you haven't.
Yeah.
And mine has already been talked about. Strange Darling, my number one. Brilliant film. Very well done.
And Annabelle, your number one.
Is Exuma.
Nice.
Oh, wow.
Phenomenal film. I don't just never ending I could pay attention the whole time easily. There's always something going on. It's not like I can step away and maybe miss
It was
something.
over 2 hours too, wasn't it? It was pretty
long.
Yeah.
Well, by minute 56, when they kind of in the first story of sorts, I was like, "Is this the end?" I thought this was a much longer movie, and then it was like, it's like, okay, where is this going now? Let's see.
Buckle back in, yeah.
And it worked. It's like some movies that made me like, well, what? And it could totally suck, but it had that twist and it was in it, and it just got more intense. And there was just something I like about the Asian cinema that I usually see is its layers.
Oh yeah,
layers of things, and it's like a beautiful layered, like baklava. Like you've got all these beautiful layers in there, and there's honey, and there's the things, and
I'm down with that.
Dense and wonderful.
I could eat some baklava right now.
Right?
So we've been here really late, but does anyone have just an honorable mention they want to mention that's not been mentioned at all?
Yeah, all mine have been mentioned.
Same here.
I want to say I'm sorry. I am sorry to the people that I've offended and the films that I've offended. I mean, the what's the one I hate so much?
Violent Nature.
What is that again?
In a Violent
Nature.
It's the worst title in the world too. I can never remember it. And the Violent Nature made money, and it's good because it made money for horror, and that's
it was unrated.
And it was unrated. And look, I watched it twice, so I felt like I could talk some shit on it, but it's just impressive that people make a movie, and that movie actually makes money. So what I'm trying to say, it was IFC, and look, it's the filmmakers are going to make a second film that I hope is much better, like just like Smile 2, outsmiled Smile 1. I have faith that they can make a better movie. I would love to see that guy make a sandwich, or kick a frog into the water, or do something weird. I think there's a lot of ways they can go with that, and even the prequel could be better if that's what they choose to do. So I apologize, but I also
instead of
hope
becoming
everyone
undead, he's alive in the next one.
Exactly, but I hope everyone had fun with our jokes tonight and different things like that. So, it's hard to make a movie. I know it's hard to make a movie.
Here's the thing: is that when we sit here and we talk about even the stuff that we didn't like, it's because we.
I feel bad going hard on Nosferatu.
We want stuff to be good.
Oh yeah.
And we all have different opinions. Clearly, I don't think a single one of these movies that all of us were like, that movie sucked. I don't think anyone.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
No. Just real quick, I'm just going to throw it. I won't talk too much about them. Just real quick, The Invisible Raptor, I think, was probably the funniest horror comedy of the year. It didn't make my 13, but I hope people check it out. It's a very fun movie.
I was so close. I was literally about to press buy, like for Apple,
It's
for
really
iTunes
fun.
or
It's
whatever.
really fun
But I was
movie.
like, I don't know if I want to own this.
You should see that. You should see
It
that
is
on
very
a
fun,
double
honestly.
bill with Velocipaster.
Yeah,
Well,
Velocipaster.
that's great. That's great. I mean, I
Yeah.
like that movie. Like,
Yeah, it was funny actually at the premiere. Alok, I was like, I think that's the Velocipaster. he was at the premiere of
Oh, that's
Once a Future
awesome.
Smash, which made me very excited.
He
Yeah, the
was.
actor.
Oh, I wish I would have known that.
Yeah, I wanted to
Well-
go to him, but then I felt weird. But
Well, I'm just saying, I think I have to see this movie now. I
yeah,
have to
no, I
see
think
this
it's very
Invisible
fun.
Raptor.
Yeah, it's a
Alright.
very funny movie. I dug it.
I was so close to buying it. I was just like, I can't do it.
Well, all I will throw in
Shadow
is
Monster by Chris Bickle. I think that's a really cool independent film. And the new Street Trash. If you want really over the
Vinegar
top.
Syndrome just released that and on Blu-ray. And you were talking about films earlier that you said, people talk about the sequels, but it will always be the first film that will be the one that people talk about the most. And I think that'll be the same case with the Street Trash, though. Even though it was enjoyable, I think it's the first one that will be embedded in people's minds.
Oh yeah, it's not as good as the first one, honestly, but it's still just its own movie. I think it's not really. It's not a remake of the original.
It was a fresh take, and that wasn't just a retread.
And also, you could even say it's a sequel to Fried Berry, maybe. So yeah, I liked it. Anyone see La Chime? I've not heard of that.
No.
Never heard of it.
Was that? Well, I saw. You're talking about the Japanese movie, It's Chime? Because I did just see it. It's very short. If it's the same one that I'm thinking of, it's very short. I think it's less than an hour, and it was just a cool little story. There's nothing stunning. If it's that same one, it's not breaking any ground. But
Maybe
it's
it was
to watch.
was it Chime or La Chimera?
The one I'm talking about is Chime.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. He says it is. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was good.
All right. So we should be taking off because I know it's very late for Annabelle here and Justin.
Yeah.
Yes.
Bloody Bridget was something I wanted to say.
Oh, Bloody Bridget. Yes, excellent.
Yes, it was movie we just saw. We I guess technically does it count as 2024? Maybe not.
Yeah, I'm not sure because I think it's been playing for a while now.
Yeah.
It's interesting because it did festivals and they're doing an extended kind of having a tour around, which is cool. I wish more people would do that.
So it's Anastasia Elfman and Richard Elfman, and it's great. It's great.
Yeah, it's very fun. I would love to see it in a theater with people, and they also do the big intro, like a burlesque thing and stuff.
Oh, nice. That'd be fun.
It'd be like a whole event.
If anyone is in Phoenix, I don't know if it's January 25th, and check the website, Astral Plane Drifter, but that's playing at a festival later this month. And I just want everybody to see it, not only because I'm in it. You only actually see my face for 2 seconds, but it's, from what I've seen of the film, it's amazing. So anybody in the Phoenix area, the end of this month, please check it out.
It looks like a ton of fun, that one.
Oh God!
Bloody Bridget. And go back and check our interview with the Elfmans.
Cool.
Yeah, it was great. The effects are fun. It's just fun, and it's funny. It's legitimately funny.
Yeah, agreed. And so next Thursday we'll be back with Robert Lasordo.
Oh God, I can't miss that.
AJ Cutler and Bill Whedon talking about Our Man Fun.
Nice. That'll be a good time.
Right, which I'm in. Our Man Fun.
Nice.
Cool. That'll be a good time. Yeah.
Are you playing the character that they wanted you to play before?
No. That is Zach Amica will actually be playing that character.
Wow.
Stand-up comedian Zach Amica. But I will be playing the mob boss.
Ooh. That'll be cool. Like the Kingpin.
Exactly. Originally, I was gonna play me and Michael Epstein were gonna play the Young Punks. We're both 48. But what the hell?
That's
But
perfect. I love it.
when I got to the end of the script, I was like, I don't think I want to do this. I'm sorry, Bill.
Yeah.
And
And
he's
then
like,
I read it
understand,
and was
so.
like, I can understand, Neil, why you would.
Yeah, I
never,
know it's acting, but there's
ever,
certain things I don't need to be seen
do
doing on in film.
So gross.
Yeah. I
Did
don't
that get
need
edited at all? Do you know when AJ came into the picture?
Don't think so, because it seems like a big part of the graphics they've been using for the movie. So I don't know, but yeah, Our Man Funk, it'll be a good time.
Sweet.
And I'll throw in. You can prove me wrong, but for this year, any year, best movie ever, and I've mentioned it before, the first nudie musical. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
The 23rd, I don't know. We might do the show a different day that week because we've been invited to a cast and crew, even though we're not part of the cast and crew, of a movie, a screening in, well, I shouldn't say where, but somewhere in the Boston area. So we may all, the three of us, maybe go into that.
I think that'll be a good time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Definitely.
All right. Real quick, Joe Diablo, where can people find you?
You can find me on Instagram, on Facebook, Facebook.
Todd.
Well, they can find me as Todd Jaeger on Facebook, but they have to become a friend because you can't see my page otherwise.
Anyway,
you can watch your reviews right here on Without Your Head.
My reviews, the Todd Sampler here on YouTube, and I also have them posted on my Vimeo page, Todd Jaeger, if you want to blow your mind and weird yourself out. And then also you can find out whatever projects I'm in and stuff. I'm Todd Quality Jaeger on IMDb and TMDb.
Ian Schultz here, Psychotronic Cinema, is going to add you. So if you see a friend request from Ian Schultz, that's here
for
in
me.
The chat.
Ian Schultz is a good person, by the way. He's a friend
if
from
I see that
Europe,
name,
from,
Ian Schultz, I'll remember because when I get friend requests from people that I don't have mutual friends with listed, I get a little skittish. But, Ian Schultz is a name I won't forget. So thank you.
He's good people, and he's excellent. He was a journalist. He's no longer, but he's a very, very knowledgeable person when it comes to film. He will argue with you about everything.
Yeah.
Justin.
You can find me on Facebook as Justin Bernard Head or Justin Head 01 on Instagram.
Slasher Films on YouTube.
Yes, sir.
Troy, where can they find you?
They can't find me. Keep looking.
You can find him at. I was going to give your street address.
Yeah, go ahead. What the hell?
I'll throw
Miller
in for
Lane.
Troy. I can also.
I honestly don't even know Troy's address.
I can also get you that movie as a file if you want.
Ooh, now that might be. If I can't find it streaming somewhere.
Yeah. Okay.
Alok, where can people find you?
They can find me at 1BR_film. That's for our 1BR project that you can find on a lot of different AVOD platforms, all the AVOD platforms, in fact. But it's 1BR. I have a new movie coming out that's more interesting called Grace Point. And it's a thriller. It comes out on VOD on the 28th of this month. And it's starring Andrew McCarthy and John Owen Lowe, who is Rob Lowe's son, and they star in a show called Unstable together on Netflix. But Sean Kerrigan's also in the movie from Young and the Restless. It's about a kid who's gone his way to rehab because his mom has died, and he is on drugs. And the rehab's out in the country, and he basically begs his dad, played by Andrew McCarthy, to stop into this gas station, which he does. The kid goes to take a piss and does a bunch of drugs because he's not going to rehab sober. And he gets back to the car and he realizes his dad's being harassed by these hillbillies, like, hey, nice watch, that kind of thing. So they get in this white Escalade, pull away, and then all of a sudden, a little ways down the road, the white Escalade smoke starts pulling, coming from its hood or whatever. They pull over, and these hillbillies pull in behind them. So words are exchanged, and the hood is up, and he hears a shot. The son hears a shot, and he exits the car and sees his dad holding his stomach and going, "Run, son, run!" And the kid, takes off, tripping balls now at this point, into the woods, running for his life, and that's how the movie starts, the first 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So
all in 10 minutes. Wow.
That's pretty intense right away.
So please watch it or buy it. It's coming out the 28th. It stars some good people, and it's premiered at the Santa Barbara Film Festival. So it's pretty prestigious film festival. And like I said, it's more of a thriller. There are some elements of horror. There's some nightmarish aspects to it. But it's definitely, I think, worth your time. Yeah, that's it. That's what I'm working on. That's where you can find me. I'll be working on that. How about that?
What's the name of it?
Grace Point.
Grace Point. Yeah.
Grace
And
Point. Two words.
We may be doing something on the show here with
Oh,
some
cool.
of the folks.
That's always nice. So
And
anyway,
Annabelle,
thank
oh,
you.
go on,
Sorry.
Yeah,
That's it.
I was just Annabelle, where can people follow you if you would like them to?
The show is a great place to find me. You can find me on Instagram. I've been kind of slacking over there lately as Dear Annabelle Lecter. Same on Facebook. Yeah, if you add me on Facebook, I am terrible at chatting with people behind the scenes. I am not a chatter. I chat with Neil sometimes.
Yeah, hardly ever. I don't even bother.
So if you're gonna have some kind of chat, if I'm on my actual profile in the posts, come to the posts. Post is where it's at. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
You can follow me everywhere. Follow Without Your Head, though. I'd rather if you follow Without Your Head here on YouTube, hit the like button, subscribe, share it out, become a member, and then follow Without Your Head on any of the social media pages, like Friendster and all the ones that the kids love. But no, all the
honorable mention. Salem's Lot.
Really?
I didn't end
Really?
up.
I'm trying to get through. I'm trying to get through this movie. This movie is not a good movie. Annabelle, are you sure that's a hill you want to die on tonight?
That is an untruth. I thought I'd just toss out there because that's horrible. So disappointing.
I couldn't even get through it. I tried to watch it. I couldn't get through it.
So,
all right. Good to know that it was a joke. Thank God. I thought you were going to Lisa Frankenstein to join up with his shit.
Oh man, burn.
Hey,
I
everybody!
watched that film, Justin. I watched it with an open mind, my man.
I appreciate that.
You go ahead. You go ahead. Let's see how far that gets you.
Justin, don't show the new tattoo.
Discuss.
I literally want to come back to this and talk about Lisa Frankenstein with you, Diablo Joe. I just need to know.
I gotta ask everybody: is Ian Schultz his profile shot as him with a tombstone?
Could be. That's it.
I just got a message that says.
I doubt another Ian Schultz would have tried.
Well, I got a message that says I can't add you. Please add me.
I'm sure it's it.
Maybe you have degrees of separation.
That would go to a lot of trouble to try to trick you at this point.
I know, and since it's Ian Schultz, I'm clicking on it now. We'll see if it goes through.
Yes, it's me. He says in the chat. It's
yeah. Okay. Good. Because, like I said, I got to be careful, and I just responded to it. So, I'm sorry, you can't see my lovely eyes.
Todd's still regretting.
You never know when that manager at Walmart's gonna befriend you. I mean, that's happening. I'm sure.
If they're wise, they will befriend.
We gotta let people go. They gotta go to sleep so they can go to work.
All right. Good night,
everybody.
Good night, everybody. Thanks, everybody.
Night. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.